Good morning from Chennai. Welcome to a sun-baked Madras motor racetrack for the final day, not only of this great national weekend of racing, but also for the final rounds of this year's MRF Challenge. We started in Dubai, we've been to Bahrain, and now 6 races across the course of the weekend here to determine who will be this year's champion. And it is Michelangelo Amendola who heads the championship now by 34 points. He took 2 wins out of the 3 races yesterday. He's very much the man to beat. Now, he could be beaten, but his form suggests it's unlikely. We'll see. There's a good battle going on for second place, though, between Dylan Young and Josh Mason, the Australian ahead of the Brit. Josh had a couple of podiums yesterday, so did Dylan. So that battle is still well and truly joined. Race 1 of the day is about to get underway, the grid forming behind me, and it is based on the results of yesterday's final race, but with the top 6 reversed, and it means that the man that was 6th, Yuvan Sundaramurti, will start today on pole position. Let's see if we can grab a quick word before we go racing, because it's been a tough weekend so far for Yuvan, although he has been a race winner. Now, a pole position this morning, what are your chances?
Sorry, say that again?
A pole position for this first race, what are your chances from here?
I think pretty good so far. The pole position's won every race, so it's hard to pass here, so just got to get a good start and have a good chance to hold it on.
And then stick out your elbows and do some defensive driving?
Yeah, I think so. The goal would be to pull away quickly, but if need be, put some defense on, don't let anyone by.
How's the weekend gone for you? First time here, but it's been a bit tough?
Yeah, first time here. Hasn't been the best day yesterday. Lost a wing in the first race and was on the comeback from then. But got this great starting position, so looking forward to it. Good
luck. Thanks very much. Yuvan Sundaramurti then starting on pole position. Now, Manaf Hajawi took his first car race win yesterday in an equivalent reverse grid race. He starts second on the grid this morning. Manaf, sorry to interrupt your drink, but yesterday was a good day, a win, and now second on the grid this morning. What can you do from here?
I mean, I'm going to go for the win. We'll see what happens. Got a good start and keep the pace.
Everyone says it's hard to overtake around here, so a lot of the work you've got to do off the start.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, the start is very important, but even though if we don't get it right, which I hope not, I'm pretty sure we can overtake and make some good progress.
Excellent. Good luck, Manaf. So, a race winner yesterday, and somebody else that we ought to try and grab a word with, potentially, is Josh Mason. Head this way, but also standing with him is a former champion, which is Harrison Newey, who is here doing driver coaching work this weekend. And when they finish discussing life, let's see. Harrison, can I just grab a quick word? Because you've been here, you've done it, you've got the T-shirt. You know what a competitive series this is.
Yeah, it is. You know, I come here year in, year out. I think it's a fantastic place to come over the winter. You know, all these drivers are going to go back to Europe, start their European season having done 6 races this weekend. That's 6 times to make a mistake. That's 6 times to learn from the mistake, and 6 times not to make that mistake when you go back to Europe. So, no, I think it's a fantastic, fantastic championship. And the track is, I love the track. You know, I think come out here is awesome. You get a good race in the heat, nice and conditioned, ready for the summer. And yeah, I think it's a very, very good place to come.
In some ways, this championship is a very well-kept secret. I mean, everyone that comes and takes part in it or works in it loves it and sees the benefits, and yet it's still relatively undiscovered.
Yeah, it's you know, it's up and down in that sense. But yeah, for some reason, it doesn't always get massive grids, which I think it should.
What are your plans for this year?
I'm doing Sebring's the next one, probably in IMSA, and then ELMS as well. So should be good.
Busy year. And looking after Josh, he's having a good weekend.
Yeah, doing a bit with Josh. Yeah, you know, he's going well. So let's see if we can get to the top step. It's only a row in front of him, so he needs a good start, and we should be all good.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Harrison. So Josh Mason ready to go, and this, our first of 3 races of the day, set to get underway very shortly. I better run to the box, ready for 15 laps of drama. As I do that, let's catch up on what happened yesterday. So there is the grid, all formed, all ready to go. Everybody in identical Dallara-built chassis. 2-litre engines, of course, and goes without saying that anything that moves here is on MRF tyres. MRF, big supporters of this championship, and as Harrison Newey was saying, it is a great training ground for drivers. So much track time. Just taking this weekend alone, as you look at Louis Foster, new to the series this weekend, 2 free practice sessions, qualifying, and 6 races. And in terms of track time and value for money, it is without peer, this championship. A lot of track time, a lot of mileage, a lot of learning, keeping people sharp in the winter months. And if you take Louis Foster as an example, he has been parachuted into the championship this weekend by Boyo, Anthony Hyatt, who he drives for last year in Formula 4. This year he will drive for in Formula 3. And Boyo tends to have a sort of Mr. Fixer role within the championship. So brings one of his drivers out to give them extra mileage, extra experience in readiness for a season ahead. So you could do days of testing in the winter if you wanted, or you could come and race and do it in the sunshine, and that's where this championship fits in. There are equivalents, I suppose, elsewhere in New Zealand, for example, but in terms of European and Asian racing, it's an excellent way of getting drivers sharp, focused, and getting them to gain experience in readiness for their full championship assault. That is champion-elect, we can almost call him now, Michelangelo Amendola. His father, great enthusiast, walking around the back of the car, and as Michelangelo walks from the grid, Michelangelo is ready to go. There's 85, Valdemar Eriksson, who was yesterday a podium finisher in the reverse grid race. Dylan Young, the Australian, is a man that's had 2 second places already this weekend. As far as the championship's concerned, just to do some numbers quickly, Michelangelo Amendola now with 209 against 175 of this man, Dylan Young. Josh Mason is 3rd on 160, 4th Manav Hijawi on 130, Valdemar Eriksson is 5th on 116, and Juven Sundaramurti is then in 6th on 85, ahead of David Schumacher. And then you have Rhys Ushijima. We've discounted, for the purposes of this graphic, David Schumacher because he's not here this weekend. Rhys Ushijima is ahead of Bent Viscal, who's also absent. They were only doing the Bahrain races because there was a Formula 3 test and they wanted extra mileage to impress at the test, if you see. So they did Bahrain only. Lagim Ali and then the newcomer Louis Foster next in the championship. So, grid formed, grid being cleared. Very shortly we will be in business for our first race of the day. It's going to be 15 laps. And very shortly, the drivers will make their way into the green flag lap, chance to get warmth into the tyres, and then we'll go racing. There's the man on pole position then, the American driver, Juven Sundaramurti, who has been a race winner already within the MRF Challenge. As he was saying on the grid, it's been a tough weekend thus far, but he is in the right place now. And he won in Dubai in the 4th of the 5 races that we had there. He came from Formula 1600 Championship Series racing in the States in 2017. He had a couple of race wins for the Cahill Motorsports team. Went to Formula F in the SCCA Majors the year after, as well as Formula 2000. Did a handful of races for Exclusive Autosport. Drove in the Formula 1600 Championship that same year, was 3rd again for Cahill Motorsports rather, with a couple of race wins. And then last year drove for the Pabst Racing Services squad in the American Formula 2000 Championship, once again finishing 12th. So he's got experience of a comparable type of car, but of course this is another great facet about coming to the Madras Motor Race Track. There's no sim for this, and if you've not been here before, it's a tough place to have to learn. Really does favour those that have been to the circuit in the past, because they know all about it and they know the quirks of the place, they know what to anticipate. So trying to adapt to a new circuit and deliver good results, not easy, even if you have some experience of the cars. Michelangelo Amendola, for example, has been here for the last couple of seasons, so he does have experience of this place. There, though, Sundaramurti, the 16-year-old, 17 next week, in fact, ready to go. Green flag is now displayed, so the cars leave the line. You heard the drivers on the grid talking about the importance of a good start, so just laying some rubber down to try and help with the grip when they launch off the line. One thing that we always find here is that it's a very dusty circuit. It's always very hot, a bit breezy, and quite often you'll find grass or dust blown onto the circuit. People make mistakes and bring more of it on, so rather saying that grip levels can change every lap. Someone's had a moment, or the breeze has blown things onto the road that you don't know about. You arrive, you think you know where your grip is, your braking point, and suddenly all things change. So this is the way they line up, with Yuval Sundaramurthy on pole position, Manaf Hajawi with him at the front, then the second row, Josh Mason and Louis Foster. Third row, Dylan Young and Michelangelo Amandula, ahead of Largin Ali and Valdemar Eriksson, with the back row being Rhys Ushijima, and a word for the local hero, Chetan Korada, who comes from Chennai. Chetan, who is a disabled driver, has a prosthetic limb, but has never let that interfere with his passion to go racing. He races when he can, and he's a very busy DJ in the region as well, and a great enthusiast, and it's good to have him on the grid year after year after year. Started racing back in 2012 in Formula BMW type cars, raced in Formula 4 in the Southeast Asian Championship as well, so he's an experienced driver, is Chetan Korada, the 33-year-old Indian. I think he's the oldest man on the grid. Dylan Young's 31, but had a battle yesterday with Louis Foster at 16, very nearly half his age. And, Dylan made the point after one of the races yesterday that because he's been a stalwart in this championship, he doesn't really have much money to go racing, but he can just about find it to come and do all of the MRF Challenge races, because over 3 weekends you get so much mileage. But he's a competitive driver. It's a great shame that the budget's not there to progress Dylan's career any further, but he knows his way around here, and it's going to be fascinating to see what progress he can make over the next 15 laps from 5th on the grid. So there is Yuval Sundaramurthy, the pole position driver, slots into place. Everybody else now to line up with him as we get set to go racing then. At the back of the grid is Chetan Korada. You see the drivers' surnames on the rear wings of the cars. You look across, there's Josh Mason in the black and orange livery. Pole position on the outside line, the racing line coming out of turn 12. And so now, look towards the MRF gantry. The lights will go red. 5 lights on. When they all go out, we go racing now for race 4 of the weekend. Good start made by the pole position man Sundaramurthy. Manaf Hajawi tries to brave it out on the inside line down towards turn 1, and he's still going as he tries to buy the gap. He can't do it though. Sundaramurthy leads. Round the outside for second goes Josh Mason, the British driver, then almost touching wheels. Look, with number 71 in the hands of Manaf Hajawi as they come through. Mason gets forced out wide, rubs up against Louis Foster as they get to turn 3. So Josh Mason, forced wide, loses a spot. That means Dylan Young comes through now, up into 3rd place. Race leader trying to get away. Dylan Young is on his toes, goes to the outside line against Hajawi, who locks up, will go deep into the corner. That gives Dylan Young a chance to challenge, but only on the outside for turn 5, and that doesn't work for him as they come now through the right-hander, speed building. The race leader already getting away. Good effort, this, a good push by Yuval Sundaramurthy on cold tyres, don't forget. First race of the day, first lap of the first race too. Comes through, they get 5 sets of tyres across the weekend, so tyre management is critical, and also knowing when to go for a new set or a used set or half of a used set. Down towards turn 8 comes then the race leader on this opening lap, Yuval Sundaramurthy. So is he going to score a 2nd victory of the championship, or is he going to get caught late race by the opposition? He won race 4 in Dubai. Best he's done all weekend is 6th in that last race yesterday to give him pole for this morning. Dylan Young under attack from Josh Mason, who's under attack there. Look from Louis Foster, who gets into the back of him. Out of turn 11 they come then, up towards the end of the opening lap, over the brow. That takes you over the road that brings you into the paddock of this circuit. And turn 12 fires you out onto the pit straight. Through they come now. Over the timing line goes then the race leader, and that Yuval Sundaramurthy gap is 11 tenths at the end of the opening tour of the circuit. Battle is on now for 3rd place. Dylan Young keeping Josh Mason at bay. So Josh, having been forced out wide here a lap ago, lost that place. Now right on his tail is Louis Foster. Where is the championship leader? As you see, going rather deep into turn 3, Valdemar Eriksson there in the black car. Michelangelo Amandula is in 6th place. Eriksson having to defend from Rhys Ushijima, the American. British mum, Japanese father. And Rhys Ushijima, number 13, the red, white and blue car. Apart from a Formula Ford 1600 outing at Anglesey, new to car racing. Anglesey, Chennai, 2 rather different types of circuit, and certainly different types of car, because of course these have the aero that Formula Ford 1600 chassis do not. But he was very competitive in the Northwest Formula Ford 1600 races that he did there. And here is the race leader, Yuval Sundaramurthy, coming down then towards turn 8 once more. Field firing through. Louis Foster being caught now by Amandula. So that gap is starting to come down between them. is Amendola going to force this issue and try and gain more places and more points, or is he quite happy to bank? He is being outscored, though, in this by Dylan Young and, of course, by Josh Mason. They're second and third, respectively, in the championship, but they're both ahead of him on the road here. Pit boards out, over the timing line goes Yuval Sundaramurti. Gap's gone up, 1.3 seconds now is the margin that he's got over Manaf Hijawi. So the margin extending as there is the leader. And after dramas yesterday, this is, whisper it, looking all very good indeed, isn't it? Runs a little bit wide and just kicks up the dirt, brings some of it back onto the road. But Sundaramurti having a very good run here. Once you're out front, once you've made the break, the race arguably is yours to lose. There is Manaf Hijawi, relative newcomer to car racing, the Jordanian. Did a really impressive job yesterday, scoring that first victory. But Manaf Hijawi is another driver that's come from karting. Through they turn with Hijawi, the Jordanian driver. Apart from being in Formula 4 in Abu Dhabi's Grand Prix support race, this is really the first car racing he's ever done. And the gap to the eye, I would offer you, is coming down. Yes, he's just taken 3/10 out in the first sector alone. So Manaf Hijawi is having a red-hot go here to try and bring down the gap against the race leader. Is that doable as they come now out of the left-hander of turn 9? Down they run towards the completion of the lap. Foster it is still 5th, Amendola 6th. And closing up on the back of him, look, number 99, Lagim Ali. So Lagim Ali, another driver that might be a factor in all of this, if only in terms of taking points away from Amendola. Ali, the Danish-Albanian driver, 16-year-old, come from karting and the Danish Formula 4 Championship, in which he was 5th last year. So as the leaders go through, the lead gap is now 1.2 seconds, and Manaf Hijawi has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 30.384. Lap times, very important in all of this, obviously, but with even more importance is you count your fastest lap across the first 4 races in order to give you a grid position for race 5, as long as you finish the race in which you've set that good lap time. So, to do, as Hijawi is doing now, a real push, partly to try and get the lead, but also for the fastest lap, is a very good idea indeed, because it could put him onto pole position for the next race that we get to. So Yuval Sundaramurti leading by 1.2 seconds, but in the first section the gap is down by 0.2. So Hijawi is certainly pushing and pushing hard. We'll see as the race wears on whether or not that's going to give him a race lead come the end. Of course, catching one thing, passing quite another, to use a cliche, but it's very true around here. Yes, you can catch, and we saw this yesterday. Louis Foster seemed to spend laps stuck in the dirty air of Dylan Young, but could not find a way by, couldn't unsettle him. Well, let's see whether, if, first of all, Hijawi can catch, and then whether or not he's going to be able to find the gap and go through. There he is, running in second place, coming out of turn 10. This is 11, this right-hander. Up the climb, over the other side of it comes Yuval Sundaramurti, and now he in turn heads up towards the timing line, and this, the completion of lap number 4. So through they come, Sundaramurti the race leader, and the gap was 1.2. It's actually gone up, 1.3 this time over the line. To the eye, Hijawi does look closer. The timing screen argues. Third is still Dylan Young, heading for the podium once more. And then you've got Josh Mason in 4th, heading Louis Foster. And then in 6th place now, it's Michelangelo Amendola. So the championship leader in 6th place, being outscored, yes, but taking points. It's the Formula 1 style, this, of 25 for the race win. As you see there, going through number 71. Manaf Hijawi, 1.3 seconds to try to make up. And again, he's gained a couple of tenths in the first sector. That's where he seems to be strong, but Sundaramurti is able to claim time back later in the lap. What about Dylan Young in 3rd place? His lap time is not as good as the 2 race leaders, actually. So Dylan still having to keep an eye on where Josh Mason is, and there's the answer, close behind him. In 5th place there is Louis Foster, and Louis not that far adrift either. 6th still is Amendola, as they come down now towards turns 7 and 8. Amendola fending off any challenge coming from Lagim Ali, so he's still looking good for points. Yes, the margin will shrink a little, but could be worse. Dylan Young only 3rd, Josh Mason in 4th place. There, the championship leader, the Belgian driver, Michelangelo Amendola, who first came to prominence in European racing, I suppose, out of karting when he came to race at the World Trophy, the Formula 4 festivals a few years back. Over the timing line go the race leaders. Sundaramurti getting away, a 2.5 seconds to the good, just done an absolute best in the last sector, and he's also just done the fastest lap of the race now, 1 minute 30.323. So it's looking good, this, for Sundaramurti. That is 71, Manaf Hijawi. He runs second, but he's not, at the moment, being able to really bring down that gap against the race leader. If anything, he's having to watch the gap grow. Josh Mason wide, loses ground. And that means that Michelangelo Amendola is right on his tail now as the cars run up towards turn 4. Also in the battle pack is Largim Ali, but Josh Mason, who had a spin at that part of the circuit yesterday, little error, runs out wide, and that puts Amendola right onto his tail as they come through as one. So Josh Mason regroups, but kicking himself, no doubt, for that small error. It's cost him time against Dylan Young, and it's put him on the back foot against the opposition as well. So Louis Foster benefits out of all of that and has gone through. And there, look now, Josh Mason, one place back, having to keep at bay. Amendola, it's also cost him points in his quest to be second in the championship relative to Dylan Young. So the cars accelerate their way here out of the turn 8 left-hander down towards the end of the lap. And another little lock-up from Josh Mason as the lead gap has come down again. It was a second and a half last time. Here they come onto the pit straight, and Sundaramurti has on this lap certainly been caught by Hijawi because the gap is down to half a second as they go over the timing line. So Manaf Hijawi getting much, much closer to Sundaramurti. Off the road is number 6, Chetan Korada. I'm afraid he's been in the wars quite a bit this weekend, but Chetan Korada off the road here, gets himself back onto the circuit, but rather badly delayed in all of that. So Chetan Korada rejoins, and this was Josh Mason losing out against Louis Foster. So Louis up the inside, that forced Josh Mason wide off the road. So it was less of a mistake from Josh, in fairness, and just really having nowhere to go. Got the squeeze, didn't he, from Louis Foster coming up the inside of him. So Louis goes through and off the road, back on again. Josh Mason, but he won't be terribly impressed about that, I don't suppose. Right, how is this lead gap getting on? It's half a second at the start of the lap, and again, on this second element of it, Sundaramurti does seem able to extend the margin over the opposition, so gets away slightly relative to Manaf Hijawi. Here they come, once again nose to tail further back. Louis Foster is under attack all of a sudden now from Amendola. And goes round the outside. Amendola, is he going to be able to make it stick? No, Foster fends him off. Largim Ali, I think, has also got himself up the order. So, shuffling going on. Does this mean we've lost Josh Mason somewhere again? Josh, I think, has dropped back further. So, you're looking at Amendola, Mason in the background, must have had another moment somewhere. Largim Ali has gone up ahead of him, and so has Valdemar Eriksson. So Josh Mason's race, I fear, is unravelling around him now. He's on the second row of the grid, don't forget, as you look at the leaders have gone by 9/10 between them. Right, to recap the order with all the shuffling, in third place now is Dylan Young. No, I'll tell you a lie, up into fourth place has gone Josh Mason, forgive me. Fifth is Louis Foster, sixth is Amendola, seventh is Ali, eighth is Eriksson, and ninth is Ushijima. So it was Josh Mason gaining ground. That was the shuffle, and Josh Mason now up into fourth spot, so he's got himself back ahead of Louis Foster, and not only that, but he's also closing onto the tail now of Dylan Young once more. So Josh Mason getting his second wind in a sense here, having been forced out wide, roughed up a little bit. He's fought his way back into contention, and he's really charging. So Sundaramurti leads, Hijawi second, and then Dylan Young to Josh Mason was just under a second last time through. There are the race leaders, down they come once again. So Sundaramurti having this advantage then over Manaf Hijawi. He's been able to control the pace, everything that the Jordanian has thrown at him, he's had an answer to. So the American teenager heads the way down towards now. At the approach to turn 10, they dive. Now this is where in the past we've seen the gap come down, but not enough to give Hijawi a chance to challenge starting the next lap of the race. Over the brow they come. Down towards turn 12, gap's certainly greater than it has been, so Hijawi not closing anymore on this lap. Big gap back to third place. It's about 10 seconds before Dylan Young comes through next. The length of the pit straight effectively is what the gap is before you get Young and then Mason, and then in fifth place over the timing line Louis Foster. Sixth is still Michelangelo Amendola, so we've had that change once more for the fourth place. Mason going back ahead of Foster, and Amendola still sixth ahead of Ali, Eriksson, and then it's Ushijima next in the queue. So Josh Mason back in the fight very definitely, back ahead of Foster, and also, as you can see, back on the tail of Dylan Young. The gap down now to 0.6 of a second between the pair. We're on lap number 9 out of the 15. Mason not giving up. Can he get himself onto the podium? Again, he's had 2 out of 3 podiums over the course of the races this weekend. The third and the second, but then instead of going up a step, he ended up 4th yesterday in the third race, which wasn't what he anticipated, but that was after a spin. But as he said after it, pick yourself up, carry on. That's just what he's doing now, getting back onto the tail of Dylan Young. These two have had some great battles, not only this weekend, but across the MRF Challenge this year. Dylan, the 31-year-old Australian, a real stall of MRF Challenge racer, comes back year after year after year. The budget's just about there to do this, gets his racing in, and accelerates now once again down towards the approach to turn 10. So Josh Mason trying to reel him in. Dylan lost out in sector 1, but was quicker in sector 2. Sees him in his mirrors, getting spurred on. The leaders have just gone across the line, starting lap 10 now, as here is the fight going on for still 3rd, 4th, and indeed 5th places. Louis Foster giving up without a fight. He's trying to stay onto the tail of Josh Mason, but he runs out wide there, coming onto the pit straight. Michelangelo Amendola not making progress in this race, which either you could say is a problem, or you could say, well, it's very sensible. He's just banking points and not doing anything silly, because he knows that he'll be in a better starting position in his lap times for the next race. So as the cars sprint their way up towards the kink, towards turn 4, Amendola still 6th. That's the race leader. Yuvan Sundaramurti clear up front, Manaf Hijawi in 2nd place. And I think now, unless Sundaramurti has a problem, he's looking good for another win across the course of the championship, isn't he? Because anything that Hijawi has tried, it's been countered by Sundaramurti. Manaf Hijawi, the Jordanian driver, further proof of how motorsport continues to spread to different markets. We've seen this growth in the last 2 decades of racing in the Middle East and in Asia, of course, as well. And more markets coming on stream all the time. Grand Prix going to new markets this year, like Vietnam, for example. But the Jordanian driver, with a great karting pedigree behind him, a winner yesterday, Manaf Hijawi. A little bit of correction needed coming out of turn 11 there, comes over the brow and is about to put 10 laps in the book as he chases Yuvan Sundaramurti for the race lead. So the leader goes through, Yuvan Sundaramurti over the timing line, still being chased hard by Manaf Hijawi, but the gap at 0.997 of a second is still a large one. And unless Sundaramurti makes a mistake, it does not look as though that's coming down. Race leaders then over the timing line on 2 now, lap number 11. 9/10 between the top 2. Dylan Young to Josh Mason. That gap's gone out a little bit on the last lap as well. So Josh still pushing, but is he going to get close enough before the end? Sundaramurti, the race leader. Manaf Hijawi runs 2nd, and the gap they've got still 10 seconds between 2nd and 3rd against Dylan Young. There's the order. Josh Mason 4th, Louis Foster 5th, Michelangelo Amendola is in 6th place. Chetan Corrada has just gone across the line. He's still circulating despite that earlier spin that we saw. So Chetan Corrada back in the game. Race leader. The gap down to the eye, and the timing screen confirms a 10th taken out in sector 1. So Manaf Hijawi, possibly having let his tyres just recover, just give them a breather for a lap or 2, now pushing on once again. Through they turn, and now the run up towards turn 12. Is this where Hijawi starts to mount the bid again to give a good push up towards turn 1? This is what's happening for 3rd place, some way back. Dylan Young versus the rejuvenated Josh Mason, heading up over the brow once again, but Dylan knows how to defend. We saw that yesterday. Josh Mason is close. Can he get a run coming over the timing line down past the pits and then into turn 1? Can he make the move on the inside line? Let's see. Here they come. The gap between the pair of them is just under 0.4 of a second. Josh Mason is close, but he's not close enough to have a go there. Can he dive up the inside going into turn 2? He thinks about it, but again, just by the time he was ready to commit, they had to turn in. Onto the back part of the circuit now they turn, and as they do so, it remains Dylan Young in that 3rd place. Is he edging away by a length? Possibly. Trouble is, and Josh Mason touched on this yesterday, you sit in the dirty air, you get understeer because it affects the aero of your car, you go slower, you drop back. So overtaking, not that easy. Possible, but an error by Josh Mason, bit of correction, runs out wide, skims the lawn, rides the curb, loses a length. That is how easy it is to make a tiny, tiny mistake. Does that give Louis Foster a chance to come back at him? Not much, it must be said. The gap doesn't really come down between the 2 British drivers. But Josh Mason, who was racing here last year, had a rather large accident in the second of the Sunday races, but going so much better this year. All the mileage, all the experience being put to good use. He's been a race winner again in the BRDC's British F3 Championship over the last 12 months. And here he is running 4th in this 4th race of the weekend in Chennai. The race leader, Yuvan Sundaramurthy, crosses the timing line, 0.953 of a second up against Manaf Hijawi. That gap is not coming down enough. Hijawi, try as he might, doesn't have an answer, does he? There is number 29, then the race leader, Yuvan Sundaramurthy. Tucked up with him is Manaf Hijawi. It's impressive how they've broken away from Dylan Young. Dylan, to be fair, losing time by having to defend, but even so, the pace that these two have got, very impressive indeed. And Manaf Hijawi, bearing in mind he's new to car racing, Sundaramurthy at 16 has done a fair bit in America, granted, but Manaf Hijawi learning about cars, learning about aero, slicks and wings all the time. For my money, he's been very impressive this weekend. He's had a win, and here he is heading for, potentially, 2nd place in this race. So, the Jordanian driver heads up towards turn 7 and 8 now. Across the course of the weekend, Manaf Hijawi has had a 6th, a 1st and a 5th, so a 2nd podium beckons for him, whereas only a 6th place in yesterday's last race for Yuvan Sundaramurthy has been something to cheer about. As he said, it's been a tough weekend thus far. Lap 13 we work, down they come towards turn 10 once again. Up towards the completion of the lap, it's going to be 2 to run for them this time. Yuvan Sundaramurthy, as he was hoping to, he was on the grid saying, make a good start, try and get away. Well, he has got a gap, he's not really broken away, but he's been able to maintain the gap, and also pressure being applied race long has not affected him. He's not put a mistake on the line. So Yuvan Sundaramurthy still lead. The gap is down a touch, 7/10. 3rd is Dylan Young, 4th there, Josh Mason. So no change in the order there. The gap's still narrow between the pair of them as they go through. In 5th place, it's Louis Foster still. And there is the battle for 3rd place. So Josh Mason knows what he's got to do. Can he do it? Again, you see, puts the power down a little bit early. The car just washes out wide, hooks a wheel over the curb, kicks up the dirt. How much of that's going to compromise grit on that rear tyre when he gets to the next corner? Let's see. He's lost a bit of time again against Dylan Young. Can't fault Josh's commitment in this race. He's been pushing all the while, working the car oh so hard. So he battled his way back up into 4th place against Louis Foster. He's got one more lap to go at the end of this, but Dylan Young doesn't often make mistakes, doesn't often crack under the pressure either, so he's hanging on in there in his familiar black and white colours that he's carried just about every season he's done MRF Challenge. Josh Mason behind as they drop now down towards the approach to turn 9. There are the race leaders going through, and the gap to the eye looking a little bit less yet again. It is. So Hijawi is caught up, possibly only under braking. Let's just see whether he can stay close enough to mount a challenge coming onto the last lap. I don't think he can. It does look as though that gap widens once again as the cars hit the pit straight. So everything he's tried, Hijawi, Sundaramurthy has an answer to. Last lap board is there. Leaders go through, 8/10 being the margin. Dylan Young runs 3rd, 4th, Josh Mason as they come over the timing line once again. And then it's Louis Foster in that 5th place ahead of Amandula, who is really settled for 6th in this race. It's just a leisurely drive in a sense. Tick off the boxes and the laps and get the points and then progress to the last 2 races. But he's going to bank the points, that's the key, without making errors, without going off the road. So as the race leaders then come up towards the midpoint of the last lap, Yuvan Sundaramurthy, Manaf Hijawi, Dylan Young, the top 3. Dylan a 2nd, a 4th, a 2nd, and now 3rd, seemingly over the course of the weekend. Yuvan Sundaramurthy then accelerates his way up towards the long right-hander of turn 6. And now makes the run once again down towards not only turn 8, but also the completion of the lap and the completion of the race, and a 2nd victory of the championship. Looks like it's heading his way, doesn't it? Because although Manaf Hijawi is still pushing hard, is he going to get close enough to challenge? The answer, seemingly, is going to be no. Yuvan Sundaramurthy then looking oh so strong throughout this race, makes the run now up towards turn 12, up towards the timing line. The gap is down against Manaf Hijawi, but it's too little too late because the checkered flag is ready, and race 4 of the weekend in the MRF Challenge is won by Juven Sundaramurti from, in second place, Manaf Hijawi. And who is going to come through for third? They battle long and hard all weekend. They're battling in the championship, but it's going to be Dylan Young for third, just ahead of Josh Mason, outscoring him with Louis Foster 5th. Michelangelo Amandola is 6th, more points ahead of Lagin Ali, then 8th Valdemar Eriksson, 9th Rhys Ushijima. Chetan Korada, after that spin, will come through for 10th place. So, a very good drive by Juven Sundaramurti. It shows the benefit of starting on pole position, but it also highlights how drivers have to approach things and how they still need to soak up pressure and not make mistakes. We saw 1 or 2 errors from drivers, but Juven Sundaramurti there, number 29, doing a great job, and so the American comes out victorious at the end of this first of 3 races of today, race 4 of the weekend. And Chetan Korada has had a moment on his last lap. In fact, that looks like it's coming out of turn 9, and he gets away, but delayed. Chetan Korada is heading for the checkered flag. Let's look at the results then. Juven Sundaramurti, the winner from Manaf Hijawi, and then Dylan Young. Josh Mason taking 4th and Louis Foster in 5th place. We'll hear from the drivers in Parc Fermé after we've had a short break. And let's have a word with our race winner, because a second victory within the MRF Challenge, and that from pole position with a huge amount of pressure. Even well done. That was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely hard. I made it much harder than I needed to. Made a mistake earlier on, which let Manaf catch up. But Manaf's a great driver. I love the way he races. Races really fair, really fun, and glad to come out with it. Need to work on less mistakes in the future, though. Yeah, definitely a lot harder than it needed to be.
You said it was a tough weekend up to this point, but this is a real highlight.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely figured everything out. The car was great. Thanks to Matteo, thanks to Charlie, thanks to Kumar, thanks to everyone to put this thing together, S-Team Motorsports and MRF, obviously. It was a great day, and we're looking for 2 more.
I was going to say, does that give you more confidence now going into the next race?
Yeah, definitely. Don't know where I'm going to start for the next race, but definitely think that we have the pace, so just got to get to the lead on a start, get a good start, and we'll have the win.
Well done on that win. Congratulations. So Juven Sundaramurti takes victory in our first race of the day. Let's go and find Manaf Hijawi and also Dylan Young, a 2nd and 3rd. Manaf, come and talk to me. You tried everything there, but it didn't quite go your way.
Yeah, I pushed really hard, but Juven drove an amazing race. You know, didn't make any mistakes or major mistakes. I struggled a lot in the 3rd sector, but yeah, it was good.
What was the struggle all about?
The front end. I had no front end, but yeah, Juven, congrats to him. Amazing race, and I'm happy with P2.
I was going to say it's good for you because it's another podium.
Yeah, it's my first time with 2 podiums in one race weekend, so yeah, hopefully more.
And it's a Tough learning curve for you, coming from karting with this power, with aero, with a new circuit.
Yeah, definitely. I'm learning from all of them. They've all done it for like more than a year, I guess. Yeah, and for the first season, I'm so happy that I'm being able to get these results, and I want to learn more and get better. Yeah.
2 more races to go. What are your chances in those, do you think?
I want to try and win again. So yeah, that's the aim.
Excellent. Well done. Great drive for second place. Let's head this way and go and find Dylan Young. Yet another podium. And yet again, that man Mason right behind you, and he had to defend quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm happy, don't get me wrong, but I'm a little bit perplexed because it's becoming a bad trait of the weekend just to kind of let the front runners get away, and don't know whether we have to work on something on my end, probably me, just to get going a little bit at the start, because the pace sort of came there at the end. Yeah, it was pretty tight with Josh and Louis, so but that's racing, and it's hard to pass here, so any other track probably they would have been able to use the exit road or the extra tarmac, but here it does help when you're battling. So still over the moon, collected some more points, get a bit of silverware, but yeah, got to work out the 1 lap pace.
How much time do you think you were losing by having to defend? I mean, was that partly why you were dropping back?
Probably a little bit, but you kind of go, well, I shouldn't put myself in that position, you know what I mean? Because it took a few laps after that, and then the car started to come good. But yeah, obviously defending it distracts you. There was a bit of stuff on the track actually, so but yeah, mate, over the moon. 2 more to go, so we'll see how we go.
It's great to see you on the podium regularly now.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, I really am. But yeah, would really like to get a win this weekend, just like the other 2 rounds. And if we're going to have any hope with Michelangelo, I've got to pretty much win the next 2. So maybe I'll just go on the 4th light and see if they penalise me, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's about all I can do.
We heard it here first. Well done, Dylan. Congratulations. Good effort for 3rd place then. Right, so that's the top 3 drivers that we've heard from. Let's have a quick look at some of the highlights then next of that first race of the day. So it all began with this great start from the pole man, putting down towards turn 1, Yuvan Sundaramurti ahead in the lead of the race. So as the cars accelerated around the first lap, we had this great battle lower down the order, but up front, Yuvan Sundaramurti trying to control the pace, and so all the time he was mindful of where the opposition was. Josh Mason had his early fight with Louis Foster and then got squeezed out wide off the road, and the field battle their way down towards the timing line with Dylan Young hanging on to position. Now this was Louis Foster's move against Josh Mason that forced him out wide. He lost 1 spot, regrouped, very nearly lost another, but then late race was able to push on yet again. Louis Foster then went on the outside and lost ground as a consequence. That's how Josh Mason got his place back. So it was an effort that Louis Foster made around the outside of Dylan Young that didn't pay off for him. So round the outside, but he dropped back, and that gave the place back to Josh Mason. Meantime, up front, Yuvan Sundaramurti was still controlling the pace and unstoppable. He was on target for a race win. His first of the weekend, his 2nd within the MRF Challenge campaign. And the checkered flag, Yuvan Sundaramurti victorious then, with Manaf Hijawi taking 2nd place. So, Yuvan Sundaramurti takes a win in our first 2-litre MRF Challenge race of the day. We've got 2 more of those. We've got 2 races for the 1600 cars, and we've also got a saloon race on the live stream to look forward to as well. 1600s will be next. We'll have a quick break on the live stream and be back with more action shortly. For now, from David Addison, cheerio. The action continues here at the Madras Motor Race track, because now it is time for the circuit to turn itself over to the less powerful single-seaters. They're still competitive, they're still quick. This is the MRF Formula 1600 Challenge that we are ready for. It's race 2 of 3 of the weekend. Grid is just about ready. The drivers have done their installation lap round to the grid, and all this is based on the results of yesterday with the top 6 reversed. So the reigning champion, Ragul Ranagazami, will start 6th on the grid, and starting on pole position is going to be the Goa-based driver Chris D'Souza, who will try and grab a quick word with before we go racing. Pole position, clear circuit ahead. You're in the right place.
Yeah, I am. It's definitely a brilliant weekend. It's my first weekend in a single-seater and in the 1600. So on the reverse grid, I'm starting on pole. Really stoked about it, and the aim is to just go flat out.
Excellent. Good luck. A first single-seater weekend, and these are good learning cars. Bala Prasad, who is next on the grid, is somebody who splits his time this weekend between single-seaters and saloon cars, because he's been racing in the Superstock class as well. So a busy day, single-seaters and saloons. Which do you prefer?
Qualifying, I didn't do well. Race 1, I finished, I think, 7th. I spun because I overshoot. Now it's reverse grid. Starting second, hope for a good race.
So now, front row of the grid, you've got the inside line. Can you get a better start than Chris and get ahead of him?
I hope I get a better start than him and just put my heads down and run off.
Good luck, we'll see. So Bala Prasad starting second on the grid, and another driver who splits his time across the 2 categories is the next man on the grid, Anindith Reddy. Just walk around the officials. We'll go and grab a word before we go racing. Anindith, it's going to be tough this from third on the grid. How can you go?
Yeah, third's not too bad a place to start from. We fixed some things on the car, so I'm looking forward to this race.
Excellent, good luck. So, again, like you know from the MRF Challenge 2-litre cars, everybody has the same base machinery. 1600cc engines, these cars with Van Diemen's influence, as well as JA Motorsports in India. And yesterday, they gave a really good competitive race. And with this being a semi-reverse grid, you can expect more action coming up in a few moments' time. Let's have a quick look back, though, at what happened in race 1 yesterday. And there is the grid lined up, all good to go. And the man starting on pole position, as we heard, Chris D'Souza, he and his brother, Keith, both racing this weekend. They're both on this grid as well, and Keith D'Souza also racing, like many, in the Indian Touring Car Championship race, which we will see on the stream later on in the day. There's another driver that's doing double duty, Bala Prasad, who's a very competitive driver, in fact. He was 8th in this championship last year, but go back 2 years, he was the junior champion in the 1300cc single-seater category. and with the 5-minute board being shown very shortly, the cars therefore getting underway. There's Anindit Reddy lining up third on this 1x1 staggered grid, and all good, ready to go. Let's see what he can do over the course of 10 laps. Yesterday's race won by Ragul Ranagazami, who started on pole position and left nobody in any doubt that he wanted to win, because he chopped across the front of the opposition on the way down to turn 1, and that slightly outfoxed Sahil Shah, who was second on the grid. So he lifted ever so slightly and then got jumped by Vishnu Prasad. So we'll see how today's race works out for those three drivers as they have to try and work their way through to the front. There is Arya Singh, who lines up fourth on this grid, so the inside effectively of the second row, the black car. As you look down onto the grid from the high shot, and then behind him you get to the car of Kartik Tarani, who's another ex-saloon car driver, and then for sixth on the grid it is Sahil Shah. So the semi-reversed grid, meaning that Ragul Ranagazami has got a lot of work to do out of all of this. Keith D'Souza is there, number 44, just lurking in the background, and Sirish Chandra, number 7, is the man that's last on the grid. He's also doing the saloon races this weekend as well. That's number 16 you're looking at, Kartik Tarani. So the man that drove the Formula 1300s last year, graduating Kartik to these more powerful single-seaters, all run by JA Motorsports, with the central arrive and drive basis to keep costs down as much as anything. And motor racing in India has always had a strong following, but never a huge amount of money in it. And so to have these central categories where you come along, there's the car, there's the mechanic, you go racing, it's been a big hit. 3-minute board, so the grid girls leave, the engineers leave, and then at the 1-minute board, the last mechanic will fire up the engine and will be good to go. But there are categories, of course, where you have multiple teams, the Saloon Championship being one of them. But as the grid is now cleared, this 10-lap race just about good to go. The Madras Motor Race track, which is just under 4 kilometres in length, always gives some competitive racing, and as I say, these semi-reverse grid races do always add an extra dimension. So let's see how things pan out over the course of these 10 laps. Pole position driver then is Chris D'Souza, making this graduation to single-seaters from saloons, and at the same time trying to beat his brother. Keith D'Souza had a bit of a ropey time yesterday in the saloon race. The 1-minute board is now shown, although the grid is already cleared. There's the pole car. These Van Diemen's, you could argue this is effectively Indian Formula 4. They're very similar in the concept to Formula 4 as it has evolved. But as Chris D'Souza is ready to go, there Anindit Reddy on row 2. Ready to go. And the green flag is now shown, so the cars are about to be released, or indeed the green flag message has come up on the timing screen. Ah, there's the flag. Got ahead of ourselves slightly, but the cars now accelerate away, a chance to get some warmth into the MRF rubber, also a chance just to see what the track conditions are like, because apart from the lap round to the grid, they've had no mileage today up to this point, and we know that the circuit can be a bit dirty at times as the breeze blows the grass and the dust onto the circuit. So that's turn 1 under the MRF arch. Short burst of acceleration up to turn 2, turn right, and then as soon as you're out of that, jink the car across to the opposite side of the road, set the car up for the left-handed turn 3, and then you're on the power onto the fast back layout up to the turn 4-5 sequence. This is how the grid lines up. Chris D'Souza for pole, Bala Prasad, and then Anindit Reddy second and third ahead of Arya Singh, Kartik Tarani and Sahil Shah. Vishnu Prasad, yesterday's runner-up, is 7th on the grid. 8th is the winner from yesterday, Ragul Ranagazami, the reigning champion. And then after that, you start where you finish. So Keith D'Souza 9th ahead of Rayan Banerjee and Sirish Chandra to round out the grid. All 11 of them are there. So the field pouring its way now up through the turn 6 approach. And the cars then start to work their way back towards the timing line. They'll slot into place once more, and then we will be in business. Is this going to be another win for Ragul Ranagazami? If so, how long will it take him to hit the front? If it's not going to be him, who's your money on? Possibly Anindit Reddy, because he's a competitive driver, very definitely. He's exactly in the front, so Anindit Reddy, certainly a driver to keep an eye to. As I say, he's another that's driving in the saloon races this weekend. and ready in the blue car here. So the field wriggling back through turns 10 and 11 up towards the grid. And Indy Ready driving the Volkswagen Amio in the saloon race, because the Amio Cup has a class within to make a very busy grid of saloons rather than fragment it. So there he is, heading to the timing line. These cars, Van Diemen built chassis, 1.6 litre Ford Duratec engines, 140 brake horsepower. They've got 5-speed sequential gearboxes and weigh in at about 450 kilos. These cars built with Van Diemen's influence at the JA Motorsport base in Coimbatore. And MRF, always an enthusiastic supplier of the brown round things, the black round things on which they run. So there is Chris de Souza for pole position. Right, are we good to go? The last car slots into place now. Sirish Chandran at the very back. All eyes to the lights, all eyes on who is going to make the best start, of course. The outside of the grid is the racing line, arguably the cleaner. And it's not where last year's champion, Raghu Rangasamy, the winner yesterday, is to be found. He's on the inside, the dirtier line. But who's going to make the best start? We'll find out any second. Now, as the lights go out, they blast away. And a good getaway by the pole man. Rangasamy drops back a little bit. To the outside line goes the blue car of Anindit Reddy. De Souza does get swapped, so Bala Prasad takes the lead as they drop down towards turn 1. The white car, Bala Prasad leading. Anindit Reddy is in second place. And then they dive up towards turn 2 with Raghu Rangasamy finding the inside line there, ticking off place after place as they work their way up through the corners. And drama already, because 2 have gone off. One is De Souza, Chris de Souza that is, and the other is Sahil Shah, number 24. So front runners both. De Souza was on the front row, Shah was on the third, having been on the podium yesterday. They've got going again, but a long way back as Raghu Rangasamy now comes up to challenge Arya Singh on the outside line for third place. Singh in the black car, the green car is Rangasamy, but as they accelerate up towards turn 5, it's been a real shuffle then at the front of the pack. Anindit Reddy in second place, Bala Prasad just clips the curb, the car twitches slightly, he leads the way. And so now you've got the driver that started on pole, plus a quick driver in Sahil Shah, trying to get back into the race, trying to play catch-up. So through they turn then. That's the grid order. Ignore that because Bala Prasad is the man in charge as they come now down towards turn 7 and 8. Raghu Rangasamy elbows his way up on the inside there of Arya Singh to go third at turn 7. Has he done it? Yes, he has. And Vishnu Prasad in the orange car comes up on the outside line as well. There gets squeezed way, way wide. Is he going to be able to go through? He's under attack as well because now up with him is Kartik Tarani. Tarani has a go on the inside of number 10, that of Arya Singh. He can't find a way by though. Up they come towards turn 11 for the first time, and so a real shuffle compared to the grid. Bala Prasad will lead at the end of the opener. Heading to the timing line they come then. Got number 44 of Keith de Souza at the back of this little group looking to gain ground. There's dust in the air as people run wide. So Bala Prasad leads. Second is Anindit Reddy. Third is Raghu Rangasamy. Small gap back to Vishnu Prasad. Fourth. Fifth there Arya Singh. Sixth on his tail is number 16, Kartik Tarani. In 7th place you've got Keith de Souza. 8th is Raymond Banerjee. 9th after he's off, Sahil Shah. 10th is Sirish Chandran. And 11th after the off is poleman Chris de Souza. So he got off the line in the lead, and that was about it, really. It's been a pretty miserable first lap for him. Brother Keith up to 7th. And now the cars swerve their way up towards the back part of the circuit. You're looking at number 16 of Kartik Tarani, who's lining up to have a go here at Arya Singh. Is he going to be able to make a move? Well, he tries on the outside line, but that doesn't work. He needs that to be on the inside for this corner, but he has not been able to get the ground. So Arya Singh hanging on to position for the moment. Kartik Tarani crawling all over the back of him, but Arya Singh, 10th in this championship last year. He was a former Formula 1300 racer, won the Student Cup for the young drivers in that 2 seasons ago, making the progression up to these more powerful cars. But right now, Bala Prasad, who was in Formula 1300 a year ago, 8th in this series as well last year, leads the pack as they come out of turn 9. There, number 10 going through is Arya Singh. Getting it all wrong, all sideways, saves it, but loses a place. Just overstepped the mark, went up the curb, bounced, lost grip. Big sideways moment for him. It was a good save by Arya Singh, but he's lost a place then. So Kartik Tarani does go through. Here are the race leaders, and it's almost full for the lead now because Vishnu Prasad has caught up to Raghu Ranagazami. And that means that as they come over the timing line, let's see what the gap is first to fourth now. 6/10 between the leaders, 1.8 between the top four, and Vishnu Prasad in fourth place has now done the fastest lap of the race. So there, number 44 goes through. Keith D'Souza, Sahil Shah up the inside, tries to go through, and there's contact, and off goes D'Souza. Sahil Shah clashed with one on the first lap, he's clashed with the other on the third. Keith D'Souza this time goes around. I was about to tell you as well that Sahil Shah had set the fastest lap of the race as he gets up the order. Now Raghu Ranagazami goes for second place up the inside line against Anindit Reddy. Through he goes, easy peasy that, wasn't it? The room was afforded to him. So Ranagazami goes by. Sahil Shah then has done the fastest lap of the race, but he might find himself in hot water with the officials. He's been involved in 2 skirmishes, and that was clearly contact against Keith D'Souza. He would argue Keith turned in on him. Keith would argue that Sahil Shah wasn't fully alongside. Either way, it was D'Souza that came off worse. The race order now then is Bala Prasad in the lead. Second is Raghu Ranagazami. Changed for third, look, because there Vishnu Prasad goes through on the inside line. Prasad goes ahead of Anindit Reddy, who was second at the start of the lap. He's now down to fourth. We're working lap 3 in this second MRF Challenge race for the 1600 cars this weekend here at the Madras Motor Racetrack outside Chennai, Irongota Kathai, and there up towards turn 11 comes the leading quartet. Bala Prasad hanging on to the advantage with Raghu Ranagazami still chasing him hard. Ranagazami yesterday talking about preserving tyres, looking after the rubber, and he's very adept at doing that. So he comes over the timing line now. The gap that he's got to try and make up is 7/10 of a second. But he's got the time left, and if he's looking after the rubber, he can push perhaps later. Let's, now things have calmed down, have a look at the replay of the start. So Chris D'Souza getting a decent getaway, but then gets out-dragged by Bala Prasad. To the other side of him goes Anindit Reddy. Have a look at the green and red car, because Raghu Ranagazami doesn't weave around. He just stands his ground on the inside, and here the road opens up for him. Other people ran out wide. He tightened his line, dives through on the inside. Now let's try and piece together the incident in the back. There, spinning into shot virtually with Shah, taking D'Souza with him. So looks as though either he braked too late or got attacked from behind. Sahil Shah going off the road. Then we had Ranagazami going up into second place. This was Vishnu Prasad. Kartik Tarani against Arya Singh. Also good scrap between those two early on in the race, but it was Arya Singh's little moment coming out of turn 9 here that did for him, and that was the clash between Sahil Shah and Keith D'Souza. Sahil Shah surviving it, and Keith D'Souza is in the pits, and the man from Goa ain't going any further. So a very frustrated Keith D'Souza trudges away, hoping now for better fortunes, not only in the third race for these cars, but also in the second saloon race. He had dramas with his Volkswagen Vento yesterday in that as well. Here they come then, Anindit Reddy under attack from Kartik Tarani. Reddy's pace seems to be ebbing away a little bit here. He was a bit more confident pre-race, but he's falling away, and that now means that Kartik Tarani is closing as they head up over the timing line. The 3 race leaders are as one. It's 9/10 covering the top 3. 4th and 5th are together, as you see, and then you've also got 6th and 7th, Arya Singh and Sahil Shah as one behind. So let's see whether Shah can gain any more ground before the end of this race as the leaders turn through once again onto lap number 5 of the 10 now to the outside line there. Look goes Kartik Tarani, wide in, tight out. Can he get the undercut? Let's see. No, he can't. Gets a face full of Reddy. So Anindit Reddy hangs on to the position. Contact between the two. That means that Kartik Tarani with more pace ran out wide. Here are the race leaders. Trying to tighten the line and get up the inside is Raghu Ranagazami, but Vishnu Prasad right there behind him wants to come by as well. Big pressure then now being applied to Bala Prasad, who leads the race still. Through they turn. 3 race leaders then as one. And Bala Prasad perhaps on borrowed time here. Yes, he leads. Yes, he's doing a good job, but not for long. Up the inside goes Raghu Ranagazami. They touch. Broken suspension, almost over. Bala Prasad out of the race. And a change also because Prasad has got ahead of Ranagazami while all that was going on. So Prasad is the new race leader. Second still is Ranagazami. Out of the race, going no further. Bala Prasad big disappointment for him, that. And you could argue that Rana Ghazami was the aggressor. The net result is that Bala Prasad is off the road. We are on lap 5. I'm just wondering whether that car is going to be good to stay there or whether we are going to have the race interrupted. Let's have another look at it. Rana Ghazami dives out at the last moment. There was a gap. He was very late on the brakes, but was he fully alongside? Not sure, but there, as Bala Prasad tried to turn in, the two touch, I thought the car was going over. Possibly Bala Prasad did as well, but it's certainly a retirement with broken right rear suspension. So Bala Prasad is out of the race. And the race leaders accelerate their way through now on lap 6 of 10. Up the inside, Anindit Reddy versus Kartik Tarani versus Arya Singh behind. So they come through as one. More shuffling up and down the order here. Race leaders still squabbling, and Kartik Tarani here hanging on to position. So let's see now as the cars accelerate their way up towards the completion of lap 6, whether Anindit Reddy can gain a place back, or whether he's going to lose another one here to the hard-charging Arya Singh behind him. We've got yellow flags waving, and I'm just looking to see whether it's going to be a full course yellow, because the timing screen is suggesting that it might go that way. I think a safety car is on standby. So there is the Anindit Reddy car making its way now down towards turn 10. Vishnu Prasad is the race leader, and he's about to come through. Yeah, there's the safety car board. So he's about to come through and complete lap 6, and this saves him in a sense, because all of these laps will count under the 10. So safety car, and it's the first time we've had it all weekend. Safety car is on track. It is to get this car out of the way, that of Balu Prasad. And there the safety car now picks up the race leaders. And Vishnu Prasad will lead them around. Ragul Rana Ghazami in second place. So let's see how many of the remaining 4 laps this is going to eat into now. The race order remaining the same, no overtaking permitted behind the safety car. So the safety car comes through. There, everybody else weaving around behind, trying to maintain the tyre temperature and the tyre pressures. And as they do so, Kartik Tarani running in third then behind Ragul Rana Ghazami. We're on now to lap 7. There is the snatch vehicle on its way to attend to Bala Prasad's car. That's quite a serious bit of kit, isn't it, that, as snatch vehicles go? You wouldn't argue with it. Lights flashed atop the safety car, and Ragul Rana Ghazami showing intent, isn't he? Coming up almost overlapping there, trying to say, you just be prepared on the restart, I'm going to have you. But right now, Vishnu Prasad holds sway. Race officials are going to be quite busy, I think, after this, with drivers to talk to, because we've had 3 incidents, and there'll be some grumpy drivers. Definitely Bala Prasad will be grumpy. There's the car, and that's going to get going again, but only after repairs for race 3. So the snatch vehicle's on its way. Safety car stays out. We've got 4 laps or 12 minutes still to go, and the official is there. Won't take long. It's to actually move the car. It's just getting the snatch vehicle to it and then to a place of safety. But it can't stay there. If anybody else runs wide, they're going to end up potentially collecting a broken car. So the safety car goes through. Vishnu Prasad thinks, yeah, take your time, boys. That'll do for me. Ragul Rana Ghazami running in second place. Third, Kartik Tarani. Fourth, Anindit Reddy. Fifth, Sahil Shah. Sixth, Arya Singh. In seventh place, Raymond Banerjee. Eighth, despite his early spin, Chris D'Souza. Ninth is Sirish Chandran, with the cars out of the race being those of Keith D'Souza that we saw after contact, and their Bala Prasad after big contact. So Bala Prasad takes off his crash helmet and walked away. So he has the saloon car race to come. Ironically, given that he's got broken suspension, his retirement from the saloon car race yesterday was because of broken suspension. It was the left rear wheel that went underneath his Honda yesterday, but there's the incident. That's why we've got the safety car. It was very fortunate that he didn't tip over, actually, which could have been a whole lot worse, but the big suspension breakage was a big impact. I just wonder whether it did any damage to Rana Ghazami's car and whether that on the restart might just go against him. But clearly, it was a big whack, but has he survived it? So there is Bala Prasad. So he oversees the recovery of the car. Here are the race leaders then now. We are on lap 8 of the 10, and they're turning their way up through turn 3. Bala Prasad's car has been retrieved and will go shortly to a place of safety, and then we can get things hopefully underway. So our one and only thus far intervention of the safety car, and there the field turning its way up towards the back part of the circuit. So we're going to have 2 laps, assuming we can go racing at the end of this one. And is Vishnu Prasad going to be able to defend? Will Raghu Ranagazami be able to make a proper attack for the race lead? We'll find out as Bala Prasad goes to watch the race with the marshals. The field now turns through. Lots of guests of MRF here all around the circuit and enjoying a busy day of action. We've got lots of single-seater racing, and the saloons, I think, is perhaps as big a draw as anything, especially with the huge field that it engendered yesterday. But we are pretty much ready to go, I think. There's the safety car. It's when the lights stop flashing that we need to get excited, and the Volkswagen heads down towards us. Vishnu Prasad still weaving around to keep up the pressures and up the temperatures, but with 2 laps to go at the end of this, are they going to be racing laps, or are we going to have one more while the recovery vehicle gets back to its position? Lights are still on, aren't they? The pace, I reckon, is being quickened. I think this could be a call to come any moment for the safety car to peel in, but the race director, looking at every picture at the same time, will know exactly where it's the right moment, because he'll know where the safety vehicle is. So if that snatch vehicle has not yet got back to its position, we can't go racing. Let's see if the safety car is ready to come in. No, it's going to do another lap, isn't it? So we're going to have only 1 racing lap, if that, at the end of all of this. So this will be the end of lap 8. Lap 9 will be behind the safety car. So they turn yet again. So 2 laps to go. And all of Vishnu Prasad's lead has been under the safety car, effectively. So he's had to work hard to get into the mix, work hard to take advantage and gain the place. But now, having hit the front, he's being able to control this. We're going to have 1 racing lap only when we get to the green flag, which, all being well, will come this time. If it doesn't, it's going to be a race that ends behind the safety car, which nobody really wants. So Vishnu Prasad, the race leader, wants to control the restart. And of course, what he also would like to quite for to happen is Kartik Tarani get onto the back of Raghu Ranagazami. So what it might be worth doing for Vishnu Prasad is to try and back up Ranagazami into the clutches of the black car of Kartik Tarani behind. Kartik Tarani has also done a pretty good job in this race, because he, don't forget, was 6th on the grid and has made some good progress forward. So there are the 3 leaders, and any of those could be the winner. Ranagazami still probably is the driver that you might look for honours, but what are the officials going to say about that move pulled on Bala Prasad? Pretty much know what Bala Prasad thinks. The lights are out on the safety car, so we'll go racing this time. And so now Vishnu Prasad slows the pack right down, gets ready for the restart. And in doing all of this, of course, controls the pace. When he is ready to go, he will go. So backs them all up. And once you do accelerate away, you've got to keep accelerating. You can't go and slow, because that just causes mayhem behind. So once you commit to accelerating, to upping your pace, that's what you've got to do. And it's a very, very, very slow journey up towards the restart, isn't it? Crawling into view Vishnu Prasad weaving around Raghu Ranagazami, not falling for anything at the moment, totally focused on finding a gap on the restart. He's a wily driver, is Raghu Ranagazami, and he will, I'm sure, nail the throttle at exactly the right moment to counter what Prasad is up to as they sprint now out of turn 10. The pack accelerates up towards the timing line, coming out of turn 12 in a moment. There is Vishnu Prasad, the race leader. The top two have just gapped Kartik Tarani, so he wasn't quite as good on his toes as the others. He's got Anindit Reddy behind him, so it's a one-lap shootout then to determine who's going to win the second MRF Challenge Formula 1600 race of the weekend. Vishnu Prasad has got 12 corners to go. Got one of them done, and he still leads the way. Ranagazami right there behind him as they run up towards turn 2. Gap back, Kartik Tarani is third. And if we had a change for fourth place, Sahil Shah looks like he might have got ahead of Anindit Reddy already. Out of turn 3 now. Ranagazami running out of options. Where does the move come? Vishnu Prasad is looking very strong indeed right now. Vishnu 6th in this championship last year in these cars, so he knows all about this sort of racing. There's the fight for third. 24 is Sahil Shah, so he was 5th at the start of the lap. He's 4th now, and he might be on the podium by the end of it. It's been a busy race for him. Sahil Shah had that incident early on with Chris D'Souza, had another with Keith, but he's fought his way back up the order. Sahil Shah still pushing then, the runner-up in last year's championship with 3 race wins. The champion, though, is hanging on there to second place. He can't find a way yet past Vishnu Prasad. Through they turn then here. It is Vishnu Prasad, the race leader, and Kartik Tarani in third place. Under attack from Shah, who misses his braking point, locks up, scrabbles deep into the corner. Just about got away with that, but that was touch and go. So through they come, and Sahil Shah, having had that moment, he's dropped back almost into the clutches of Anindit Reddy. And he, in turn, is taking with him Arya Singh. But the turn 8 incident involving Ranagazami and Prasad is under investigation. So what we see on the track might not necessarily be the ultimate race result. But for now, Vishnu Prasad is going to score victory. He comes across the timing line. Vishnu Prasad wins race 2 in the MRF Challenge for the Formula 1600s. Raghu Ranagazami is in second place as they pour across the timing line. And third goes to Kartik Tarani. Third on the road, but it might be that the officials have a part to play in the ultimate race result. But a good drive by Vishnu Prasad. Started from the 4th row. He was 7th on the grid, 8th, of course, Raghu Ranagazami. And they're still battling, so even though the flag has gone out, makes you wonder whether either of them saw it, because that looks like Ranagazami trying to go for the race lead, doesn't it? This isn't a slowing down lap pace. So Vishnu Prasad may end up taking the checkered flag again, but the race has most definitely come to an end, and Ranagazami still suggesting that he thinks it's on, and Prasad is not for letting him go by. So it has already been won, this race, by Vishnu Prasad. Second place going the way of Raghu Ranagazami. Kartik Tarani taking third, Sahil Shah 4th, and 5th Anindit Reddy. But this is still a battle, even though it's irrelevant. I don't think either of them have seen the checkered flag. Kartik Tarani is also pressing on. There is Arun Mammon, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of MRF, enjoying the racing and discussing this bonus lap that drivers seem to have given themselves. So I'm waiting to see what happens next. The checkered flag, I think, is going to... Oh, they are now coming down the pit lane, so they've got the message at the very last moment. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll hear from our winning drivers shortly in Parc Fermé. Really lively race and great opportunities, and the accident ahead of you, and you pounce for the gap. Well done.
Yeah, I had a brilliant start. I think I made 4 places at the start. We started 7th and 8th, me and Rahul. So we thought it was going to be a hard day. But luckily I had a really good start to make half the effort easy. And yeah, but after on we had like a really good battle. Me and Rahul kept moving up places together. And I think Rahul and Bala had a contact. But there was some couple of really risky moves where I went like all wheels off the track and barely managed to catch the car. But I think we came out unscathed, and it's been a good day so far.
Really competitive racing as well. These cars seem to be able to overtake easily. You can run together despite the rear wings.
Yeah, I mean, there is quite a bit of aero, but not so much as to disrupt the car behind. So you can stick close to each other in corners, not for maybe 2-3 laps in a row because the tires get too hot. But for sure, it is a lot better than the F2000 because the F2000 got a really big diffuse at the back. But yeah, it's really good close racing with these cars, and this has been all through last year as well. And Rahul's really good driver. So 1-2-1-2 reverse yesterday, so I think the last one is all to play for.
Excellent, well done, really good win, congratulations. Let's go and hear then next from Ragul Ranagazami, because he's the man that takes second place, albeit the incident's under investigation, as we've been saying. So let's hear an opinion on all of that. Ragul, you made your move, there was contact, how did you see it?
Yeah, so I had a really good start, and I think it was about some third lap. I tried to go to the lead, but unfortunately we had a contact with Bala. He turned in, and I can't avoid the contact because I was already into the corner. So it's pretty much I'm feeling sorry for him, but yeah, I think it was a good race.
Did you pick up any damage in that? Because it looked like a big hit. I mean, certainly it did a lot of damage to his car.
Yeah, certainly I think my front left, the alignments have changed and the wheel is shaking. So there is quite a few damage in the car. And yeah, that made me not make a move in Vishnu. Towards the end of the race, I couldn't make a move on Vishnu. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on second place. Let's go and try and find our third place driver as well, because Kartik Tarani took third. Well done, a good race for you.
Yeah, I mean, could have been better. I think the start was real bad. Got my foot stuck between the brake because for some reason today the clutch was creeping on full clutch and on revs. So I had to go for an emergency measure to stop it on brakes, but yeah, couldn't just slip it off. But nevertheless, at least in the race, it settled down nicely. Picked up Arya and Anandit, and I was trying to kind of know that they will get into a tussle, and it even went off worse with the safety car. Hope if the safety car was a lap down, maybe we could have challenged. But it's what it is. At least a podium, and there's one more race to go, so hopefully it'll go even better.
Congratulations, well done. Kartik Tarani then takes third, Ragul Ranagazami second, and Vishnu Prasad is the race winner in our second MRF Challenge race of the weekend. Behind me, motorcycle stunt show's underway, but let's have a look at the highlights of race 2 for the 1,600 cars in the MRF Challenge. The lights went out, the field accelerated away with Keith D'Souza's brother Chris starting on pole position, but it wasn't a lead that he was going to survive in for very long because contact early on with Sahil Shah put both of them off the road. The battles raged on, however, as the cars sprinted their way through the opening lap of the race, and as they did so, dust kicked up into the air as the race-leading cars flashed past the pits. Big slide coming out of turn 9 for Arya Singh. He caught it but lost ground as a consequence. And up front, it was Bala Prasad in the lead as the recovering Sahil Shah got involved with, this time, Keith D'Souza. Ragul Ranagazami made his move on the inside of Anindit Reddy, and through he went, gaining the position as the cars sprinted their way up through turn 4. Then Bala Prasad's lead was taken away. Contact between him and Ragul Ranagazami. Off went Bala Prasad, broken suspension, and at the same time, Vishnu Prasad dived past the incident and grabbed the race lead. Safety car came out onto the circuit. That meant that everybody had to slow right down for a couple of laps, and when the race got back underway, we had just one lap under the green flag, and Vishnu Prasad did everything he could to fend off what was now a rather battered car of Ragul Ranagazami, because with dramas early on, that was struggling. Also struggling was Sahil Shah. That lock-up cost him a chance of going for third place, but up to the checkered flag, a race win for Vishnu Prasad. So a very good race win, but Bala Prasad was somewhat frustrated given that his race lead did not last for very long. So, great action from the 1,600 cars. As ever, a good win for Vishnu Prasad, and there's one more race for them to come later on in the weekend. For now, though, it's goodbye from the Madras Motor Racetrack.
Wow, wow. Wow, nice, nice. As they get out together. Nice. You know what? Somebody was trying to tell me, like, between a Honda and a KTM, it's very easier to basically do your stunts on the KTM sometimes, but the Honda really. But you're seeing these guys really putting it up. Right, one more. Oh, wow, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, beautifully done. Walk and deliver, stand and deliver, and jump it up. Holy up. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Clap your hands, everyone. Volume, volume, put up volume, please. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. My volume. What volume now? Music what volume? Good. Right, everyone, you need to tag us on Volkswagen India Motorsports, Volkswagen India Motorsports, hashtag MRF Challenge or hashtag MRF Racing. Tag us right now and we're going to be getting you on a drive here. This is special out, this is special out. Coming down in, this, come on, freestyle wheelie. Chennai, what are you doing? Make some noise, clap your hands. Right. Right, we're ready. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Come on, everybody. Here we go again. Back wheelie. Up in the air. Wow, he actually did a back wheelie and then a 90-degree turn. Okay, the cones are coming in. Cones are coming in. So, come on, everybody, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Put it up together. Put your hands together. Well done indeed. Well done indeed. Well done indeed. Super stuff. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. All right, this is getting down for a very great down fight. Wow. Woohoo! Everybody audience, if you're having a good time, music down, just music slightly down, music slightly down. Right, come on everybody, clap your hands. Super, super. Chennai, if you're having a good time, let's hear a yes. Are you having a good time? Can I hear a yes? Wow. Drag it out. Wow, this is nice. Freewheelie stuff. Freewheelie. Come on, everybody, clap your hands up. Come on, give them all the love that you can give. Wow! The burn some rubber here. Burn some rubber here. How cool is that? All right, one more time. It's Volkswagen Motorsports India. Again, you need to tag Volkswagen Motorsports India, hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. These are the tags. We're going to be announcing our first two winners. We're going to be announcing our first two winners who are going to be getting a ride around the track. We're going to be announcing the first two winners who are going to be getting a ride around the track for sure. So, these are the first winners that we're going to be talking about as the cars are about to get ready for the next set of stunts. But let's just wait for it. Okay, there you go. Come on, Chennai, give him a big round of applause as he gets ready. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. What a day we have had here today. Fabulous, fabulous, right? Wow, this is nice. This was nice. That was brilliant. It's called the dig wave. Sweeps. Come on, everybody, clap it out. Here we go, burn some rubber. Wow. Wow. All right, it's almost just about time for the burnout here. Congratulations, very well done indeed. This has been one of those stuff. Congratulations, well done indeed. This is special. Wow. I'm in love with orange sometimes, aren't I? Back wheel burnout. Right, everyone? Okay, folks, come on, clap your hands. You know what? These guys are going to get together. These guys are going to get together. We'll do a countdown. Folks, on the track, we're going to do a countdown. Everyone, we're going to do a countdown. 4, 4, 3, 2. Come on, everybody, clap it out. Watch him, watch him, watch him. This is going to be special up here again. As he gets on top of the bike. And a flip! Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Come on, everybody. Let's give our rock stars a big round of applause. Come on, Chennai. Give them all the love. Come on. They've done everything possible here today on the track. Guys, they're the real daredevils here today. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolute enthralling, all the acceleration. You just added so much of adrenaline to the atmosphere. Right, one more time. We're not bluffing. Let me tell you, I'm going to be announcing the names of 3 winners already. All you got to do is we're going to be announcing the names of 4 winners at the moment. All you got to do is go to hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing, or follow us on Volkswagen Motorsports India. Volkswagen Motorsports India, and you will be driven around a race car around this. Is NS_200 LUVR. Are you a lover boy? I'm not too sure. We're getting a lot of lover boys messages here. Hey, you're supposed to do hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. You know, Valentine's Day is over, remember? Okay, we have one more winner, one more time, NS_200 LUVR. One more winner we have, Sushil Chandradas. Congratulations, Sushil Chandradas. You will also be driven around the racetrack. We will announce when you can come and meet our official. You're going to be taken around the racetrack. Sushil Chandradas, congratulations. Do text back if you have more people with you. Congratulations. Keep it dumbing. Hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing, hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing, and it's Volkswagen Motorsports India. Ladies and gentlemen, rock stars on the right. Behind the wheels, I got 4 of them, 3 of them INRC champions, 1 of them an 8-time national champion. This is the Indian National Rally Championship rock stars who won multiple sectors. Raj Falgun, Karna Kadur and Rehman Banaji going to be on the track here right now. One more time. This is your moment for you to get a chance around the racetrack. Imagine this is what's going to happen. We're going to take you in a race car around the track for a fast lap. How does that sound? One more time. If you miss the winners, the stunt cars are going to be on the track any moment now. They're just about getting ready. The winners are, one more time, NS_200 LUVR, Sanjay 56400, ER_Rajesh, and Sushil Chandradas. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the cars. Everybody put your hands together and welcome the stunt cars. They're getting ready for the performance. And the 180. Rahul Kantaraj starts. My favorite, reverse 180. I hope they're able to do that. Why? Because you actually have no grip. You actually have no control. The kind of control that you're able to get on the gears 3 and 4, but never on the reverse. Here comes, in a snake formation, 4 of them. One more time, Rahul Kantaraj, multiple Indian National Rally champion Falguna, multiple Indian National Rally champion Karna Kadur, multiple international champion, and Rehman Banaji, national champion 8 times. Rayo in the end, Karna Kadur in the 3rd, Falguna in the 2nd, and then we have Rahul Kantaraj. The snake formation. Now look at the kind of coordination that you need to have. You need to make sure each of that, the synchronization has to be perfect. You've got to be in one symphony. It's almost like a symphony in progress. Right, 2 cars on the right, 2 cars on the left, side by side. They're going to be doing, what are they doing? They're doing cross snake. We haven't seen a cross snake in a while. This is called cross snake again. Cross weaves. Wow, nicely done. Come on, Chennai, give them round of applause. Come on, clap your hands. Let's get ready to welcome up. And the reverse 180. 180. Rahul Kantaraj. And finally, Rayo getting the 180. Now, 2 cars running away into the distance around the cones, dancing around the cones this time around. Quick 180. Now, there's going to be time. Now look at how they communicate. By the way, there are no communications between them. It's only the light. Wow, they're going to dive in on the left this time around. Dive left 180. Nice. Nice. We're going to get that one more time. But remember, the tires need to be warmed up when you're doing all these stunts, so the grips comes down again. They're going to dive this time. Rayo and Rahul Kantaraj do that together. Okay, the timings was a little off. Let's try that again. Happens, guys. We are stunt riders. Nothing works when you're working with machines. Okay, one more time. We are still live on hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. It's Volkswagen Motorsports India. Here we go, one more time. 4 cars together. 180. Come on, Chennai. Give them a big round of applause. 4 cars together. 180. Two cars away into the distance. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're going to go head on. And they do. And they do. Head on almost. Absolutely almost touching with each other. And the 180. Right. So the challenge is still around. If you want to get driven in these cars around the racetrack, if you want to get driven in these cars, go live right now. Hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. I missed that. And Volkswagen Motorsports India. Volkswagen Motorsports India. Okay, 180 one more time. Come on. The commentator's request, reverse 180, please. And parking with a little space. And the 180. $180. Nicely done. Great camera work. If you can actually see a little bit of it, we want to be capturing it on the cameras as well. Lot of action coming around on the track here today. Burn some rubber, burn some cool rubber here. Well, if you have a sponsor in MRF, why should we not burn some rubber? The tires we race are the tires you buy. And 180 again. Chennai, we're getting a little quiet. Come on, let's give a big rock stars a big round of applause. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. We're getting ready. Okay, now this is a stunt you should never imitate. Imagine you have a parking problem at home. How do you park in the lessest space possible? That way! Come on, everybody, clap it up. Well, again and again, please do not imitate the stunts back home. These guys are professionals. They eat, drink, stunts. One more time, it's time for Rahul Kantaraj and Falgun to do these stunts. This is done well. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. We are just moments away from the next start of the race. It's going to come down again. Okay, winners, we're going to be announcing more winners as we keep talking to you. Here we go. One more time. Parking with absolutely no space. Come on, Chennai. Give them all the love. Give them all the claps. Give them all the encouragement. Clap your hands. I have been requesting for a reverse 180 for a very long time. Okay, finally we're going to get a reverse 180. This is the reverse 180. Come on, everybody. Clap your hands. Clap your hands and the reverse 180 happens. One more time. According to me, it's one of the most difficult stunts to pull off because the car is absolutely not in control. Because in reverse, you hardly have 180. Oh, snake slides and back. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready with me for a countdown, we can start the burnouts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. It's burnouts all the way. Music goes loud a little bit. This is special. Wow. Burnouts happening all the way around. Burnouts happening all the way around. Wow. I hope your cameras are out. Now, okay, this is that moment. Hashtag MRF channel, hashtag MRF Racing. Like us on Volkswagen Motorsports India page. You would be taken around on these tracks. More winners coming in. So one more time, let me repeat the contest that we're doing as these guys get ready for the next stunt. As these guys get ready for the next stunt. All you got to do is take a picture of yourself or of the racing action and tag with hashtag MRF Racing, hashtag MRF Challenge, or like us on Volkswagen Motorsports India page. Hey, what are these guys up to? The doors are opening. I'm really have no... They're getting on top of the cars. They're getting on top of the cars. Come on, Chennai. This is your moment to wave. Come on, wave to them. So let me introduce you. On the left, Rahul Kantaraj. Rahul Kantaraj, raise your hands. Rahul Kantaraj, raise your hands. Falguna, raise your hands. Okay, Raman Banerjee on the center. And Karna Kadur, where are you? There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, our rock stars. So it's Rahul, Karna Kadur, Raymond Banerjee, and Falgun who are there on the car. Falgun, Rahul Kantaraj, Karna are Indian National Rally champions. Raymond Banerjee is 8-time national champion. I really don't know where does he have space for trophies in his home. All these guys, multiple national. Come on, Chennai, give them a round of applause. Clap your hands, clap your hands. Gentlemen on the cars, wave to them. Wow, this is nice. This is nice. Right, we're still going down to the contest. So, announcing our next set of winners. Again, it's hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. Like us on Volkswagen Motorsports India. Sushil Chandra Das, we announced you as the third winner. We've got more winners coming in. And the winners are NS_200 LUBR, Surajit, Sanjay 56400, ER_Rajesh. These are your social media pages name. More winners will be announced in shortly. Music, please.
It's getting to crunch time in the MRF Challenge because here at the Madras Motor Race Track we've only got 2 more races to go for the 2-litre cars. Only 2 more races to go, therefore, in the championship. And it is Michelangelo Amendola who leads the title race with, as I say, 2 more races to go. The cars have lined up on the grid, and also on the grid is Mr. Arun Maman, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of MRF. A hugely important weekend for MRF this, and everyone enjoying themselves.
Yeah, this is the last, the final day and the Sunday, and we got a good turnout here, and it's been a lot of racing the whole season, and this is the last leg of the racing, so it's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of action.
All the drivers that come and take part in the MRF Challenge enjoy it. They enjoy the racing, they enjoy what it gives them, and they enjoy coming to India as well.
Oh yeah, it's been a lovely experience for them. You know, it's Chennai is really the main racing city in India. So it's so we've been racing in this city for quite some time. So it's been a lot of racing here.
And of course, motor racing never stands still. MRF never stands still. What's the future for the MRF Challenge?
We're taking it forward, so we'll have to see what happens. We wait for the season to finish, and then we'll decide as we move along.
But certainly the sport is helping your brand. It's not just racing, there's rallying as well, and in England people are a lot more aware of MRF, for example.
Yeah, we are quite involved in rallying, and in Europe this year we're looking at ERC, European Rally Championship. We're entering a team, and we're tied up with Hyundai, so we are actively involved in that, and we are quite involved in racing in Australia. We are with Bathurst, we are with Australian Rally Championship. So the number of places we are quite actively involved in worldwide. So there's a lot of racing happening for MRF.
And although people perceive it as an Indian company, it's now a global company.
Oh yes, MRF exports to over 65 countries worldwide, and we sell passenger tires, we sell motorcycle, 2-wheeler tires, truck tires. So it goes to South Africa, to Middle East, to all over the world, really.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. So Arun Maman then, the Managing Director and Vice Chairman of MRF, down on the grid. Also down on the grid is the man on pole position, Yuvan Sundaramurti. He's on pole because this is a grid based on a fastest lap set across the previous 4 races. Race 1 of the day, which he won, was in nice cool conditions, and pole position to Yuvan, who I might be able to interrupt once again. Now, starting in the ideal place once more.
Yeah, once again.
So the plan worked in the first race today. Go out, clear road ahead of you, fastest lap, but again, tough opposition around you here.
Yeah, Grand Slam in the last race, that was pretty nice. Yeah, same goal here. Going to be a little tougher with the guys with new tires behind. Yeah, still looking to push for it.
And also the temperatures are going up. What's that going to have as an impact on you in the car and on the tires and on the car?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more tire drag, so just going to have to maintain the tires. Hopefully, like last time, we can get a large gap at the start and then able to save tires at the end.
And what are you going for with tires? Another new set?
Say that again?
For tires, is this another new set, or are you on a used set of tires?
We're on a used set right now.
Good luck. You get 5 sets of tyres, just to make the point, across the 6 races. So this is where the tyre management element comes into it. Let's see if we can talk to Manaf Hijawi, who is next on the grid. And we'll go this way. Manaf's had a good weekend with a second and a win yesterday. And this is almost like a repeat of what we had earlier on, because it's Yuvan on pole, it's you on the inside. Can you get the whole shot and get the lead at turn 1?
We're going to have to see. I mean, I had a good start last race. I hope to have a better one and challenge for the lead into first corner.
Temperatures are going up. It's going to be a bit harder this race for you, for the car, for the tyres as well. And talking tyres, new set or a used set of tyres for you?
Used set, the ones from Quali.
Okay.
The guys behind, I mean, a lot of them, or some of them, you know, have new tyres. So for sure, I mean, this race is going to be all about strategy. Maybe if someone's faster, not hold them back too much, maybe follow them. I don't know. Everything's possible, so we're going to have to see in the race.
Good luck. Manaf Hijawi then starting second on the grid. Let's see if we can grab one last word with Louis Foster, who is busy in discussion with engineers. What about the championship leader? Because Michelangelo Amendola is getting closer and closer and closer to maybe winning the MRF Challenge. First race of the day was good for points. Michelangelo, what about this race?
Yeah, first race we stayed, no, we didn't do any risky just to get the points. And now this race can decide everything, so I'm just going to push everything I have. I need to go home with the championship. If not, I just stay here. That's a fact. So, yeah.
Well, good luck for this race. Michelangelo Amendola lining up on the third row. I better head to the box, and as I do so, let's have a look at the highlights of the first race of the day earlier this morning. So Michelangelo Amendola, just to pick up on the point he was making on the grid about banking points and about trying to win in this race, he has now got, as far as I can work out, a 26-point lead in the championship over Dylan Young. And there were 27 at stake in the last race. So he's only really a point away from winning the championship. It could be done in this race, depending on where he finishes. Relative to Dylan Young, well, he's ahead of him on the grid. So Michelangelo Amendola is in the box seat. And if he outscores Dylan, we'll do the maths as the race goes on. So it's 2:16, plays 1:90 provisionally. And with a further 25 points for a win and 2 for the fastest lap available in the final race, it could all be done and dusted here as Manaf Hijawi has a good think about what's ahead of him. Starting second on the grid, 15 laps of racing to come. There is Dylan Young, the Australian driver. Dylan, 31 years of age. He's been a stalwart of the MRF Challenge for many, many seasons. And as he's made the point over the weekend, there isn't much budget for him. He's not from a wealthy background. He gets all the money together, really, for the MRF Challenge every year and crams all his racing in. It's a shame we've never seen him, through budgetary reasons, really, be able to take his talent further. But you underestimate him at your peril. BRDC rising star, Louis Foster, the driver that's come new into the championship this weekend, driving in BRDC Formula 3 this coming season for the RR team, and he's already had some good single-seater experience by dint of being third in the British Formula 4 championship last year with 6 race wins out of the 30-race season. There, number 8 is Michelangelo Amendola, champion-elect, and the team getting ready to send him on his way. The family is here, very enthusiastic. Mum and Dad and his sister is here to cheer him to the echo, and it could be lefts all round by the end of the day if the Belgian driver secures the championship, which is the main aim. He's done precious little racing this year because, again, there is not much money. Trawl the internet and you'll find lots of equivalents of crowdfunding type websites where he's been posting as a younger driver asking for money because it's not family money. There's a lot of effort that has to try to go on to get him onto this grid, a bit like Dylan Young, in fairness. And whereas other people are doing this in readiness for their season, Michelangelo Amendola is hoping that this might generate a season, really. If he can win this, people might take notice of him. So he's got a very, very clear aim, and he wants to deliver on that. So looking down onto the grid then, looking up through the MRF arch at turn 1, there, everybody getting set, ready for the start of the penultimate race in the championship. And these cars that are not getting long in the tooth necessarily, but they're getting towards the end of their FIA-approved lifespan, might well end up in a different form, and there might be, you never know, a new MRF Challenge car on the way. There are certainly discussions about what to do with the future of the championship. Dallara has a new car as a potential, and it might be that that's integrated for next year. And there are lots of spectators, lots of fans, all crowding the grandstand. That's on the outside of the pit straight. They've been treated to some good racing and also a pretty spectacular stunt show that's been keeping our director very excited all morning. And now we're ready to go for this penultimate MRF Challenge race. The mechanics, many of them from England, many actually from other categories of racing, touring cars or GT racing as well as single-seaters, they all get together for this MRF Challenge. And they make their way off the grid, the girls and boys that are here to look after the cars with local mechanics from the JA Motorsport base up in Coimbatore. It is JA Motorsport that runs the arrive and drive side of this. And you've also got Anthony Hyatt, Boyo of Double R Racing, who is the Dallara agent, if you like, in the UK. And he's the championship's kind of Mr. Fix-It. He'll find drivers to go into cars, he'll smooth problems, and is a very good pair of hands to have looking after all of this. And many of the guys involved in the background of the championship come back year after year after year, and you can see why. So, green flag is waved. We are about to get this race then underway, and it should perhaps be a title clincher for Michelangelo Amendola. Down through turn one they weave, trying to get the warmth into the rubber there at the back of the grid. Chetan Corrada goes through, 12th in the championship. We had guest appearances by Ben Biscal and David Schumacher at Bahrain. But in terms of race winners that are on this grid, we've got 4 of them. Yuvan Sundaramurti has had 2 wins. Manaf Hijawi has had 1. Michelangelo Amendola, the champion-elect, 5 victories and 2 to Dylan Young. After many, many years of trying, it's all come good for him, and he wants a win this weekend because that would tie in with a win in Dubai and a win in Bahrain. So this is how the grid lines up. Yuvan Sundaramurti on pole position, Manaf Hijawi with him at the front of the grid. Then it's Louis Foster and Michelangelo Amendola. Dylan Young and Josh Mason, his rival for the runner-up position in the championship, comes next, ahead of Lagim Ali and Valdemar Eriksson, with Rhys Ushijima and Chetan Corrada at the back of the grid. So the cars now streaming their way down to turn 8. There are the mechanics in the pit lane. They were trying to get a Mexican wave going a moment ago. It didn't work terribly well. So sunglasses on as the car of Yuvan Sundaramurti will lead them back towards the one-by-one staggered grid very shortly, and then we will be in business. Valdemar Eriksson, second-year MRF Challenge competitor. He goes through shot, number 85, the young Danish driver. So we've had drama in the races, we've had some battles, but we've, he says, touching wood, escaped with safety car usage thus far. No serious incidents. In fact, we've only had it used once all weekend, and that was in the previous 1600cc race. Josh Mason there goes through shot, the black and orange car. And there, 99, is Lagim Ali, who is 10th in the championship. And Lagim Ali could be one to watch in this race if he can make a little bit of progress off the line, because he's getting quicker each time out, as is inevitable. You gain experience. The driver that's come from the Danish Formula 4 series, he finished 5th in that this year. Sorry, this last season, I should say, 2019, the Danish-Albanian 16-year-old. Right then, grid formed. Is this the race in which Michelangelo Amendola wins the MRF Challenge? Let's find out. Lights go out, it's blast off. Who makes the best start? Sundaramurti tries to cut across on Hijawi, and he does so. To the outside line goes Louis Foster. Up the inside line goes Amendola. Foster goes around the outside for second. For the race lead, has he done it? He runs out wide. Brilliant! Louis Foster takes over the race lead. Fantastic move right round the outside. And from third on the grid, he leads out of turn 2. There's contact that involves Dylan Young. Josh Mason's got broken suspension. Manaf Hijawi is in strife, and Lagim Ali is involved in it as well. And that's going to be a safety car because those two are stuck at turn 2. Wow. Drama from the get-go, and that plays right into the hands now as the safety car is being deployed of Michelangelo Amendola, because he's got championship rivals in strife. Dylan Young has picked up a bit of damage potentially. He's also dropped back in the pack. The safety car is out to bunch them all up. Amendola is in third place, for which he would get 15 points. There is a jolly frustrated Josh Mason. Yesterday went really well for him. Today, but sadly, that's a broken car. Josh puts the steering wheel back on to help the officials get rid of it. He trudges away. All of these laps will count under the 15 that we have, but you can see that Josh is pretty aggrieved about that. It was 3 into 1, wouldn't go. He got squeezed in the middle, really, and he's out of the race. We'll have a replay, no doubt, in a few moments as he tries to take off his balaclava and his Gets his earplugs out. There's a very disappointed Manaf Hijawi. Shakes his head, can't believe it, but these things happen. So it was a great start by Louis Foster, and all sorts of dramas going on around him behind. But Foster, for the race lead, should be very, very proud of that. Let's have another look at the start. So remember, Louis Foster is third on the grid. They blast away. He goes to the inside to try to find a gap. So he hugs up towards the pit wall. Then he goes to the outside line. And suddenly the road opens up. So on absolutely cold tyres, round the outside he gets second, round the outside he gets the lead, and then, of course, has to cut across and defend. So that's the move for the race lead. Now, have a look behind. Look at Dylan Young, because he's about to play a part in what comes next. There's a bit of a lock-up. There's a bit of a scrabble behind him. There's Josh Mason on the outside. It was Hijawi that ran wide, really, and as he came back, Josh Mason was pincered in the middle. Dylan Young will be lucky not to have picked up damage in all of that. Serious damage, but Josh Mason going nowhere, and then he gets interlocked with the wheels against Hijawi's car. In fact, he might well have broken another corner, but there's damage to the bodywork of Manaf Hijawi, but he was, I'm afraid to say, the catalyst by going out wide. So they're both out of the race, and they've calmed down a little bit. They might talk to each other, but Josh sort of looks across thinking, is now a good time to talk? And for the moment, they are studiously avoiding one another, aren't they? Manaf Hijawi deep in thought about what's just happened, but he ran wide, and as he came back on, I'm afraid there was that pincer behind him, so he was the catalyst for it. But it's another lesson learned, which is part and parcel of what the MRF Challenge is all about. What it does now mean is that you've got two drivers that, first of all, don't score, secondly, are down on track time, and now I think the conversation has started, but each will say it was somebody else's fault. Sadly as well, the result of this race, with a reversal of the top six, gives you the grid for the last one. These two are going to be at the back, because if you're not in the top six, obviously, you can't benefit from the reversal. So it ruins this race, and it gives them a hard task in the next. So while the clear-up operation goes on, let's just look at the order. Louis Foster, with that amazing move for the race lead, leads the way. From Juven Sundaramurti, the pole man, Michelangelo Amendola is third, and Dylan Young is in fourth place. So that would be a difference of 3 points, and that should be enough to give Michelangelo the championship over Dylan Young. Still a question mark over Dylan's car, given that it took that whack and you saw it bounce over the front of Josh Mason's wheel. So it could have picked up some damage, which might be an issue later in the race. We'll wait and see. Behind Dylan Young, in fourth place, is Rhys Ushijima. Now, he really has benefited out of all of that. Rhys Ushijima, fifth, having started on the back row. In sixth place is Valdemar Eriksson. Seventh is Chetan Korada. And Largim Ali is down in eighth place. He was the other one caught up in it, couldn't really avoid it. So he's got to try and find a way through as well. There's Josh Mason's car. Josh back behind the wheel of it as the recovery vehicle arrives on the scene, but you get the feeling this might be a good couple of 3 laps behind the safety car. Out jumps Josh, sprints across the road, and the cars now come down towards the end of lap 2. As I say, all of this eats into the 15, so counted within the duration of the race as the field accelerates up towards the line behind the safety car. The Volkswagen Amio, Volkswagen, big supporters, always have been, of motorsport in India, racing with its one-make championship, rallying too, and there's brought some of its rally drivers here this weekend for the Volkswagen Stunt Show. There's Volkswagen representation, of course, within the saloon race. The Amio Cup is a standalone class as well this weekend, and of course, they run MRF tires. Dylan Young then on the back of Michelangelo Amendola, looking to try and make a move on the restart of the race, but he's also got to be mindful of Rhys Ushijima right up behind him. There is Josh Mason's car, taken away, the front right corner on it. And Manaf Hijawi's car might just have been bodywork, but it might have done damage to radiators, so the team will assess that. And there is time before the next MRF race, because that isn't due to start for another 4 hours or so, just under 4 hours. So there's the dead car park. You see the Dylan Young wheel mark on Josh Mason's car, on the orange bodywork there, the witness mark. And 2 cars parked out of harm's way. The officials overseeing all of this now say, yep, good, we're done, you can go. Let's have another look at it all. Lights went out, blast off. And still massively impressed by Louis Foster's start, because not only was that cold tyres, it was on the dirtier outside line, but no stopping him. Ex-Ginetta Junior racer, where that's the school of hard knocks. it all plays out for him. Round the outside, sweeps across the front, defends from Yuvan Sundaramurti, and then here's the incident further back. So out wide goes Hijawi, gets back on, and boom, nowhere for Josh Mason to go. He gets squeezed into Dylan Young. Dylan Young's car ends up with some damage on that left-hand side. You see just a little bit of debris flap off that as well, and with the car unable to steer and with wheels interlocked, they ain't going anywhere. You don't need words for that picture, do you? So down to the completion of the lap, but we should go racing this time, just looking at it, because although Louis Foster still leads the pack, of course, under the safety car, you can see from the amount of weaving that he's getting ready for the restart. The lights are out on the safety car, so there you go. It will peel in, and so Louis Foster could be a first-time winner in the MRF Challenge now. He's had precious little racing time in the lead, having got the lead. Now he's got to try and convert that into a gap. Behind him in second place, Yuvan Sundaramurti, a double winner. Third, dropping back a little bit, Michelangelo Amandela, but of course, again, he needs to bank points, keep out of trouble here, and win a championship as we go green once more. Over the timing line they come. Through goes Foster up front then, Sundaramurti second, and then it's Amandela in third place, Dylan Young fourth, Reis Ushijima fifth, Valdemar Eriksson is in sixth. Keep an eye not only to what's going on in terms of position, but also the fastest lap points as well. Amandela would like to be further up the order, but also his championship hopes in this race, slightly dictated by what happens to Dylan Young. If Dylan drops into the clutches of anybody, then he's going to be in strife. But again, look, he was saying after race 4 earlier, he's a bit mystified as to why he can't go with the leaders earlier. The pace seems to come late in the race, and again, the gap's opened up. He's not dropped into the clutches of Reis Ushijima in the red, white and blue colours there, but he's certainly given up time to Amandela, who's just done an absolute best in the first sector. So Amandela looking good. You see what he's up to here, because by dropping back a little bit on the restart, now he's got himself some clear track space. Now he can push, try to get the fastest lap of the race here if he can. So down the leaders come, and Yuvan Sundaramurti staying on the back of Louis Foster. There goes Amandela, former Carter, very quick single-seater racer. And Louis Foster on his debut at the MMRT leads the pack as they come now out of turn 9. His dad, Nick, GT and touring car racer, BMW champion, and race for WSR in the BTCC for a number of seasons. And we'll be very proud, I'm sure, if Louis can hang on to a race win here. Coming up towards turn 12 then, heading to the timing line, it is then Louis Foster, the Brit, ahead of the American, Yuvan Sundaramurti, who's got his 17th birthday coming up next week. So he had a win here as an early present. All of this watched on by Arun Maman, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of MRF. And the cars go over the timing line now on to lap number 5, and Amandela's plan has worked. He's done the fastest lap of the race then. Michelangelo Amandela with the best lap thus far, currently running in third place. Let's see whether he can find any more time over this next lap as the leaders sprint their way now up towards turn 4 through that little kink, the unnamed section, which links the short track to the back layout, and then up towards turn 4, they sharp left-hander they go. It is a place to overtake, but you've got to be really brave, and if you get it wrong, you're in all sorts of strife through this next mushroom-shaped corner. Out of 5, little kink up towards 6 and 7, which loops you round, heading towards the end of the lap. Through goes there Yuvan Sundaramurti. He's experienced in single-seater terms, having raced in American Formula 2000 over the last season and a half. Also raced in the 1600cc single-seater category back home with race wins for the Cahill Motorsports team. And like oh so many on this grid, he's a pretty handy carter in his time as well. So there is Sundaramurti, winner of the earlier race, race 4. Let's see what he can do here. Can he fight back against Foster? Arun Maman looks on, waiting to see where the move might be. The race leaders are on lap 5 then, so 1/3 distance to be ticked off this time around. There they are. Foster not getting away, is he? The gap is still a narrow one between the two of them. They're heading up towards the timing line once more. And are we going to see anybody go for the fastest lap, beating that of Amandela? Yeah, Louis Foster does it. Yeah, Yuvan Sundaramurti goes even quicker, and Amandela does not go faster. So 2 points taken away from him effectively here by Yuvan Sundaramurti. 6th at the moment is Valdemar Eriksson, which will be good enough for pole for the last race of the weekend, because he's going to be on that semi-reverse grid. The order, he would start at the pole. Through they turn, and now up towards the back part of the circuit, where commitment is everything. Louis Foster's advantage going on to this 6th lap, half a second over Yuvan Sundaramurti, who was quicker by a couple of tenths last time. So Sundaramurti looking strong. he's on a used set of tyres, so was Manaf Hijawi. Louis Foster's tyres I didn't get a chance to check on the grid, so at the moment, whatever he's got under him, he's working nicely, and now that they've got proper temperature into them, he's looking on this lap, I reckon, to stretch the margin. Let's just see in the first sector, yeah, quicker by a tenth, and now all eyes on Michelangelo Amendola because he's coming back at Sundaramurti there, Yuvan Sundaramurti in second place. Amendola turns through, back on the power now, coming out of turn 9, heading towards the end of the lap, and as he does so, he's staying in the wheel tracks, of course, of Yuvan Sundaramurti, the man with the fastest lap points to his credit. Michelangelo would dearly love those, just to push the advantage even further away from Dylan Young. Dylan Young, in turn, thinking about what's going on in second place, well, he's almost home and dry there now with Josh Mason's demise in this race. Leaders go through. Foster up front, 9/10 clear now, and the fastest lap stays with Sundaramurti. He stays second on the road. Third is Amendola. Dylan Young some way back in fourth place. There he is coming out of turn 1 with Rhys Ushijima running in fifth, the American driver. Now Rhys has had a pretty torrid weekend. The team that he's working with have tried a few things and he's getting a bit more confident, but it's such a different place. No sim exists for this, so you've got to learn as you drive it. There's, of course, an old-school feel to it. It's not like a modern Formula 1 circuit where you've got acres of runoff tarmac that you can use. It's curb, it's grass, it's narrow, it's bumpy. Make the best out of all of that. And the 17-year-old American lives in Northampton these days, but he's from Laguna Hills, California from birth. New to car racing, pretty much. And Ushijima doing a pretty decent job in fifth spot as you watch Michelangelo Amendola there go through. The championship leader could be, should be, the champion come the end of the race. The race leaders, Concertina a touch there, coming now down towards turn 8. But Sundaramurti is in this invidious position now, trying to push for the race lead, but also needing to make sure he doesn't do anything wrong and let Amendola go past him. I don't think Amendola's going to do anything silly, really, because he wants the points, as he said on the grid. He's not prepared to risk it. He has one mission, win this championship. And so it's not worth him sticking his nose in and getting it chopped off. So in that respect, Sundaramurti is safe on an attack, but if he makes a mistake, things will all change. What is happening as well is that the gap is growing between the leaders, because now Louis Foster goes quicker than anybody. However, Sundaramurti does another better lap. The gap's up to 9/10 of a second, but Sundaramurti's lap just fractionally faster. We've got a really good middle sector, whereas Louis Foster was the best of anybody in the first and third. Piece it all together, and the gap 9/10 of a second. The fastest lap back with Yuvan Sundaramurti at 1:31.132 now. Not as quick as they were doing this morning because the temperatures have gone up just to strangle the power a little bit from the engines. So the race leader remains Louis Foster, and the incident involving Hijawi and Mason is going to be investigated. The Mountune engines that these cars have powering the field out of turn 8, down they come, and there is Louis Foster, the race leader. So we'll see whether anything can be judged against Hijawi or Mason post-race, but even a grid penalty would be fairly meaningless because they're going to be at the back anyway. They're going through 99, Lagim Ali. You've got to feel for him a little bit because he was delayed in that earlier incident, and whereas he's been able through the safety car to catch the pack, he's not made any progress. He's just stuck. So he's trapped behind Valdemar Eriksson, and the even worse thing about this is he's in 7th place. He can't even benefit from the reverse grid. So he's got to work like crazy here to get himself into the top 6 and therefore get onto the front row of the grid for the last race. All these cars, 230 brake horsepower over the timing line. They come, and the top 3 breaking clear of Dylan Young there. Now, what about Dylan Young versus Rhys Ushijima? Is that gap possibly coming down? Only by hundreds, but Ushijima just fractionally the faster last time through. So we're on to lap number 9. Lock up there from Eriksson. Does that play into the hands of Lagim Ali? Seemingly not, would we say. Here goes Rhys Ushijima. So Ushijima up through the exit of turn 3. The S takes you here to turn 4, out of which Louis Foster comes, and he is looking mighty. The BRDC Rising Stars programme supports him. It's one of the 2 schemes operated by the club to look after and promote and further young British talent. And after a season of Ginetta Junior and Formula 4, Louis Foster joining the BRDC Rising Stars. And you get the impression at the moment that it's been a pretty good call, wouldn't you? He's doing a great job up front here, and that move to get the race lead around the outside, mighty impressive. Louis, managed by Mark Blundell, who only recently has announced his retirement from racing. That has now bought the AMD touring car team for whom he drove last year, so maintaining an involvement not just through drivers but through now his own touring car team. And one of his charges, Louis Foster, comes up heading to turn 12 here. Now, is this a lap on which the gap comes down? Let's see. The fastest lap still held by Sundaramurti. The gap goes up, briefly 7/10 on the lap, up to 9 by the end of it. And in third place going through, Michelangelo Amandula, who is plateauing, and that's Lagim Ali, who's had another moment. This one looks all self-induced. So Dylan Young has dropped back, and Lagim Ali is off the road. So Dylan Young down in 6th place. Get my calculator out in a minute, but I think that's going to do enough for Amandula to have the championship now, because Dylan Young has had a moment, seemingly, whether that involved Lagim Ali, I couldn't tell you, we didn't see it, but off the road went somewhere. Dylan Young, he's dropped back then, and that puts him, for the moment, on the back foot, certainly. So Amandula running in 3rd, Dylan Young now running in 6th place. The race leader currently on lap 10. And there is Amandula in that 3rd spot, heading towards us, inching towards the championship as Arun Maman looks on. Enjoying the racing and also enjoying the company of the many MRF guests that are here to watch not only the action, but of course the product in use this weekend. Through come the race leaders, and some crude maths would suggest that if things stay as they are, Amandula is going to be 35 points clear of Dylan Young, and that would give him the championship. The fastest lap points might be a nice bonus for him, but they're immaterial, but I reckon that's done it for Amandula now. He should be home and dry by the end of this race. Over the line in the background goes Dylan Young, so he's down in 6th spot. Turns his way now through the right-hander. Gets back onto the power up towards the right there at turn 2. The car he's chasing is that of Valdemar Eriksson. Dylan, the consolation prize, pole position if he stays 6th for the last race, and that could convert into a race win, which he does want. He's on target for 2nd in the championship as well, of course, with the non-score of Josh Mason here. So through they turn once again. This is lap number 11 of the 15 now. And you've got to say the order is pretty much stabilised at the front. Only errors, seemingly, will change it. We've had one from Dylan Young, or a drama. It might have been something other than driver error, to be fair to him, but it looked like it might have been a moment that's cost him the time. So Rhys Ushijima 4th, Valdemar Eriksson is in 5th. Dylan Young down to 6th spot, the Australian still pressing on. Might also, of course, the pace ebbing away, be a legacy of the lap 1 incident with Josh Mason, because the car, would not be surprising to learn, is not 100%. Through he goes. And Dylan running in 6th spot, a long way clear of Lagim Ali, who was the other driver that we saw going off the road just at the end of that previous lap. So he is way back in 7th place, and then Chetan Corrada, the local DJ and racer, he's in 8th spot. 12 laps will be started this time. Through goes Louis Foster, the gap stretching up now, so 1.4 seconds clear. Louis arrived here to do a bit of testing earlier on in the week and probably went down with food poisoning, so he spent very little time in the car. Lighter than he was when he got here, that's for sure, but now that he's recovered and confident in car and circuit, doing a very good job indeed. So Louis goes up through the kink towards turn 4. There is the champion-elect, Michelangelo Amandula. And Arun Maman catches a glimpse of himself on a monitor, on a monitor, on a monitor. There's the championship leading driver, Michelangelo Amandula, heading corner by corner. He gets closer to the championship, and you can see the way that he's approaching this. It's just another very safe, solid drive, not doing anything silly. Whether he's got the message about Dylan Young, it's neither here nor there, but it's a race in which he wants to bank the points, and circumstance helping him to a degree because of other drivers having problems early on, and also then Dylan Young dropping back just to relieve some of that points pressure from him. Where is Dylan in the meantime? He's running in 6th place, and his last lap was slower than those ahead, so he's struggling with whatever. I think the car is hobbled, even if it wasn't just that caused him to have that mistake. You see the company of Carmelo Amandula on the side of Michelangelo's car, his dad, who is an omnipresent supporter, mum and dad and sister, All here to cheer him on. Over the timing line, Louis Foster, the race leader, new fastest lap of the race now, 1:31.053, and he's nearly 2 seconds to the good. He's getting further and further away. Sundaramurti second, third, Amandula, and that margin is now about 1.5 seconds. Amandula is settling for third, so the order up front is not going to change unless somebody has a problem. There's no point Amandula forcing the issue, and Sundaramurti is too far back, really, from Louis Foster for that to change. So Dylan Young down in 6th spot is going to take away 8 points out of all of this. So it's going to be, yes, a 33-point difference, I suspect, going into the next race. So it's enough for Amandula to secure the championship. Then you have to start looking at the 198 of Dylan Young against 172 of Josh Mason. It's 26 points between them. 27 if Dylan didn't score. Josh got a win in the fastest lap points, but Dylan's virtually assured of second in the championship. To accept these are crude maths. Up towards the timing line goes Yuval Sundaramurti. So he's dropped back from Louis Foster, but he's going to be on the podium once more, seemingly, as they go by. The gap 1.9 seconds. Interestingly, Yuval has just done an absolute best in the last sector. There goes Michelangelo Amandula through, ahead of Rhys Ushijima, having his best run of the weekend here, heading for 4th place. Shows how the benefit of all of the track time comes into play. Not only is he on target for his best of the weekend, it's his best of the season, a 4th place. Granted, it's been an incident-packed first few laps that helped him get up the order, but even so, for Rhys Ushijima, this will be very encouraging indeed if he can get 4th place, and he should be able to now, because Valdemar Eriksson is not close enough to attack, and the rest of the pack still chase on behind. So the leaders come up towards the completion of the penultimate lap. That's Louis Foster with arguably one of his best ever drives. That move round the outside is highly, highly commended. We'll hopefully catch his thoughts on that post-race, but Louis Foster, very, very brave effort round the outside. It's the dirty line as well as the tyres being cold. And as he comes down towards now the end of lap 14, heading into turn 10, he's nearly 2 seconds clear of Yuval Sundaramurti, the man that's doing the chasing, but equally he's having to think, well, settle for 2nd place now. He cannot catch Foster. Louis has made precious few mistakes this weekend. I think we saw one in the 5th race where he ran a little bit wide and lost a place back to Josh Mason, but he has done a really, really impressive job. On to the last lap they go then. So the British driver, Louis Foster, heads the pack. Is he going to be a race winner? The other side of it, let's see. Yuval Sundaramurti chases the Hampshire driver. And then in 3rd spot, Michelangelo Amandula heading for the championship. So there's going to be lots of celebrating at the end of this race, with, of course, Louis Foster a race winner, Michelangelo Amandula a possible champion. If the team has done the sums and they agree with mine, then the celebrations will start. So we'll see what the reaction is in Parc Fermé, but I reckon this will push it out of Dylan Young's reach, that 3rd place, with him finishing potentially in 6th. But for Louis Foster then, who's not part of the championship battle, he's here really to gain more experience of a 2-litre single-seater in readiness for his BRDC British F3 Championship campaign with Double R. So in terms of points, doesn't have to worry. What he wants is mileage, but he also wants to go home with an enormous trophy, and that looks set to happen as he comes now through the right-hander of turn 8, goes left at 9, where he will run out a little bit wide onto the tarmac for the link road, uses the curve to fire himself back down to the approach to turn 10. See how bumpy the road is at that point. He brakes now as he goes from the right to the left at 10, then right again at turn 11. 2 corners to go, checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be a race win then for Louis Foster, who comes up to the right-hander. Checkered flag is at the ready. It is race 5 of the weekend in the MRF Challenge. It's a first win for Louis Foster, who comes across the line. The British driver wins. 2nd is Yuval Sundaramurti, and 3rd is the new champion. Michelangelo Amandula celebrates as he comes up towards the line. Arun Raman watches on. Arun Raman sees the new champion crowned, and there is Rhys Ushijima taking his best yet in MRF Challenge to be 4th, ahead of Valdemar Eriksson 5th, Dylan Young 6th. Well done, Louis Foster. Thumbs up from the race winner. But where is Michelangelo Amandula. His celebrations, I think, will be starting in the car as you see Juven Sundaramurti there taking second place. Louis Foster, the race winner then, and a top three of Louis, Juven and Michelangelo will head to Parc Fermé very shortly, and we will try and catch a word with the race winners. There is Chetan Korada just crossing the line in 8th place. So we'll recap the top five. Louis Foster, the winner from Juven Sundaramurti and Michelangelo Amandula. Rhys Ushijima taking a best yet MRF Challenger 4th, and Valdemar Eriksson comes home 5th. So there's a very happy Louis Foster who is about to wriggle free of the car. There's a very happy Michelangelo Amandula who's just arrived in Parc Fermé for 3rd place and, by our reckoning, a champion as well. But as soon as Louis has taken off his crash helmet, we'll try and grab a word with a first-time race winner. The champion is out of his car at the other end of Parc Fermé and celebrating. We'll get to Michelangelo in a moment. But a great drive by Louis Foster and a really, really impressive run to grab the advantage at the first corner around the outside. Spectacles off first of all, then the helmet, balaclava, hands device, the whole process has to go through here. Boyo, Anthony Hyatt says well done. Of course it's for him that Louis will drive in Formula 3 this year. And then let's try and go around the car and see if we can grab the race winner. Louis, well done. That move to get the lead at the first corner, you must have whatnots like beach balls. That was really brave.
Well, my engineer told me turn 1 was without a brake, so I tried it flat, but
it worked.
Yeah, it did work. I wasn't really I wasn't really thinking, to be honest. I just went for it. I didn't plan on doing it. I just saw they were both stuffed up on the inside. I knew they would both be parked there, just because one would brake and then the other one would sit behind him. So I just went for it, and luckily I just got ahead of the person who came second before turn 2. And then from there on, he put a bit of pressure on early on, but I just kind of got my head down and got going again. I think the laps were pretty consistent within 2/10 of each other, pretty much most of the laps. And then in the end, I just kind of cooled down, and because it's really hot, so just wanted to relax a little bit. But yeah, really good race, really happy with that. And yeah, thank you to MRF for this opportunity.
Just go back to that move to get the lead. How did it feel in the car? Because it was still cold tyres, and that's probably the dirtier line, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think I don't know how bumpy it was. I think it was quite bumpy, but yeah, definitely would have been a bit of rubber there, some marbles, a bit dirtier. Yeah, coldish tyres. I mean, it's not as bad as back in the UK. The first lap, they're still pretty much warm on the first lap anyway, because we get like 3 laps before anyway to warm them up, and it's really hot. But yeah, no, it was a pretty, I don't really know how to describe the move, to be honest, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I was really happy with that, so coming away with the win is great.
It looked good. Well done. Congratulations. Great drive. Louis Foster, then the race winner. Let's go talk to second and third, because second place went to Juven Sundaramurti, who I think is out of the car. And we've also got a champion to talk to as well. So Juven has gone that way. So come with me. We'll go and talk to the champion, Michelangelo. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I was just like being relaxed this race. Yes, I don't know what to say. I'm really thankful to everyone who's watching right now. My family, my fans, my friends, everyone who helped me in these last 2 months of training, my gym friends and everyone, and also the photographer Aditya, just everyone, my mechanic, the whole MRF crew. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But this is a big sacrifice for you and your family because there's not a huge budget, not much money for your racing. So, you know, you hope this kick-starts this season for you now.
Yes, imagine if I was driving a full season, how this whole be end. So I'm really looking forward to find some sponsorship. So yeah.
Do you have plans for this season yet, or is it all dependent on what's just happened?
Not yet. It's all depends what just happened. So I'm really happy about this. Yeah.
There's a very happy dad as well over there. Congratulations to the family. Let's see if we can find Juven Sundaramurti because he's gone this way. So we'll go and try and talk before the podiums get underway to the second place driver. Another tough race.
Yeah, for sure. I screwed it up on the start. That was on me. Went into turn 1 tight, thought I wasn't going to make it, so I hit the brakes, and Lewis just went right around the outside. He drove a great race, though. Once you get behind on used tires, it's tough. Yeah.
And after that, you had a bit of pressure early on from Michelangelo, but then you were trading fastest laps with Louis, and as you've said before, it's hard to overtake. Once you get into a rhythm, that's where you are.
Yeah, exactly. Here, it's impossible to pass, so you have to hope that the other driver makes a mistake, and Louis drove a perfect race, so.
But that said, you're on the podium, and as you said to me at the start of the day, you know, yesterday was pretty tough, so it's not a bad day.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely better. Obviously looking for that first place, but we got one more race.
Congratulations on second. We'll look forward to seeing what happens in the last race. Before we get to that, though, let's have a look at the highlights, then, of this last race. Very good start by Louis Foster, then to go around the outside on the run down towards turn 1 was enough to give the British driver a race lead he would never lose. It might have been a dirty side of the circuit, but he found the traction, he found the grip, and through he went into P1. Behind him, though, there was early drama because we had running wide. Manaf Hijawi, he came back on, and unfortunately Josh Mason was the one that got pincered in the middle. Broken suspension for Josh Mason, damage to Manaf Hijawi's car. Lagim Ali delayed in it all as well, and 2 very frustrated drivers out of the race going no further. That brought out the safety car just briefly. Everybody battled their way back into the race as the green flags flew. And there was more drama to come because Dylan Young would go wide and lose a couple of places, and that brought Rhys Ushijima into his best yet position of 4th within the MRF Challenge. Valdemar Eriksson was heading for 6th and pole for the last race of the weekend. Louis Foster continued to build the gap and also do the fastest lap as he tried to pull clear of the opposition. Behind, Michelangelo Amandolo was banking the points, was on target for that 3rd position. Juven Sundaramurti, 2nd, not quite able to bring down the gap against the race leader. As further back in the pack, Valdemar Eriksson was being challenged by Lagim Ali for 6th, but crucially for pole for the last race. It wasn't to come, though, for Lagim Ali. Valdemar Eriksson was able to secure that as Louis Foster headed towards the checkered flag and a race win. The British driver then having his first weekend of racing in the MRF Challenge, coming home victorious after a very impressive drive indeed. Checkered flag and a race win for Louis Foster. So there we have the drivers getting ready for podiums, plural, I think. I think we're going to do the 2 podiums, looking at the number of trophies that we've had from not just this race, but the earlier race as well. So drivers will be called in that direction shortly. We've got most of them, but I think Louis Foster is needed that way at the podium. Off he heads, ready for the presentations. And as soon as the Madras Motorsports Club has got its dignitaries ready, then the podium ceremony will get underway. And everybody able to reflect on some very impressive racing that we have seen. Very happy Amandola family, as you can imagine. And the drivers getting themselves sorted for the podium. Josh Mason's damaged car being brought back. And there's also Manaf Hijawi's car that will need to be retrieved and, of course, repaired. In contrast, down the pit lane, just being pushed now, Michelangelo Amandola's championship-winning chassis. So, are we ready for the podium? Drivers are ready, and the officials are ready. There's the Amendola family. Very happy indeed. And as I say, the officials making sure that everything is ready for the podium.
and the family.
So the podium is good to go, I think, as the
And my
Marc
husband.
Fermé is cleared. So there you're looking at the podium, ready for the drivers. So, the officials are ready, and very shortly we can get the podium ceremonies underway. Differing emotions from some of the drivers. They've had good races and bad over the course of the morning, in some cases, so you'll see their moods reflected in a few moments' time. So the circuit announcer will take over shortly to call forward the drivers. And microphone works. So we're good to go, I think, for the podium. Arun Maman has arrived on the scene, ready to hand over the trophies. And let us have the presentations underway very shortly. There is Arun Maman onto the podium. The man from MRF, with the great support that the company shows to racing and rallying, not just in India, but as he was saying before the race started, globally these days. So we have the podiums will be from the earliest. He's going to be third on the podium. This from the earlier race today. So big round of applause for Dylan. Second from the earlier race, Indian driver Manav Hijawi. Up he comes, Hijawi onto the podium. Manav did a good job to score a win yesterday and a second today, but then the American driver of Indian descent to take the race win, Yuvan Sundaramurthy, takes the race win from earlier in the day, round 4. Up he comes to a very good reception. Yuvan Sundaramurthy onto the top step of the podium. Stands and waves to the fans, the grandstand opposite, and his family and friends that are here cheering him on as well. So there the trophy goes. Dylan Young takes the third placed trophy. Then Manav Hijawi will take the second place trophy. Run at Anglesey, the Northwest Formula 4 1600 Championship before coming into the MRF Challenge. And it's been a real contrast. New circuits, new cars. And there for Yuvan Sundaramurthy takes the winner's trophy. Holds it aloft. He had a win in Dubai, but a win indeed. And a very popular result as well from his family and friends in front of the podium. So a great effort by Yuvan Sundaramurthy, and Manav Hijawi's car was brought back down the pit lane after its damage from the earlier race. So again, the podium is being made ready, and the drivers from the most recent race now will make their way up to the podium. It means that for third place is the new champion, the Belgian driver Michelangelo Amendola. Third in the race, but the new MRF Challenge champion, Michelangelo Amendola, heads for the podium. Then for second place, after a win in the earlier race, Yuvan Sundaramurthy steps forward. Gets another good reception, but there should be a very good reception too for a first-time winner in the person of Louis Foster, who, with that great move round the outside at turn 1, takes the race win. Louis Foster steps forward, heads for the podium. The MRF Challenge, and his first time here, and he's a winner. Then the trophies will be presented. Michelangelo Amendola takes the third place trophy. He'll get an even bigger one at the end of the day for being the champion. Bravo, Michelangelo. He takes the trophy. The Flemish driver then. Second place trophy at the other end of the podium now goes to Yuvan Sundaramurthy. So a win in a second this morning, not a bad effort at all. And then a trophy in MRF Challenge goes to Louis Foster. The trophy comes to be handed to Aaron Marmon. That then goes to race 5 winner Louis Foster.
Gentlemen, raise your trophies together. Raise your trophies together, please. Raise your trophy.
Trophies in the air for photographers and very happy drivers here on the podium. There's one more race still to go for the MRF Challenge drivers.
Thank you very much. We're all set for the
But before that, there's some repair work for one or two of the teams to have to concentrate on. And we'll look forward to our final race coming up just before 4 o'clock local time. That's it for now, though, because there's going to be the lunch break here at the Madras Motor Race Track. It's been a great morning of racing. There's more to come. For now, from David Addison, goodbye.
கண்ணான கண்ணே கண்ணான கண்ணே என் மீது சாயவா பொன்னான நெஞ்சை பொன்னான கையால் பூ போல நீவவா அலைக்கடலின் நடுவே அலைந்திடவா தனியே படகினவே உனையே பார்த்தேன் கண்ணே புதை மனதில் விழுந்து புதைந்திடவே இருந்தே குறுநகையை எறிந்து மீட்டாய் பெண்ணோடும் மண்ணோடும் பாடும் பெரும் மூஞ்சல் மனதோடும் கண்பட்டு நூல் விட்டு போகும் என ஏதோ பயம் கூடும் மயில் ஒன்றை பார்க்கிறேன் மழையாகி ஆடினேன் இந்த உற்சாகம் போதும் சாக தோன்றும் இதே வினாடி கண்ணான கண்ணே கண்ணான கண்ணே என் மீது சாயவா பொன்னான நெஞ்சை பொன்னான கையால் பூ போல நீவவா நீ தூங்கும் போது உன் நெற்றி மீது முத்தங்கள் வைக்கணும் போதைகள் போத்தி போகாமல் தாழ்த்தி நான் காவல் காக்கணும் எல்லோரும் தூங்கும் நேரம் நானும் நீயும் மனத்தில் பேசணும் அரரிராரோ ராரோ ராரோ அரரிராரோ அரரிராரோ ராரோ ராரோ அரரிராரோ அரரிராரோ ராரோ ராரோ அரரிராரோ அரரிராரோ ராரோ ராரோ அரரிராரோ கண்ணான கண்ணே கண்ணான கண்ணே.
Thank you. Come on, everybody, check. Give a big round of applause. Come on, everybody. Right. Buddy, I'll quickly interrupt you, Raj. Don't mind. Other winners, Arun Prakash, Kesh Kirti, Balamburgan, Sanjay 56400. ER Rajesh has reported NS_200 LUVR. Miss Ilangai, please, if you report, please come to the right stand of the grandstand, please. Raj and Priyanka, the show is yours. Dorians dance group, we love you for this.
Check, check. Check, check.
Priyanka, great job. Quickly announcing winners: Balamurugan, Kesh Kirti, Arjun Prakash, Ms. Langai, NS 200 LUVR, Sanjay 564000, 19 Nikesh Rajesh, Akriti 3765. These are the winners that we have at the moment. If you're here, please come in front of the tower. We'll be opening, taking on the track.
Check.
ஒத்தையடி பாதையில தாவி ஓடுற அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுற சந்தன மாலை அழுது ஆல வாசம் ஏறுது என் கிளி மேல சங்கிலி போல சேர தோணுது சக்கர ஆள சொக்குது ஆலமான மாத்த மாம வரட்டுமா கண்மணியே தனி சா மக மக சதனி சா தர சா தாபக சக சனிதனி சா வழியில பூத்த சாமந்தி நீயே விழியில சேர்த்த பூங்கொத்து நீயே அடியே அடியே பூங்கொடியே கவல மறக்கும் தாய்மடியே அழகே அழகே பெண்ணழகே தரையில் நடக்கும் தேரழகே நிழலாட்டம் பின்னால நான் ஓடி வந்தேனே ஒரு வாட்டி என்ன பரமா ஒத்தையடி பாதையில தாவி ஓடுற அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுற பலமுறை நீயும் பார்க்காம போன இரும்புக்கு மேல துருவனான உசுர உனக்கே நேர்ந்து விட்டேன் இருந்தும் நெருங்க பயந்துகிட்டேன் உயிரே உயிரே என் உயிரே உனதோ நீதான் வா உயிரே மனசெல்லாம் கண்ணாடி உடைக்காத பந்தாடி கதைக்காத கண்ண கண்மணியே ஒத்தையடி பாதையில தாவி ஓடுற அத்த பெத்த பூங்குயில தேடி வாடுற நெஞ்சுல வீசும் கண்மணி வாசம் காட்டு செண்பகமே சங்கதி பேசும் கண்களும் பூசும் கால சந்தனமே பறவ போல பறந்து போக கூட சேர்ந்து நீயும் வருவியா கண்மணியே கொஞ்சிடவே Thank you. Check, check.
Check, check.
பிரம்மாவுன் படைப்பினிலே எத்தனையோ பெண்கள் உண்டு ஆனாலும் அசந்து விட்டேன் அழகினிலே இவளை கண்டு அழகினிலே இவளை கண்டு Raise the tempo, raise the bass line. Raise the tempo, raise the bass line.
வாடா வாடா பையா என் வாசல் வந்து போயா என் வாசல் தாண்டி வந்து என் வாசல் வாங்கி போயா
என் ராத்திரியின் நோவல் நீ நட்சத்திர தூவல் நீ நடமாடும் காம கோவில் நீ ஆடை கட்டும் மேப்பு என் ஆசைகளின் சாம்பிள் நான் விளையாடும் காதல் ஊஞ்சல்
நீ போடு போடு சக்க போடு
என போத்தி கடி தேகத்தோடு
வாடா வாடா ராஸ்க நேரத்தோடு வாடா வாடா பையா என் வாசல் வந்து போயா என் வாசல் தாண்டி வந்து என் வாசல் வாங்கி போயா
அடி உன்னை பார்க்கும் போது உள்நாடி துடிக்குதே உன் தேகம் கண்ட பின்பு என் தேகம் குறையுதே குடையுதே சிதறுதே ஆனினம் மொத்தமா இடுப்பின் நடுப்பில் சிக்கி தவிக்கிறே
புள்ளி வைக்காமலே புது கோலமிடும் அந்த ஹீரோக்களின் கில்லி ஏதோ சொல்லாமலே என்ன செய்வோம் என அந்த லீலைகளின் கிள்ளினா
அடி சீனி பெச்சுக்காரி என் சொல்விஷ சிங்காரி நீ சிரிச்சால தீபாவளி நாயனி வச்சு ஏறி உன்னை எட்டி பார்க்கும் யாரி நான் வெடிப்பாம காதல் வெடி
சீதன் வந்த வேடர் தாங்க நான் தானடா சும தங்கி செல்லும் பறவை போல வா ஜீவா ஏ வாடா வாடா பையா என் வாசல் வந்து போயா என் வாசல் தாண்டி வந்து என் வாசல் வாங்கி எப்பாடா
நம்ம கச்சேரி தான் ரொம்ப உற்சாகமா கலை கட்டு தடி செல்லமே நானும் துர்ச்சாதனா இல்ல துரியோதனா துயிலுரு கேட்டுமா உன்னையே
தட்டுதெல்லாம் ஹிட்டு ஹிட்டுதெல்லாம் வெட்டு இனி நமக்கேது சென்சார் கட்டு உன் பேச்சு சத்தம் கேட்டு விழுந்தானா விழும் ஓட்டு நீ வாங்கிக்க காதல்
அட செட்டி நாடு சிக்கன் பொண்ண ருசி பார்க்கவா பொண்ண சேர்த்து வச்ச ஆசை எல்லாம் தீர தீர
ஏ வாடா வாடா பையா என் வாசல் வந்து போயா என் வாசல் தாண்டி வந்து என் வாசல் வாங்கி போயா
என் ராத்திரியின் நோவல் நீ நட்சத்திர தூவல் நீ நடமாடும் காம குதில் நீ ஆடை கட்டும் மேப்பு என் ஆசைகளின் சாம்பிள் நான் விளையாடும் காதல் ஊஞ்சல்
நீ போடு போடு சக்க போடு
என் போத்தி காட்டி தேகத்தோடு
அட வாடா ராஸ்கல் நேரத்தோடு வாடா பையா
Darling dumbuck, darling dumbuck, darling dumbuck, darling dumbuck, da, 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 da.
பாவி பயலே இவ உயிர் மூச்சுல கடை போடுறோயா ஆவி புகையா இவ அடி நெஞ்சில விளையாடுற போகாம நான் புரியலடா பொறுப்பெடுத்ததையே அது புரியலடா ஓ நிழலிலதா குடியிருந்திடத்தா எனக்கு தெரியுதடா
ஏய் அத்தாடி தொலகாலு புரியாம பார்த்தேனே உன நானும் தயங்காம காத்தோட காத்தாக கை கோர்த்து நடப்பேன் அழகாம
கோடி சன்மம் எடுத்தாலும் உன சேரும் வரங்க பெண்ணா
ஓஹோ 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 ஒரு கண்ணு படுமேன்னு உசுரோட அடகாப்பேனா
நீருக்குள்ள நனவாத நனையாம உன பாப்பேனா
ஓஹோ ஓஹோ கொட வெயில் அடிச்சாலும் உடல் மேற்க விட மாட்டேனா ஓஹோ வானம் மட்டும் வர இந்த பூமி சுத்து வர உன்னை காதல் செஞ்சிடுவேன் தன்னால
காட்சி உள்ளவர கண்ணா மூடி செல்வர உன்னை காத்து வச்சிருப்பேன் பாரா
ஆத்தாடி தலகாலு புரியாம பார்த்தேனே உன நானும் தயங்காம காத்தோட காத்தாக கை கோர்த்து நடப்பேன் அழகாம ரமனுக்கு சீத கண்ணனுக்கு ராத அடிய மாமனுக்கு ஜோடி நீ அடி ரமனுக்கு சீத கண்ணனுக்கு ராத அடிய மாமனுக்கு ஜோடி நீ அடிய
பாவி பயலே இவ பாவி பயலே இவ பாவி பயலே இவ உயிர் மூச்சில கடை போடு
டாலிங் டம்பக்கு டாலிங் டம்பக்கு டாலிங் டம்பக்கு டாலிங் டம்பக்கு டா டேடா 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 டேடா
Hey, ஏன் கோலி சோடாவே ஏன் கறி குழம்பே உன் குட்டி பப்பி நான் டேக் மீ
ஏய் என் செல்லுக்கு சட்ட நீ பெய்க்கு கட்ட லவ் சொட்ட சொட்ட டாக் மீ
ஏ மை டியர் மச்சான் நீ மனசு வச்சா நம்ம வரசிக்கலாம் ஜிகஜிகதா
ஏ மை டியர் ராணி என் பிரேமலவாணி நம்ம ஒன்னா சேர பயர் பத்திக்கு இருச்சா
எடா நம்ம பீச்சு பக்கம் போட்டா ஒரு டப்பாங்குத்து வேஸ்டா நீ என்னுடைய ரவுடி பேபி
You're my only girlfriend. I will give you boost and we will make this new trend, baby.
போட்டா வேஸ்டா ரவுடி பேபி
Girlfriend, boost and new trend, baby.
rowdy baby rowdy baby ஒன்னால என் மூடாச்சு மை ஹார்மோனு பேலன்ஸ் டேமேஜ்
ஏ கம்மாச்சி ஏ மீனாட்சி இந்த மாதிரி கோவம் மேல கண்ணாச்சு
1+1 2 மாமா you plus me 3 மாமா
வாடி காசி ராணி ஏ கிருஷ்ண வேணி அவள் கையோ போனி அத ஒட்டினு வாணி
ஏ மந்திரவாதி நீ கேடிக்கு கேடி நான் உன்னல பாதி நம்ம செம்ம ஜோடி ரவுடி பேபி ஏ ரவுடி பேபி ஏ ரவுடி பேபி ரவுடி பேபி ரவுடி பேபி ரவுடி பேபி ரவுடி பேபி ஏ ரவுடி பேபி ஏ ரவுடி பேபி
ஏய் ஏன் கோலி சோடாவே ஏன் கறி குழம்பு உன் குட்டி பப்பி நாட்டு
ஏய் ஏன் சில்க் சட்ட நீ வெயிட் கட்ட லவ் சொட்ட சொட்ட டாக் மீ மை டியர் மச்சான் நீ மனசு வச்சா நம்ம ஒரு சிக்கலா நெஞ்ச ஜிகஜிகதா
ஏன் மை டியர் ராணி ஏன் ட்ரீம் லவனி நம்ம ஒன்னா சேரா
நம்ம பீச்சு பக்கம் போட்டா ஒரு டப்பாங்குத்து வேண்டா நீ என்னுடைய ரவுடி பேபி
You're my bunny girlfriend. I will give you boost and we will make this new trend, baby. உன்னோட விரல் பட்டுச்சுன்னா யுத்தாக மறுவான் தாத்தா கரும்பு
உடம்பு ருசிக்கும் இரும்பு ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா
உனக்கும் மட்டும் உயிர் இரண்டா உடம்ப கப்புறிய கரண்டா இது சரியா தப்பா மது போலாமாவா
ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா
கச்சேரி கச்சேரி கலை கட்டுதடி கண்ணால உன்ன நீ பார்த்தா உன்னோட விரல் பட்டுச்சுன்னா யுதாக மறுவான் தாதா ஓ நடக்காட்டி என்ன தலையாட்டி பொம்மை போல மாத்தி புட
நீ பலவாட்டி ஒரு படம் காட்டி என் உசுர வாங்கி புட்ட
குறுக்கு சிறுத்த கொலகாரே ரசிக்கவாய
நொறுக்கு தீனி மீச கடிக்கட்டாயே
கஞ்சா செடி உடம்பழகே கஞ்சமான கிட்ட கிடகே
ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா பரபரப்பா
மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா
கதறி கச்சேரி கலை கட்டுதுடா முகம் பார்த்து அடக்குளிர் காத்து தின சூடா மாறுதடா
ஓ நகம் பார்த்து நான் தலைவார அடி ஊரே கூடுதடி
தெருவில் நடந்து நீ போனா ஜன்னல் வெக்கப்படும்
கோலம் போட நீ போனா புள்ளி சொல்லு விடும் ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா கச்சேரி கச்சேரி கலை கட்டுதடி கண்ணால என்ன நீ பார்த்தா பொண்ணோட விரல் பட்டுச்சுன்னா யுதாக மறுவாந்தா உடம்ப கவுரிய கரடா இது சரியா தப்பா அது போலமாவா ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா ஐயோ பரபரப்பா மனசு தவிக்குதப்பா आलूमा डोलूमा ऐसा लंगड़ी मालूमा तेज गली जिन्हें क्राकी उठा सालमा अरिकल करिकल कुतु उठा कल कले पलचन पल पलक मिटा मेला लोकले डुमुकना डुमुकना डोला का दाम डुमुकना डुमुकना डुमुगोली अड्डी पोना यनगिना अरगिना मुरगिना तावडय तायरकना इरगना सरगना ओडे आंगा उनिगिना अलुमा डोलुमा अलुमा डोलुमा इसा लंगड़ी मालमा तेज गली जने क्राकी उठा सालमा अरिकल करी कल कुतु उठा कल कले पलचन पल पल गिद मिटा मेला लोकले हाय 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 na 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 hey 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 Rangaravada rowdy anenjovada tutta kutu putta kutu uyuslavada Robbery forgery moccasin borda murder panni putta maja mela perda Yagarna dogurna silent da navguna golugula soruna mata irumatna kollana idupula vacha usi tudupula ilgara palagara rowdy no adugula aluma doluma aluma doluma isa langdi malama techi gali jane gragi uta salma We lost. We lost. Just I am the boss. Geta udada, pang geta udada, yavayari nalu vari nalu geta udada. Geta udada, pang geta udada, yavasiri nalu vari nalu geta udada. Aluma doluma doluma aluma aluma doluma isa langdi maluma tech gali jene kraki uta salma अरिकल करिकल कुतु उठा कल कले पलचन पल पलक मिटा मेला लोकले डुमुकना डुमुकना डोला का डुमुकना डुमुकना डुमुगोली अड्डी पोना यनगिना अरगिना मुरगिना तावडय तायरकना इरगना सरगना ओडे आंगा उनिगिना अलमा डोलमा aluma doluma isa langdi maluma tech gali jane kraki uta salma arikal karikal kutu uta kal kale alujana bala bala gudu mita mela lokale na 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 hey 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 hey
கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்த்தால் எந்தன் கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கனவு ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த நெஞ்சம் சந்திரலேகா லேகா சந்திரலேகா லேகா கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த தேகம் மண்ணும் அது மண்ணல்ல வெள்ளை பொந்தேகத்தில் வேர்வை துளியுப்பல்ல செந்தாழம் பூவுக்கு முள்ளொன்றும் குறையல்ல முள்ளொன்று வைத்தாலும் கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த தேகம் கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்த்தால் எந்த கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கடவுள் ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த நெஞ்சம் சந்திரலேகா லேகா சந்திரலேகா விரையேறி வருவாரே மின் கொண்டு மீனல்லாமோ கொஞ்சம் நிலவு கொஞ்சம் நெருப்பு ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த தேகம் கொஞ்சம் நஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் அமுதம் ஒன்றாக சேர்த்தால் எந்த கண்கள் கொஞ்சம் மிருகம் கொஞ்சம் கடவுள் ஒன்றாய் சேர்த்தால் எந்த நெஞ்சம் சந்திரலேகா லேகா சந்திரலேகா லேகா ஓ Woo!
உள்ளார வந்தானா பொல்லாத பேங்க தட்டாட்டம் தாங்க தரலாங்க சாங்க உள்ளார வந்தானா பொல்லாத பேங்க தும்ராம வாங்க பல்பாய் டூபிங்க பொறப்போட நிப்பான முட்டாம போங்க எத்தா நந்து வராங்க கையெல்லாம் கந்து வரா தவடிய ஒண்ணு போடுதில்ல நீவ சுருட்டி வரா காலர தான் பரட்டி வரா முடிய சுலுப்பி விட்டா ஏறு உள்ளார மரணம் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் அதுக்கு அவன் தான் பிறந்து வரணும் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் ஸ்டெப் முறையா விழணும் தட்டாட்டம் தாங்க தரலாங்க சாங்க உள்ளர வந்தானா பொல்லாத வேங்க திமிராம வாங்க பல்பாய் டூபிங்க மொறப்போட நிப்பான முட்டாம போங்க எவன்டா மேல எவன்டா கீழே எல்லா உயிரையும் ஒன்னாவே பாரு முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் அன்பச்சேரு தலையில் எதி வச்சு கொண்டாடும் ஊரு நியாயம் இருந்து எதிர்த்து வரியா ஒன்ன மதிப்பேன் அது ஏன் பழக்கம் காலை இழுந்து உயர நினைச்சா கேட்ட பையன் சாரிடியா இடிக்கும் கெந்தா நந்து வரா கேட்டையெல்லாம் கண்டு வரா தவடி ஒண்ணு போடுதில்ல நீவ சுருட்டி வரா காலர தான் பரட்டி வரா முடிய சிலுப்பி விட்டா ஏறும் உள்ளார போட மரணம் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் அதுக்கு அவன் தான் பிறந்து வரணும் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் செப்பு முறையா விழணும் தாங்க தள்ளாங்க சாங்க உள்ளார வந்தானா பொல்லாத வேங்க தும்ராம வாங்க பல்பாய் டூபிங்க பரப்போட நிப்பான முட்டாம போங்க பத்திரி வித்தல பத்திரி சோன்னு பத்திரி சல்பிலோ வித்தல பத்திரி சோன்னு பத்திரி சல்பிலோ வித்தல பத்திரி சோன்னு பத்திரி சல்பிலோ மரணம் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் அதுக்கு அவன் தான் பிறந்து வரணும் மாசு மரணம் தப்பு தரணும் ஸ்டெப் முறையா வந்து விழணும் Chick, 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 chick. Chick, chick, chick.
ஜிங்கனமணி சிரிச்சு புட்டா நெஞ்சில ஆனே வெங்கலக்கு நீ கோலம் இன்னும் மந்திரமே நீ நான் வெக்கத்துக்கு பக்கத்துல போகாதவ ஒரு நூலு எல்லாம் சேல கட்ட ஆளானவ அட நீ வந்தா ஏன் வந்தா காலி அமாங்கோ
జింగనమని సిరుచు పుట్ట నిజుల ఆది వెంగలకిని కోలమినో మందిరమేది హే హో హో இது என்ன உடம்பா வேட கோழி குழம்பா புரியாம நான் பார்க்கிறேன்
சமைச்சது இல்ல சமைச்சது தாண்டா உனக்காக என போடுறேன்
ரெக்டர் வச்சு பார்த்தா நீ பத்து அது பேக்கு போட்டு மொத்தம் உடலாடுதே
வெட்டி வச்சு போன ஒரு வாட்டர் மெலன் கேக் பக்கம் வந்தா குளிராடுதே
Get together வேணும் நாம கேட்டு போக
ஆமாங்கோ ஆமாங்கோ
மணி ஜிங்கின மணி சிரிச்சு புட்டா நெஞ்சுல ஆடி வெங்கலக்கினி போல மினோ மந்திரமேனி யோ யார யாரையோ யார யாரையோ 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 சிங்கன மாறி கிட்ட வாடே
ஜிங்கன மாறி சிரிச்சு புட்டா நெஞ்சில ஆனி வெங்கல கண்ணி போல மின்னும் மந்திரமேனி
நீ வெங்கத்துக்கு பக்கத்துல போகாதவ ஒரு நூலே இல்ல சில கட்ட ஆடானவ
அட நீ வந்தா ஏன் பந்தா காலி அமாகோ ஆமாங்கோ ஆமாங்கோ ஆமாங்கோ
ஏ ஹோ ஏ ஹோ தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் இவ்வளோ நேரம் எங்களுக்காக வந்து என்ஜாய் பண்ணி க்ரௌட் கிளாப் பண்ணதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி ஸோ தேங்க்ஸ் லாட் நன்றி
Out in the sky here in Chennai as we get set for the final MRF Challenge Formula 1600 race of the weekend. The grid is formed and it is going to be a lively race, that's for sure. Certainly if the evidence of the previous two races is anything to go by. Sohail Shah is the man on pole position. Everybody has the same type of car in this category. They all have these Van Diemen built, JA Motorsport operated single-seater chassis. So, yet again, it's down to the driver and his ability and how well he can work with an engineer to get the best out of the package that will determine who comes out on top. Sohail Shah's had a pretty busy weekend thus far with lots of speed, but a few unfortunate moments. Ragul Rangasamy on the front row with him has had a win and a second. And Sohail Shah is ready on pole position. You're in the perfect place here. Sohail, pole position, clear road ahead of you, trying to make up for a disappointing second race.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've been making too many mistakes at the start mainly. The rest of the race is pretty decent after that, but if I manage to start, I think I can hold on to this position.
What about that second race? You got involved in a skirmish on the first couple of corners, so it's quite tight and crowded around there. Keeping out of trouble is important.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse grid always causes some trouble, whether it's at the front or the back is another story. But when it's in front of you, can't do anything, right? But in my case, it was behind me. Like, it was, I think he misjudged his braking point and he just touched me at the rear. But then I think I made a good recovery, and if not for the safety car taking too long to come in, I think I could have probably challenged for third place.
Now you can go for a win. Good luck. So Sohail Shah starts on pole position, but the opposition will come from the man that won the championship in these cars last year, namely Ragul Rangasamy, who had a busy second race, a bit of contact, and here on the front row you can go for another win.
Yeah, hopefully I think this race is going to be even more interesting because it's the last race of the weekend and there's no championship points, nothing as well. So we are just going to have some fun. Yeah, I hope there is no contact this race.
And you've got a busy afternoon because you're leaping from this car into the saloons.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough thing because it's a 10-lap race and the saloons are a 12-lap race and there is no break in between. Yeah. So I just have to jump into the other car. But I'm used to it, so I think it's going to be challenging as well.
You'll learn to drink at the end of the day. Good luck. So Ragul Rangasamy then starts second on the grid, and this the first of two races for him and a number of other drivers back to back. We talked about how lively the previous race for these cars was earlier today. Let's have a look back at the highlights. So the grid is formed, ready for this final 10-lap race for the 1600cc MRF Challenge cars. The point that Ragul Rangasamy was just making was that, and it's a valid one, no championship points for this. It's a invitation race, a pre-season test race, if you like. So they don't have to think about points. They can just get stuck in and go and enjoy the racing without fear of it compromising championship hopes. There, as you look down onto the grid, is the man on pole position, Sohail Shah, and he will take on a final bit of liquid, ready for the 10-lap race that is in prospect. And after a disappointing second race where he had at least two incidents, he desperately wants to try and redress the balance with a race win here. Podium for the first race was Ragul Rangasamy, the winner, from Vishnu Prasad, and Sohail Shah in third. Vishnu Prasad opportunistic move, but he was the winner of the second race ahead of this man, Ragul Ranagazami, and it was Kartik Tairani who was third, battling his way into contention early on in the race. So 10 laps are ahead of us as Ragul Ranagazami just gathers his thoughts in anticipation of what is to come. There, number 6, you see, is Vishnu Prasad, race winner earlier on in the day, and a driver that was 6th in the championship last year. He's another of the many jumping from this into the saloon race. Anindit Reddy is another. Bala Prasad is another. Sirish Chandran is another. So there's quite a lot, and the D'Souza's, yes. There's quite a lot of them leaping from this into the next race, so they're going to be worn out. It might even be that there's got to be a couple of minutes grace for allowing drivers to get from one car to another. However, the timetable does allow for clear-up operations and things like that, so there's time for the drivers to get themselves sorted, but they'll need to certainly have another big glug of liquid because it is getting very hot indeed out there. There is a little bit of a breeze, but it's still very warm indeed, not a cloud in the sky, and certainly in a saloon car you're going to be very warm indeed. There is, though, number 16, Kartik Tairani, the winner of last year's Formula 1300 contest. 1 minute board is now shown, so the grid is clear, the engines are fired up, and very shortly the field will be released then. So all of these cars are the same. Van Diemen built, 1.6 litre Ford Duratec powered, 140 brake horsepower they generate from a engine with a 5-speed sequential gearbox mated to it. The green flag lap about to get underway then. 32nd board is shown first of all, but then the race formation lap now is going to be started. So away goes Sohail Shah. And let's see what the pole position driver can do when we get to racing. Sohail, who was the runner-up last year, took 3 wins, was also the Formula 1300 champion in 2018, so he's very much made a name for himself in single-seater racing in this country. There going through his 44, which is Keith D'Souza, the Goa driver, who didn't go very far in the previous one because he tangled with Sohail Shah and it damaged the car, and so he was a retirement. His brother had tangled with Sohail Shah on the opening lap of the race, so not a huge amount of love lost, I suspect, between the two families right now. Sohail Shah will start on pole. This is based, by the way, on a driver's second best lap time in qualifying. Ragul Ranagazami is with him at the front of the grid, then it's Vishnu Prasad and Kartik Tairani. Anindit Reddy comes next with Arya Singh and Bala Prasad on the next row of the grid. Then Chris D'Souza alongside him. Penultimate row is Raymond Banerjee and Keith D'Souza, with Sirish Chandran at the rear of the grid. So 11 cars for the 1600s, but certainly the earlier race with the reverse grid of the top 8 was a lively one indeed. Now you go to the second best qualifying time, so it sort of puts people in a more familiar surrounding in terms of where they are on the grid, but that's not to suggest it's not going to be an exciting race as you see the cars there turn through. Bala Prasad was eliminated from the race lead contact in race 2 with Ragul Ranagazami. It was decided that was just a racing incident, so nothing done about it, no action needed to be taken, but Bala Prasad very frustrated, of course, that it wasn't a race that he could finish in line with the grid. Down he comes then into the right hand of turn 8. And the 7 you see further back in the pack is Sirish Chandran, and Anindit Reddy going through in the bright blue car. And he's another driver that will now leap into a saloon at the end of this race. He's in the Volkswagen Amio Cup class of the combined Indian saloons and superstock category. But the MRF 1600s have given very good racing indeed, not just this weekend, but in their past. And although they're not huge in number, there's enough of them to certainly give a very good account. They're the Evo magazine back car of Sirish Chandran. And the cars now threading their way down to the right-hander of turn 12. Ragul Ranagazami is very much the benchmark driver in this, but Sohail Shah has proved he's got the speed, he's got the pace, and he has run him very close. Indeed, he has beaten him with those 3 race wins last year to Ragul on his way to winning the championship, so not that much to choose between them. Up to the grid they come. Ragul Ranagazami was also yesterday in comparable conditions, comparable heat. They're talking about the need to look after tyres, and that again might be a factor to how the result pans out here. So there, the grid just about ready. Anindit Reddy is in position. Kartik Tairani in the black car just in front of him. Bala Prasad's white livery shown behind. So now, when everybody is there, we wait for the 5-second board and then for the lights. Well, there's the board just being withdrawn on the right-hand side on the gantry. 1 red light, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights go on. When the lights go out now, we're underway. And a good start made as he chops across the front by Sahil Shah, but to the outside line goes Raghu Ranagazami. The green and red car then tries to go for the race lead, but Shah it is that has the inside line, the tighter line. It's got the race lead up the inside line, tries to go Vishnu Prasad then in third in the orange car. Right round the outside comes Kartik Tarani, and it's still Shah who leads the way then as they get to turn 2. And Indit Reddy, number 27 on the inside line, going for 4th there. Look as they come to turn 3 for the first time. The D'Souza brothers have got themselves together, but Sahil Shah leads the pack on the run now, up towards turn 4, and not only that, but Raghu Ranagazami is under attack from Vishnu Prasad. So, the 2 race winners of the previous 2, there they are, Ranagazami and Prasad running together. Prasad up on the outside line, that would be the inside for turn 5, but he can't stay alongside, can't stay level, has to slot back in behind as they come now through turn 5. The race leader, Sahil Shah, up the curb, the back almost gets away from him. Sahil Shah pulling clear on this opening lap. He's getting on with the job very definitely, isn't he now? As there is Anindit Reddy going through number 27. Sahil Shah then on cold tyres, trying to push, trying to break away from the opposition. Part of that approach is going to be dictated to by how well Vishnu Prasad is able to distract Raghu Ranagazami in second place. If he can stay with him and make a battle out of it, that's going to play into the leader's hands. As there, look, Keith D'Souza, number 44, shaking off his brother, comes up to have a go at the traffic ahead. There's a squeal of tyres, and is that Bala Prasath in strife? It is. Around he has gone, so Bala Prasath rejoins the road, but badly delayed. It is not his weekend, is it? Certainly not as far as the 1600s are concerned. Raghu Ranagazami runs way wide out of turn 11, kicks up the dirt there. That compromises him a little bit, loses him a length or so against the race leader. Bala Prasath also will jump into the saloon car race, from which he retired yesterday when a wheel virtually went underneath the car. But he's dropped a long way back on this opening lap of the 1600s. Through goes Anindit Reddy, right on his tail there. You can see his Arya Singh as they head towards turn 2. And the more drivers that run wide and bring dust onto the road, they make it slippy for those behind. And a big sideways moment for Anindit Reddy as he comes out of turn 2. He's hanging onto the place though. The lead gap that Sahil Shah had, 0.8 of a second last time when they went over the timing line. Through they blast now. Nose to tail here, Keith D'Souza, 44, up the inside of Raymond Banerjee. He's got the gap, he's got the line, has he got the place? Yep, he has. 7th he goes on the inside line at turn 4. Good move that. So Keith D'Souza goes through, picks up the place, and now starts to pull clear. There is Vishnu Prasad still on the back of Raghu Ranagazami. He's not made a move against him as yet. He's not been able to find the real estate that he needs, but as they come down towards turn 8 now there, you can see that Sahil Shah is absolutely getting away. Through goes Prasad. Thinks about the inside line, trying to force another mistake out of Ranagazami. We saw one, didn't we, at the end of the previous lap coming out of turn 11. So as they dive now down towards the approach to turn 10, almost nose to tail these two. Number 99 it is then, Raghu Ranagazami up front. But all the time as he clips the curb on the inside at 11, he's losing touch with the race leader. Sahil Shah is on a mission here. Over the timing line goes the race leader, and already Sahil Shah is 2.2 seconds to the good, getting away very easily now from the opposition as they come through. So there you've got number 99, Raghu Ranagazami. He makes the run up towards the left-hander of turn 3 now, with Vishnu Prasad all over the back of him, and this means that Ranagazami is losing touch with the race leader. This is bad news, not in the game plan for him. You can see that Shah's on his own. Good fight for second place. Prasad all over the back of Ranagazami here, the reigning champion in these cars. But Vishnu Prasad as yet has not found a way to prise open that door. Up they come now through the right-hander of turn 5, and then back onto the power once again. Through they come. So Vishnu Prasad, the winner of race 2, still chasing. Let's see what he can do. Nose to tail, Anindit Reddy trying to fend off the challenge lower back there of Arya Singh, but as they accelerate their way now down to the turn 9 sequence, turn 8-9, you've got second and third absolutely nose to tail. Sahil Shah, perhaps not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap. Anindit Reddy keeping Arya Singh at bay. This is the 5th place. Singh all over the back of him now as they come into the left-hander. Out of turn 9, run wide here up the curb. You use the little bit of tarmac that's the link road between the back circuit and the short circuit. And now down to turn 10 with a twitch from Singh's car. But he stays on song as they come through turn 10 onto the tail of Reddy once more, potentially at turn 11. There's the leader through. Sahil Shah getting away from the opposition on this lap. fastest lap of the race is to Sohail Shah, a 1:38.5. Ragul Ranagazami now 2.7 seconds back. Vishnu Prasad is still there in third. Kartik Tarani is fourth. Fifth is Anindit Reddy, and Arya Singh there sixth, crawling all over the back of him as they start lap 4. Number 16 going through, that's Kartik Tarani. He's a bit lonely in all of this. And further back, we had another change. Yes, Bala Prasad has gained a place at the expense of Sirish Chandran after his spin. So we've got the change for 10th position as Bala Prasad tries to get on with the job, get some of the lost ground back, but he needs a safety car to buy himself back into the race. Here's the fight for 6th, and to the outside line now goes Arya Singh. This is brave, heads up towards the right-hander of turn 4. Can't do it though there. So for the moment, Anindit Reddy hangs on to the place. In fact, it's the battle for 5th place this. So Anindit Reddy is 5th, Arya Singh is in 6th spot as they come through. Race leaders come down towards turn 8, and Sohail Shah, 2.7 seconds to the good, absolute best in the first sector, looking strong, looking good, way out up front, as here Anindit Reddy defends the inside line to the outside line. Goes Sohail Shah, goes Arya Singh. As they touch, they almost interlock wheels, and it is Arya Singh that comes off worst out of that, but stays in the race at least. But has he got damage? He's dropped a long way back, hasn't he, out of all of that? So Anindit Reddy hangs on to his 5th place. Arya Singh falls back behind him and a long way behind him as the two cars touch. They're going through turn 8. Anindit Reddy proved yesterday in the saloon car race that he's a fairly formidable racer. Up towards the timing line comes Sohail Shah then now. In 2nd place through is Ragul Ranagazami, and then Vishnu Prasad goes through in 3rd place, and he is still only about 4 tenths away from the man that he's chasing. So he's right there, breathing down his neck, trying to find a gap. For the moment though, it's not coming, as there you see Rayaman Banerjee just ahead of Chris D'Souza, I should say. Keith D'Souza has just come down the pit lane. At the back of all of that is Bala Prasad, so not only are they all going to gain a place at the expense of Keith D'Souza, but Bala Prasad might find a way past 1, if not 2, before the end here. Through turn 1 they go. Bala Prasad to the outside line, and that's exactly what Prasad is trying here at turn 4 against Ranagazami, to no avail as yet though. Ranagazami sideways, that opens the door a little. Up the curb goes Vishnu Prasad, this is the chance. Doesn't work for him. Ragul Ranagazami just able to hang on to the place, but is he still slightly off his line as they come out of turn 6 now? I think he's recovered from all of that, but for a moment, the door was ajar. Oh, so nearly forcing the issue as Vishnu Prasad. Maybe had that been the last lap, he might have really gone for it. Down to turn 8 they come. He's on the outside line now. Outside here is the inside for 9. This is really brave stuff for 2nd place. Prasad goes wide, and that cost him. Has to slot back in behind. If he hadn't had that slide, he might just have been able to stand his ground for the next corner. But it looks now like he's being held up, doesn't it? So the black-helmeted Ragul Ranagazami ahead of him, under attack. They're losing touch all the time with the race leader, who's being allowed to escape. There he is, that's Sohail Shah. But as far as Vishnu Prasad is concerned, what can he do about the traffic ahead? Well, Ragul Ranagazami has extended the gap by a length now. They're about to start lap number 6 of the 10, and it's looking good as far as the overall race leader is concerned. Over the line goes Ranagazami. Just wonder whether Kartik Tarani in 4th place may not be coming back at them. He is. He's just taken half a second out of Vishnu Prasad because Ranagazami is going slower by defending. Prasad is going slower by being stuck and can't overtake. So Kartik Tarani is gaining ground on them all the time. That gap is coming down between 3rd and 4th. And again, look there. Ranagazami runs a little bit wide, hooks up the dirt as he comes out of the very fast turn 3. Now to the back part of the circuit, this fast flowing sequence that starts with turn 4 and then sort of mushrooms its way back into the stadium area. Sohail Shah the leader. This is where Ranagazami went wide a lap ago. Prasad is the man that goes just a little bit wider this time through. So the race leaders go by. There is the 3rd place car, Vishnu Prasad, and this is the fight now between Bala Prasad in the white car and, oops, a rather crossed up Chris D'Souza ahead of him. To the outside line goes Prasad, gets his nose in front, should be able to go through. No, he doesn't. D'Souza fights back nicely, the former saloon car racer, and another spin. Bala Prasad goes around again. Wrong at turn 4, the back lazily overtakes the front, loops itself around. Back into the race he will go, but big frustration. Bala Prasad, every time he gains, he seems to lose out again. However, Sohail Shah is righting all the wrongs of his previous 2 races. He's away and gone. Over the timing line, starts lap 7. Here's the replay. Was there contact between the two? I don't think there was. No, it was just that Bala Prasad was slightly offline, caught the dust, and with a little bit too much speed, just lost the rear of the car, and around he went. So that means that he was 9th. We'll see whether he has survived there as the leading cars come out of turn 3. That's 2nd, that's 3rd. Kartik Tarani in 4th place has just done a personal best lap, so he's quicker than the 2 ahead of him. Sohail Shah all the while is getting away. And there going through is the battle between Raghu Ranagazami, Vishnu Prasad, and very shortly I think it will be joined by Kartik Tarani. He's almost there. So Vishnu Prasad goes through, and in terms of hundreds, both he and Raghu Ranagazami matching each other to the time in the first sector on this lap. Kartik Tarani doing a personal best sector time as he tries to hunt them down, but he's running out of laps. And of course, with identical machinery like this, it is difficult, inevitably, for the drivers to be able to claw back much of the time. So the drivers working currently at lap 7 out of the 10. Look back, and there you see coming through the 2nd and 3rd battle. Ranagazami still able to keep at bay the hard-charging Vishnu Prasad. There over the timing line goes the race leader to start lap 8, but Sohail Shah is virtually away and gone now, isn't he? Out of turn 1, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Tarani still just about in the reckoning here, but is he going to get close enough? He's almost plateaued now. He needs these two to get together and have a bigger squabble. However, Prasad can't find a way past Ranagazami, and Ranagazami is so far back from Shah that he's not going to catch him before the end unless Sohail makes a mistake. So might now stabilise between the leading 4. We'll see. The cars flick now up through the turn 4-5 sequence. There is Kartik Tarani still charging along, but the Formula 1300 graduate not quite able to match on pace here. Kartik Tarani, who was 3rd in the earlier race. He's another convert of saloon car racing as well, because he raced in the Volkswagen Amio Cup in the past. And so Kartik Tarani, many of them are actually experienced of single-seaters and saloons. They have a go in each and then sort of decide which way they would prefer to go. A European racing career, then potentially single-seaters is the route. Raghu Ranagazami then, who, like the man behind him, Vishnu Prasad, is racing in both categories today. So is Kartik Tarani, so is Anindit Reddy. They're all busy drivers. There is Reddy in the blue car, and he's about to lose out. Is it Arya Singh, who finally makes the move up the inside, and he goes through. Anindit Reddy gets sideways, runs wide, holds the moment, but loses the place. So finally, Arya Singh goes through, and look, having been released, straight away pulls clear. The race leaders have gone through now onto lap number 9, 2 to go. Anindit Reddy dropping back as over the brow comes the charging Arya Singh. So that puts him up into the top 5. 7, Rayoman Banerjee, who's a little bit too far back, I would have thought, to really be able to do anything about them now. The cars come through turn 2, and there is Ranagazami, still clear of Prasad. Prasad, you get the feeling, is running out of options now. Working their way through the sweeps now that take them up to turn 4, past the Madras Motorsports Club's building. And now stand on the brakes, go left, go right. Dust kicked up by Prasad, but is that enough to really slow him? Don't think it is. Bit of a slide though as he goes to the kick before turn 6, so that plays into the hands of Raghu Ranagazami once more. He's able to just extend the margin a little. Down then comes Sohail Shah, clearing the race lead, and you get the feeling now that despite his best efforts, Vishnu Prasad is not going to get close enough to Raghu Ranagazami. He's tried, but in this race, they're good mates, these two. It's just not going to go in his favour. Ranagazami then with a win and 2 seconds to his credit, seemingly come the end of the weekend, and Sohail Shah getting back onto the podium. Shows the importance of the pole position, doesn't it? As you see there, number 7, Sirish Chandran. Through he goes, up from the back of the grid, chasing on behind the opposition. The race leaders then are coming over the timing line to start the last lap. The board is there, and they're going into turn 1, Sohail Shah. So this non-championship weekend of racing for them certainly has proved who the quick drivers are, and also how open it can be. 3 races and 3 different winners we're going to have had if Sohail Shah hangs on for one more lap here up front. Rana Ghazami second, Prasad third, as they weave their way again through that S that takes you up towards turn 4. And as they do so, Sohail Shah's advantage on this last lap, 5.8 seconds. So he's well clear. He can afford now just to relax a little, just to super concentrate, make sure he doesn't put a wheel out of line. What he can't afford to do, though, is to nod off, to start making little tiny errors, because they'll soon come back to bite. The car out of turn 7 now. There's the little kink that brings him onto the straight to turn 8. And Sohail Shah checks his mirrors and sees an empty track, pretty much. He's dominated this final race of the weekend for the 1600cc MRF Challenge cars. There he is, out of turn 9, uses the extra tarmac that's available to him, sets the car up for turn 10, dives down into the back part of the circuit, flicks it through the right, now left of turn 10, right again at turn 11, and it's going to be a race win in very impressive fashion here for Sohail Shah. He comes over the brow, makes the run, now down towards turn 12, checkered flag at the ready, and Sohail Shah takes the race win. There's the checkered flag. Sohail Shah wins race 3 in the MRF Challenge as he comes across the line with nose to tail for second. The gap right down at the end. Raghu Rana Ghazami is just going to be able to keep Vishnu Prasad at bay. Prasad pulls out, more in hope than in anticipation of getting past. 4th across the line is Kartik Karani. But a good drive, definitely, by Sohail Shah, winning in the end by 6.4 seconds, and he got the fastest lap. So triple whammy, pole, win, fastest lap, job done. There over the line goes Anindit Reddy for 6th behind Arya Singh. But Sohail Shah, very impressive indeed. He comes home as the race winner. And Sohail Shah, as I say, with the fastest lap of the race as well. Very impressive indeed.
Everybody in the audience, come on, let's give it up for Sohail Shah. Come on, everybody.
So our race winner, Sohail Shah, arrives in Parc Fermé. Other drivers may not be stopping because they've got another race to do. So Raghu Rana Ghazami has just made the point that I'm in the next race, and so also Vishnu Prasad. So we won't hear from 2nd and 3rd, but the race winner steps from the car. Let's have a word with him in a moment. Sohail Shah, after a very impressive drive, he's congratulated, the handshake, and then in a moment there'll be a winner's cap for him. And we can hear from our race winner. Winner's cap, first of all. Sohail, well done. That was the perfect race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, once I got the start down, I just had to focus and make sure I put in every lap. I got first 3 laps pretty quick. And then when I looked into the mirror, I saw a decent gap. So that's when I started slowing down, make sure I don't make any major mistakes such that they catch up. And just paced myself again and managed to finish the race, I think, the way I wanted.
It was the perfect race, pole position, race win, fastest lap. Couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing better this weekend could have been was the previous race. But otherwise, this race was really good. And I enjoyed it. I was a bit, you know, a bit tired towards the end, but then it all comes down to me winning the race at the end. So.
What are temperatures like? Because obviously it's middle of the day now, it's getting hotter and hotter.
Yeah, so when it got hotter, I also noticed that after 5 laps, the tires started to slide a bit more. So that's when I decided to back off a little bit more because I was planning on staying closer to the late 38s. And then I moved down to the mid 39s to low 39s just to make sure my tires don't die and don't slide too much.
Well, it's a perfect drive, Sohail. Well done. Congratulations. So a really good job done by Sohail Shah. As I say, second and third place drivers are in the next race. So Parc Fermé is a bit empty as far as they're concerned. So they have to leap from single-seaters now to saloons. And as they do that, let's have a look at the highlights of the race we've just seen. Great start by Sohail Shah then to power away from the line, trying to defend that line down towards turn 1, keeping Ragul Ranagazami at bay as they work their way through turn 1 for the first time. Ranagazami tried to challenge on the inside, but it didn't pay out for him, and as the cars worked their way up through the first sequence of corners, this was part of the plan for Sohail Shah to push as hard as he could on cold tyres and try and build up that gap. There were battles though raging on lower down the pack, that was for sure. Up on the inside line, Keith D'Souza gained ground. Bala Prasad was involved in the action. He had a couple of spins which rather cost him dear. First of all though, he was up past the car of Chris D'Souza, powering his way onto the pit straight as Anindit Reddy was busy battling with Arya Singh. And this was a battle that would rage on for the bulk of the race. Ranagazami made a small error at turn 5, almost opened the door, not enough to enable Vishnu Prasad to come through. And that meant that up front the lead was building as far as Sohail Shah was concerned. He set the fastest lap and Bala Prasad had another of his spins. Try as he might, Vishnu Prasad could do nothing about Ragul Ranagazami. He was just not able to find a gap anywhere, nor really force another mistake out of last year's champion. And so, up to the checkered flag came Sohail Shah to score victory in our final MRF Formula 1600 Challenge race of the weekend. So 3 very good races indeed from the 1600 MRF Challenge cars. We've got 2 more races still to come here for the 2-litre cars, and next on track the saloons, but for now we'll take a quick break. See you shortly. You can't beat a good touring car race, can you? And that is what we have coming up next here at the Madras Motor Racetrack. It's our second saloon car race of the weekend, and it's got the biggest grid of any of the categories that are here, which means this is going to be a very lively 12-lap race indeed. It's a real mixed bag of cars as well across different specifications. Amongst them, the Volkswagen Amios that you see behind me on the grid. Now, the Amios have had their own one-make championship for a number of seasons here in India. Volkswagen has always been a really big supporter of Indian motorsport, but for this year the Amio is going to be phased out, and instead the Polo is going to be introduced. So this is a last hurrah for the Volkswagen Amio. In other words, there's nothing to lose. Don't worry about repair bills, just go and have some fun. And you can anticipate, because you've got 4 or 5 of them up near the front of this semi-reverse grid, that it's going to be a very spectacular race as well. But against them, you've got 2 other class of car as well, from the Indian Touring Car Championship and the Superstock class as well. So have a look down the grid, you'll see the Amios. We've actually got one of the cars from the Indian Touring Car Championship on pole position. But number 39, the silver Honda City that won yesterday's race of racer and rally driver, there it is, Arjun Balu's car, that's the one to watch. It was dominant yesterday, and that'll be carving its way through the field. The Indian touring cars basically have greater modification, a little bit quicker, also a bit more fragile on occasions. Then Superstock, now that's more perhaps a motorbike racing term, but in Indian saloon car racing parlance, it's production saloons. They're relatively unmodified cars, safety provisions within there, of course, but it's a good, cheap way of going saloon car racing, and there are lots of drivers in that class, so that's going to be very frantic indeed. So the grid is formed. We're looking forward to what's going to be a very lively race indeed. And as befits all good touring car races, when you get to the last one of the weekend, it's a semi-reverse grid. So you've reversed the top finishers of yesterday. So Arjun Balu has got work to do to work his way through to the front. We've got 5 minutes to go before the action gets underway. I'll head to the box. Let's have a look at the highlights of race 1. Grid. I told you it was busy. That's only a snapshot of it because the pole position car, just because it's on the outside, has crept out of view. Pole is Vidya Prakash from the Indian Touring Car Championship element of this with his Suzuki Esteem. There it is. And Vidya Prakash starts then, as I say, on pole for this race based on the reversal of yesterday's finishing order. It's the top 8 that are reversed. So Arjun Balu will start 8th on the grid. Vidya Prakash, very experienced driver, and gets himself ready. The octogenarian, along with Anmol Singh Sahil at the front. And then as the rest of the field is ready, you see at the back, number 18, that is Vinit Abhiram. Just to his right is Perujan Krishnan in their Honda Cities, but the new shape is that of Perujan Krishnan. Number 1 there, look, is the car of Anmol Singh Sahil. He lines up on the inside of the front row, second on the grid. And the fans, and there are plenty of them here, are looking forward to a spectacular race, that's for sure. So, as you see, car number 8 of Ishan Dodiwala. He's another stalwart saloon racer in this country. And as I say, these Amios look immaculate, don't they? But they're going to be replaced with the Polos. We've had the Polo Cup here in the past, the likes of Aditya Patel, who went on to race in international GT racing. He came from this, amongst other drivers. Volkswagen and Indian Motorsport have always been very happy bedfellows. There is Vidya Prakash then, ready to go from pole position. The rear of the grid stretching all the way around the last corner. So the 32nd board shown. Another car that's going to be worth keeping an eye to just a little bit further up the road, number 67 there, Vijay Kumar. Another of the Indian Touring Car Championship drivers who had problems yesterday. Right, everybody gets away. Arjun Balu goes through the shot. Racer then went rallying and has now come back to circuit racing, which I think he said he prefers, really. But driving for the Race Concepts team, the man from Coimbatore. Vishnu Prasad, that we saw in the previous race, has also entered in this, in the ITC category, and many of the others across other classes as well. So we'll try and pick out some of the star drivers that are further back on the grid as they need to work their way through. One of them is going to be Keith D'Souza. This is the grid, however. Vidya Prakash and Anmol Singh Sahel at the front, ahead of Ishan Dodiwala and then Avik Anwar. Then you have Dhruv Mohita and Anindit Reddy, jumping from single-seater to saloon. Saurabh Bandyopadhyay went well yesterday, but he was the runner-up to Arjun Balu, who starts 8th, ahead of Arya Singh, that's just been out in the single-seater race, and Parth Gopade next on the grid, ahead of Karan Kaudal. Then it is Chris Nagdev from Vishnu Prasad. Ritvik Thomas is another stalwart saloon racer. Keith D'Souza, if he's there, in the Volkswagen Vento, ahead of Raghu Ranganasamy, who won the first 1600cc single-seater race. Alicia Abdullah is there, ahead of Vijay Kumar. Thomas Lewin is ahead of Perujan Krishnan on the grid. Then Vinit Abhiram and Chetan Srineni on the next row of the grid, ahead of Prasanna Kumar. Sunil Ranjit comes next, ahead of Sriram S, Pratik Benya, Srish Chandran, and Bala Prasad and Joel Joseph to round out the grid. Bala Prasad, who lost yesterday when a wheel tried to part company with the car, here pitched him into a big spin. Got going again, but of course the weight shifted to the next corner. The same thing happened, and at that point Bala Prasad decided to rather give up the unequal struggle. So the field now turning its way down towards turn 10. Cars we should have. Maybe after yesterday's dramas that there are 1 or 2 missing, but you see 93 Ritvik Thomas there just jinking around. The red Vento will be one to watch of Keith D'Souza trying to work its way into contention. And it might be, as I say, 1 or 2 from the back of the grid are missing, but we'll try and catch that as the race gets underway, as the cars now work down through the approach to turn 10. All the Volkswagen Amios very evenly matched. There's Arjun Balu, who's going to be the man to watch to see if he can take a second win, and how easy it's going to be, or otherwise, to force a way through to the front. A real mix of Honda Cities, of Volkswagen Ventos, Volkswagen Amios, and of Suzuki Esteems on this grid. And different shapes and sizes as ever, making for a good saloon car grid. So Vidya Prakash then on pole position needs to try and get away here before everybody else from yesterday's top places get through the traffic and can go after him. See the drag strip there just at the end of the pit straight, and here they all come into position. It's been a very leisurely warming up lap, hasn't it, as far as the pole man is concerned, but he's there now. So Vidya Prakash slots into place. Number 1, Anmol Singh Sahil, second on the grid, and still they pour. Everybody getting ready as up to the grid comes 06, Vishnu Prasad's car. There is the Vento in the hands of Keith D'Souza in its very Volkswagen TSI Power livery. Arjun Balu gets ready to go from 8th on the grid. Bit of shuffling into position at the back, but I think everybody is present and correct. So we are good to go then for what's going to be, in fact now, according to the screen, 10 lap. It was meant to be a 12 lap race, so we'll see whether that stays as 10 or does revert back to 12. Bit of a step into the unknown. However, here we go. The grid is just about formed. As into place now comes Vinit Abhiram. And if the marshals are happy and the officials in race control are happy, then we can get racing underway. So 10 laps on the timing screen, 12 on the timetable. We'll wait and see what we get. However, here we go. The grid is formed. Drivers now look towards the lighting gantry. 5-second board is displayed. First of all, 5 lights will go red when the lights go out. We go racing now. Who makes the best start? Good getaway by Ishan Dariwala from the second row of the grid. And in fact, though, it's going to be Anmol Singh Sahil, look, number 1, who jumps ahead of the pole man. Vidya Prakash on the way down towards turn 1. Prakash moves across the front of him then. Vidya Prakash just able to hang on to the advantage. Number 21 there is Dhruv Mohit on the outside line versus Anvik Anwar as they come up now towards turn 2. And Arjun Balu is in the body of the field. There he is in that very rapid Honda City, trying to wriggle his way through the traffic early doors. Everybody out of turn 3 safely. So far, so good. Arjun Balu gets run up the curb on the outside line, but it shouldn't take him long, I wouldn't have thought, to pick his way through the traffic here. So the cars turn their way up through the S's that lead you up towards turn 4. And the Volkswagen Amios having, as I say, their last hurrah, all going for race honours here. But right now, Vidya Prakash is the leader. There's a challenge being made there. Look, up on the inside line. Number 14, that was, just avoiding dramas. So the cars accelerate up towards turn 6. Through they turn. Number 21 goes by, that being Dhruv Mohita. And the cars now sprint their way down towards turn 8 for the first time. Somebody's not their indicator on, but it doesn't suggest for a moment that they're going to get out of the way of Arjun Balu. He's going to have to work through on the inside line. He does so, picks up the place. So through he goes ahead there of Anindit Reddy in the MRF Tyres liveried Volkswagen Amio. And through they come, out of turn 9, now heading towards the completion of this opening lap. There is, possibly with a problem, Pratik Benya, who has dropped a long, long way back. So Pratik Benya slowly at the rear of the field. A big lock up there, look for number 93 as they come down to turn 10, Ritvik Thomas. Arjun Balu gets up the inside line, goes through to gain another place. That's from Ishan Dodiwala. So where's that going to put him? Third at the end of the opening lap. Vidya Prakash leads then. He also is, of course, in the ITC class, so he leads the way as they come over the timing line. Arjun Balu was third. He's about to go for second. Is he on the inside line there? Anmol Singh Sahil fends him off for the moment as the cars turn through. And now he goes for second place up on the inside. Job done? Yes, it is. So he secures that as he heads now through turn 3. 1 lap in the book, and it's the Indian touring car spec cars, the Esteem ahead of the Honda City, first and second. But now it's game on between the Volkswagens. They don't have to worry too much about these quicker touring cars trying to get through. They can just have their own battle. And it is number 1, Anmol Singh Sahil, then, that has the advantage, only just as they come up towards turn 4. Almost a change for the lead there, but Vidya Prakash able to hang on to it, not being fazed by the very aggressively nosed Honda City behind him then of Arjun Balu. Here they come. Up the curb, you can do it in these touring cars, goes Vidya Prakash, but then he runs a little bit wide and through with the door wide open. Goes Arjun Balu through on the inside line, gains the place. While all that's been going on, we've had our first pit caller, Bala Prasad, whose miserable day continues into retirement. Down they come then into turn 9, and it is the car of Arjun Balu clear up front. And now that he's hit the front, I suspect he's going to romp away into the distance a bit like he did yesterday. However, there are still plenty of scraps going on behind him. Keep an eye to the red Vento. It's running, there it is, it's running amok amongst the Amios, but Keith D'Souza should have the pace here to get through most of those before the end. Whether he can go after Vidya Prakash remains to be seen, but there he is. Keith D'Souza is another driver that's been jumping from single-seater to saloons this weekend, locked up in the approach to turn 10, and there is Arjun Balu over the brow. And as soon as he's got ahead of Vidya Prakash, he's pulling away. And I just wonder whether Vidya Prakash might drop back into the clutches here over the Amio battle. Over the timing line they come. And as the field turns through, the race-leading car of Arjun Balu it is then, with the gap extending all the time. Starting lap 3 now. So as the cars accelerate to turn 2, there a challenge against, first up, Anvik Anwar. He's able to hang on to that place and then dives up on the inside line, look to get himself ahead of Saurav Bandyapade, who was really good yesterday, but Bandyapade losing a place here. So Saurav Bandyapade drops back. There caught a glimpse of number 6 in the background, which is the car of single-seater race winner this weekend, Vishnu Prasad. And the Amios dive now up through turn 4. There's dust in the air. There are people locking up. They scramble through the left and the right. And here they come now with number 12 pushing on Anvik Anwar. But from the second row of the grid, he's losing places now a little bit. Dropping down the order. Keith D'Souza has almost arrived on the back of the Amio battle. Through they come. But Arjun Balu is getting away. No question. He leads. He's getting clear up front. And so now the cars make the run down again into the turn 8 sequence. Right and left at 9. Side by side amongst the Amios there, and about to lose another spot is Anvik Anwar because Saurabh Bandiapade goes through on the inside line, picks up a place. Bandiapade then goes by, and Anvik Anwar tries to fight back, but he's also got to be mindful there, look, of the next one in the queue, trying to find a way past him as well as they drop down now towards turn 10. Parth Gopade it is, number 17, looking for a way by. And back on his toes, Anvik Anwar challenging, but there's Gopade up the inside. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. And there's the Vento of Keith D'Souza. A bigger, longer, slightly wider track, and he comes through on the inside line. He picks up a spot as well. Leaders go through then, starting now lap number 4. Number 21 goes by, that being the Amio in the hands of Dhruv Mohita. But as you look at number 1, that's Anmol Singh Sahil, 5th in the Amio Cup last year, really in the thick of the battles here. Dhruv Mohita on the back now of Anindit Reddy in the MRF liveried car. There is Anindit Reddy as they come up towards turn 4. But Arjun Balu, a dominant race leader. Some good battles going on lower down as well amongst the super stocks. But as the Amio battle turns through, that's the race leader, Arjun Balu, still ahead of Vidya Prakash, who is not really being able to get away from the hard-charging Anmol Singh Sahil heading the Amio Cup. So it gives you an impression of the good pace of the Amios relative to the slightly more modified Indian touring car spec entries as well. The Suzuki Esteem then coming under attack. Singh Sahil is certainly not giving up, is he, as they come down towards turn 8 now. So the race leaders currently on lap number 4, accelerating their way. This is the order with Arjun Balu ahead, Vidya Prakash in second spot, and then Anmol Singh Sahil in 3rd position. So the race leaders, race leader perhaps is rather more accurate, rather singular now, isn't it, as far as the car of Arjun Balu is concerned. Got the start being investigated, incidentally, for one of the drivers, car number 23, which is Alisha Abdullah. So maybe she was slightly out of position or maybe jumped the start. Either way, that's being looked at by the officials as we look at Vidya Prakash under attack here, because again, Anmol Singh Sahil gets up the inside and this time makes it stick. Through he goes into second place. Good pass, dives through on the inside line. So Anmol Singh Sahil goes through, gains the position. And now the cars accelerate once again down towards the approach to turn 10. There's Vidya Prakash under more attack now because Ishan Dadiwala attacks him, then gets attacked and loses out to Anindit Reddy. So it's change and change again as they come through. This is what we like to see in touring car racing. Lots of overtaking, lots of place trading, and the leader already across the line, Arjun Balu, then another lap in the book. He goes through, starts now lap 6. There is the second place man, Anmol Singh Sahil. And the Amio battle continues behind. Ishan Dariwala just ahead there of Dhruv Mohita as they turn their way up now through turn 2. They're having a bit of a moment. Number 57, that's Chetan Sorenini, another of the Honda Cities, out of the super stock class, which is the entry-level category, effectively. And that currently is led by Ritvik Thomas. So he is the man leading the class. Another attack against here, Vidya Prakash, and easily through goes Anindit Reddy. Has the gap on the inside line, and Vidya Prakash has to watch him go. You see another of these almost scoop-like front ends that's on the ITC spec cars. Vidya Prakash's car not quite as outlandish as that of Arjun Balu, but as they come now through the turn 6-7 sequence, heading towards the timing line, Arjun Balu, the race leader, 5 laps in the book, and he's advantage now 8.1 seconds. There he is. So 27 cars we ended up with starting this race. Bala Prasad we have lost. Joel Joseph, I think, was one that never got off the line. But as the rest of the pack swing through, there, dropping down the order now, Vidya Prakash running wide behind him there. You see another of the Amios, that's Ishan Dariwala with the very patriotic front to the car. But Arjun Balu dominant up front, and there we've lost somebody because the yellow flags are being waved. Now we need to find a car to go with that. So yellow flags flutter, and the car, oh dear, has lost a wheel, and that is Parth Gopada. So the wheel is seemingly just party company on its own. Doesn't look like there's been any contact with another car, but that might end up now being a safety car situation to get that out of the way. So the race leaders currently are on lap 6. We've been shown 6 to go on the timing screen, so we are back up, I think, to the 12 laps that we were anticipating as the drivers work their way through, with Arjun Balu charging clear up front. 58 there you can see, that's Thomas Lewin, and he has got behind him number 19 of Perojan Krishnan. Honda City's old and new running together there. The yellow car of Thomas Lewin, one of the Race Concepts team cars. Very busy squad in Formula 1300 and in the Superstock category. And the new shape Honda City there going through behind. It's a good shape that. Perojan Krishnan's more aerodynamic Honda goes by. The leader has done now 6 laps and he's 8 seconds to the good. This is the car in second place, Anmol Singh Sahil. Third is Anindit Reddy. Fourth there, look, Dhruv Mohita. In 5th place, Vidya Prakash, and that's where Parth Gopada has come to grief. That car out of the race. Not going to be that long, I wouldn't have thought, before we get into Lappery here. So the leaders accelerate their way down through turn 8. There is Vidya Prakash on the 7th lap of 12. He's going to be coming under attack once again. The man doing the chasing still, Ishan Dadiwala. It's a good mix of cars, good battles pretty much all the way through. Another one that we've lost, I fear, from the ITC category is Vijay Kumar, who's normally quite a quick driver, but that car had dramas yesterday and has retired early from today. The leader has just gone by. There, though, number 11 is Anindit Reddy. Behind him is Dhruv Mohita as he comes up towards the timing line. Now, those two, Anindit Reddy getting a bit sideways, dropping back as far as number 1, Anmol Singh Sahil, is concerned. Singh Sahil there drops into turn 1. Anindit Reddy goes through behind. And another one, yes, that's Vijay Kumar's car that we've now lost. So, problems, I'm afraid, persisting all weekend. These cars often in the ITC class are quick, but reliability is the issue, and that's another one that sadly has stopped out on the side of the circuit. Meantime, this good Superstock battle continues, doesn't it? As you've got then Thomas Lewin just fending off the challenge of Perojan Krishnan. Here they come down through turn 10 and 11. This is for 17th place overall. Superstock still being led by Ritvik Thomas from Ragul Ranagasamy. So that's the top 2 of yesterday's race, and they're running together again in this. In fact, third in Superstock, the lady that was third yesterday Alisha Abdullah. So it's the same order there as we had in race number 1. They're wide coming out of turn 12. Look goes Parajan Krishnan, kicks up the dust, heads over the timing line now. Through they turn. Number 19 then, the smart Honda City, but a very different shaped City, and a very quick one is that of the leader Arjun Balu, brought in by Race Concepts to drive this car and enjoying being back racing. It's enjoying his time in rally. He's been quoted as saying he prefers circuit racing, as there is the man from pole position, Vidya Prakash, keeping at bay the rest, or as many of the rest of the Amios as he can. Vidya Prakash 5th at the start of this lap, and right there behind him, Ishan Dodiwala, as they come now down through the approach to turn 10. So lap 8 they work, and there Dodiwala lines up to have a go, and very nearly gets done by Bandyopadhyay. Saurav Bandyopadhyay right there behind him as they wriggle their way up through turns 10, now 11, and over the brow. Race leaders over the timing line. And there in the background, look, number 77, the Esteem, Suzuki Esteem in the hands, there it is, of Vidya Prakash, keeping Ishan Dodiwala at bay. There goes Keith D'Souza. The Volkswagen Vento has plateaued a bit, really. It's gained a bit of ground off the line, but now seems to have got a bit stuck. So Keith D'Souza not able to make much more progress, but he was 8th when he came over the timing line. A bad run. 21 you're looking at, still pushing on. Dhruv Mohita as he tries now to get on with the job. He was the Indian Touring Car champion last year, but having a go in one of the Amios this weekend. Still, Thomas Lewin is keeping at bay, look, the newer shaped City of Parajan Krishnan, the two of them absolutely together. Tell Krishnan's is a newer car, it's got a scratch on it. Whereas one or two of the others look a little bit dogged on occasions. But you've got to say, actually, the level of presentation in the championship this year, a lot better than we've seen in the past. Certainly the Amios, run by Volkswagen Motorsport with big budget behind them, looking immaculate, even though this is their last race before they are either used for corporate use or sold into private hands, and the Volkswagen Polo takes over again as Volkswagen Motorsport's flagship championship here. So the race leader, Arjun Balu, is now consolidating his advantage. He's not really letting the gap grow, but he's not letting anybody get near him as the opposition wriggles through. Number 9 there, Saurav Bandyopadhyay, goes through turn 9, right on the tail still of the rest of the Amio class. He's still determined to try to find a way past, but it's not happening for him. And Indit Reddy goes through, still keeping at bay Dhruv Mohita. So 2nd and 3rd in the Amios they are, and now look, back markers to negotiate as well. Getting out of the way, 27 of Sunil Ranjit, lets the traffic go, and the leaders power over the line. That now puts 9 laps in the book for them. Down to turn 1 they head, through the right-hander, back on the power. So this battle going on for 3rd and 4th, and 2nd and 3rd in class between Anindit Reddy and Dhruv Mohita. The likes of Anindit Reddy and Raghu Ranganasamy and Keith D'Souza and others jumping from one car to another. That's bad enough in this temperature. Plus you're going from a single-seater to a saloon, so you've got to adapt. And of course you're going from fresh air to closed car. It's been a very busy hour for them. They've certainly deserved a break at the end of this. But right now, Anindit Reddy is pushing in his bid to keep Dhruv Mohita at bay. Turning their way out of turn 4 once more here. Sweeping their way up to turn 6 for the 10th time, whereas Arjun Balu is long gone. They're mowing the lawn a little bit. You saw Ishan Dodiwala kicking up the dust, and Arjun Balu's 9.5 second advantage now over everybody else is pretty much suggesting he could back off. Now somebody is backed off, possibly into a barrier there. Let's see. Bodywork and debris all over the road. Let's try and find the car that goes with it. Might be up at turn 9, that. There's the yellow flag look in the background, so somewhere we've got a car off the road. Try and piece it all together in a moment, see who we might have lost as well. So as the field turns through, 39, Arjun Balu still leads the pack. There is the lapped new-shaped Honda City 27 of Sunil Ranjit, and Arjun Balu is still working his way through back markers. He's got Pratik Benia, number 7, to get by. Also, I think, is that the car of Vinit Abhiram up the road? Yes, it is. Vinit Abhiram lets him go, so Arjun Balu powers past onto his penultimate lap of the race now. Anmol Singh Sahil next in the queue, heading the Amio Cup. And then you've got Anindit Reddy, Dhruv Mohita and Ishan Dadiwala going through behind. Saurabh Bandyopadhyay comes through in 6th, up to 7th now, Keith D'Souza, so he's got himself past Vidya Prakash, who was 8th yesterday. Looks like he's going to be 8th again in this race. There is Arjun Balu once more, charging along. He's got one more lap to run at the end of this, and he's under no pressure whatsoever. In fact, the gap has come down a little bit, but I think that's more him being cautious in the traffic more than anything else here. So Arjun Balu dominates up front in the Volkswagen Amio battle. There's Anindit Reddy still being able to fend off the challengers behind, Dhruv Mohita being the nearest, but what he's doing, of course, is also losing ground relative to Anmol Singh Sahil, who's getting away up front. So Sahil still hangs on to the class lead, which is the main aim. Another car about to be negotiated there. That's coming up to be passed by number 1, the Amio leader, Anmol Singh Sahil. But Arjun Balu set to begin the last lap shortly, and he's, as expected, rather dominated this. And the impressive thing is, as well, that the cars are reliable, it seems, in that context. But there's one rather smoky in the background. Was that the Keith D'Souza Vento? As I say, many of the ITC cars in the past have been quick, but a bit frail. Have a look in the background if you can, because there was the Vento a moment ago that looked like it was a bit smoky. Keith D'Souza, I think, is still going, but may have a problem. We'll check when the car comes back into here. Yeah, there's a little bit of smoke coming from it. And into the pit lane is coming number 19, Perujan Krishnan. When I said it was a very smart Honda City without a scratch on it, it's lost lots of front bodywork. So that might be what we saw lying on the road a little while ago. Last lap board is there. There's the leader going through, Arjun Balu, onto his last lap. And he's under no stress whatsoever here. He can afford now to just take it easy, pick the right lines, bring the car nicely through to the checkered flag. There's a spin. Number 57 facing the wrong way is Chetan Surineni, but he gets going again. His yellow car, the Honda City, back in the race. Now, there's the one I was talking about, having lost its front bodywork. That, I think, is what we saw on the track, littering the road, and that's the end of the race for Perujan Krishnan. They've had a grassy moment, and that's ripped the front balance off the car. That could have been how that got there. So he's out of the race as well, as Arjun Balu now accelerates through turn 4. In the Amio battle, Anindit Reddy is still fending off the challenge of Dhruv Mohita as they head up towards turn 4 for this the last time. Through they turn. Nose to tail, whilst up front, Anmol Singh Sahil gets away. So Anindit Reddy looks like he's going to be able to just about hang on, but it's a big, big battle he's got to have to do this. But Anmol Singh Sahil is going to be the class winner and second place overall as well. There, look, number 39, Arjun Balu comes down through the approach now to the final sequence of corners. Works his way out of turn 8 into turn 9, short, straight, and then he's only really got a couple more corners to go. The checkered flag awaits, and Arjun Balu has made short work of the opposition here. Goes down through the gears, sets the car up for the left-handed turn 10. Accelerates to 11, over the brow he will go in a moment, and the Honda City then, run by the Race Concepts team. Oh, we've got more strife here involving amongst the Amios, number 12 of Anvik Anwar. There's another car off in the background, so the race leader about to come up to the timing line. Arjun Balu it is then who takes the race win. There off the road goes number 3, Chris Nagdev. So his car looks a bit dog-eared as it gets to the end, so let's see who survives. Behind for second place, it's going to be number 1, Anmol Singh Sahil. Third is Anindit Reddy. Fourth place, Dhruv Mohita. Fifth, Ishan Dadiwala. Sixth, Saurabh Bandyopadhyay. Seventh, Keith D'Souza, despite any fears of smoke. There he is. Eighth looks like being Vidya Prakash, number 77. And then for ninth place, 22, Arya Singh. And 10th in the end, number 14 of Kana Kadur. So Anvik Anwar, Chris Nagdev, definitely amongst those that we lost somewhere around that last lap. But Arjun Balu it is that takes the race win. And we'll have a quick break before a word with him, Anmol Singh Sahil, and then Anindit Reddy, the top 3 at the end of our final saloon car race of the weekend. Very happy race winner. The field comes streaming down the pit lane at the end of another frantic saloon car race. Great mix, as we've been saying, of different shapes and sizes, different cars, differing speeds and abilities as well in some cases, all to make for a very lively race. Arjun Balu clambers from the car, and a very happy man he is. He embraces the team. Then in a moment we'll be able to have a word with our victorious driver. So, crash helmet off. And a very happy Arjun Balu, having had to work really hard in the first few laps to get through the traffic. A job very well done. Arjun, congratulations. That looks pretty hot inside the car.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, it's okay.
Good first few laps. A different type of race today, having the reverse grid and needing to work through the traffic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the reverse grid always complicates things. And irrespective of the pace you have to be sensible, careful. So I was giving it everything till I got past everyone, and then I think we had enough pace. We backed it off quite a bit today and just pretty much cruised to the checkered flag.
So now you need a few more cars up against you on your pace, really?
Well, I think the full grid is not here this weekend, but still we keep pushing with the development, and irrespective of who's there or not, the process goes on for us.
And this is a welcome return to racing for you, isn't it, after years of rallying as well?
Well, I started racing in 2018 for Race Concepts, and I've been racing for, now it's the third year. But with the turbocharged regulations, this is the second year we're going, so the development process on the car has been exciting, and this one is all for all the guys at Race Concepts. You know, big thanks to all of them for working and the development that they do on this car. So big thank you to them, and also the friends and family back home watching for all their support. A big hi to them as well.
Well done, congratulations. Arjun Balu then, our race winner. Let's have a stroll up to have a word with Anmol Singh Sahil, who won the Amio Cup element of the race. That was a very busy race, well done.
Not really. I mean, first few laps showed the black Esteem guy, he was quite irritating, he was braking really early, so, and these guys were catching up, so I had to find a way. Fortunately, he didn't make a mistake. He was very slow on the back straight, so there I caught up and then passed him. After that, pretty clean race till the point where I got blocked by the back marker. Right. Yeah, but very happy.
And it's the last race for these cars because the Polo replaces them. It's a shame to see them go. They're all immaculate. They've given good racing.
These cars are, yes. Yeah. Maybe they'll keep them for track days or something, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to the Polo now this year.
Excellent. Well done today. Congratulations. And we'll keep walking and grab Anindit Reddy, who took third place after a great battle with Dhruv. That never stopped, did it? It was action all the way.
Yeah, it was a good fight with Dhruv. And honestly, I was struggling all the way through the race. I just knew I had to get a good start and manage the tyres in position from there. So I'm pretty happy with P2. I think that's overall points for the weekend.
And it's been a very busy hour because you had the single-seater race just before it. How hard was it to leap from a single-seater to a saloon, and how hot was it inside a closed car in comparison?
Yeah, so going from the saloon to the single-seater wasn't too, was better for me than coming back. I found myself overdriving this car because a lot less entry speed and so on. But yeah, it's been a demanding weekend considering the temperature and sitting in the car and stuff like that. But good fun, good fun.
You can go grab a beer now. Well done. Congratulations on third place for Anindit Reddy. Right, I'm not sure the drivers are going to have a podium now. That might well come at the very end of the day. So we'll have a quick look at the highlights of another lively saloon car race. So on a semi-reverse grid, the field accelerated away, and the best start of all came, of course, from the poleman, Vidya Prakash, who accelerated clear as they rounded turn one and battled their way through the first few corners of the race, with the car of Arjun Balu starting 8th, trying to work its way up through the pack. We had more battles going on amongst the Superstock category as well, but ultimately Arjun Balu hit the front and Vidya Prakash's car started to fall away down the order. That's as the Amio Cup cars battled their way through the first handful of laps. Ultimately, Anmol Singh Sahil was able to shake off the opposition. Battles aplenty raged behind. Anindit Reddy was able to wriggle his way through on the inside to go ahead of Ishan Dodiwala. We had another good Honda City battle lower down as well. But up front, there was just no stopping Arjun Balu as he built the lead consistently and Vidya Prakash from that pole position from his 8th place on the grid started to fall down the order. Arjun Balu then dominating, building up a bigger and bigger gap, lap after lap after lap. And ultimately, a second race win of the weekend would go his way. Arjun Balu victorious once more after another great drive in our saloon car race. The Indian touring cars, the Volkswagen Cabrios and Superstock categories, all delivering a great battle. So Arjun Balu, the race winner, and 2 out of 2 this weekend in the saloon car race. Great job done by Arjun Balu this weekend. So, a great mix of cars that we've had all through the saloon car action this weekend, and let's see as their championship gets underway later in the season whether Arjun Balu's pace can be maintained or whether he's going to face more opposition. Great weekend of racing from the saloons. We've got one more race still to come this weekend for the 2-litre single-seater MRF Challenge cars. That's coming up on the stream after a short break. It's goodbye for now, though.
This is a special stunt by the Special Rides. Each of them making as much noise as possible. They're coming down for it. We've seen so much of them, and we always want a little bit more. Here we go one more time. Here we go one more time. This riders are coming from very smart down here. Most of them from Chennai Decade Round, standing on the bike, taking it to the maximum level. These guys have some real talent here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. This number Chennai Pasanga, Chinna Pasanga kadayadu. Pro guys, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap your hands, clap your hands. Come on everybody, put it up together. Pro guys, congratulations. Well done indeed. Right, what else are we going to do? One more time. Wow, wheelies down here. Back wheel balls, watch faster than the a lot of wheel spin, wheel spin, wheel spin. This is done. Come on, stretch your hands. Whoa! Stretch your hands up. This is nice. Chennai, let's give pro guys from Chennai a big round of applause. Come on everybody, clap your hands. You guys have a lot of it. Right, so we're all set down for a very, very stringent fight. This is done. Well, we're going to do the countdown when you know what? This time, the pro guys are going to do our countdown every time. So can we do that? Are we guys ready? Everyone, do you want more stunts? Can we go ahead for more stunts? Can I hear a yes? Okay, let's do a countdown, everyone. Join with me from 5, everyone. 5, 4, everyone, 3, 2, 1. Pro guys, it's your show. Let's get it up. Wow, this is nice. And they're coming back in again, one more time again. Freestyling stunts on the bikes one more time again. Prabhakaran, Vivek, DJ, Abhi, and Ashwin. DJ Abhi Ashwin, that's the way it is. Prabhakar, DJ Abhi Ashwin, all the way down there. They are doing it very well again. One more time again. Come on, Chennai, clap your hands. We are still about getting hand. We are still, wow, wheelies. Abhi and Ashwin, rock stars in the making. Pro guys on the KTM. Honda CBR and KTMs. How many Pulsar fans in the house? How many Pulsar fans in the house? Okay, how many KTM fans in the house? Honda fans, are you there? Thank you. This is nice. Wow, freewheeling. Abhi, Ash, DJ, each of them making an impact out here. Wow. Lovely, lovingly done. Beautifully done. Look at the control on the bike. The wheels are screaming mercy, but then that's all about it. Prabhakaran. Wow. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Give them a big round of applause. This stunt should never stop. What a crowd that we've had here today. Record number of crowds. And the stand. Come on, everybody, stand and deliver. Give her in our applause. Vivek, the man on the bike. Does he need the handle to ride? Would you believe it? So these guys have been doing stunts for quite a long time. About 10 years. Come on, Jenna. Vivek, take a bow, Vivek. Well done. Now this is a special turn. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Vivek, come on, Vivek says, get it on. If I can do this on the bike, you can do it as well. Do not imitate the stunts back home because these guys are seasoned professional. Well done, Vivek. You rock it out. This is called the side wheelie stunt as well. This, oh my God, that's nice. That's nice, that's speed it up. And he's not stopping at all. He's not, come on, Chennai, clap your hands. Give it up to Vivek, rock it up. Nicely done. Keep it going again. Ashwin on his KTM. KTM guys, where are you? I can't hear you. KTM fans in the house. Okay, on his KTM. This is acrobatic freestyle. Complete acrobatic freestyle using the right leg just to make that little balance out here. Wonderfully done. Right, they're taking turns. To enthrall the audience. This is a Honda Prabha. Or anybody, sorry, it's a Pulsar. The Pulsar. This is called the side whip, complete whip. This is a whip again. And that's called putting your motorcycle down. Come on, Chennai, clap your hands up. Come on, clap it up. Ashwin on his KTM. Freewheelie and jump. Duck and jump. This is called the freewheelie duck and jump. It's also called the slide sweep. You basically create a wave. One deck wave. Did he just change his leg in the middle there? On a KTM, would you believe it? On a KTM. There goes the Honda again. Ashwin, DJ, each of them, Prabha, getting done wonderfully well. What nice pictures are we getting? Hey, we are still doing hashtag MRF challenge, hashtag MRF racing, only at the MRF racing. This is special out. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Chennai. For our guys from Chennai, pro guys, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap your hands, everyone. Come on, everybody. Clap your hands. Give them all the love that you can give. Right, I'm far in. I'm already seeing the cones being set up. Right. He is taking the stunt right to the MRF arch now. Nicely done. Wow. He can ride like this all day long. It looks like a regular day in office. Is he going to do a jump? Oh, he is! That was nice. That was really nice and cool looking. Lovely. Come on, everybody. Abhi, take a bow on a KTM. Abhi on his KTM. Right. Waves. This is the stoppy. Completely stoppy with the back wheel. And also called the back wheel lift. It's called one left-sided and right-sided back wheel lift. And also the stoppy as well. One more time. Can we do the stoppy one more time? The stoppy happened. Beautifully done. Take a bow. Beautifully done. Great job. Prabhat. Abhi. That's a KTM stoppy. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, pro guys from Chennai taking that. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Come on, clap it up, clap it up. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Okay, now we're going to get on for a very simple. They're going to do together do a stunt. This is also called the team combo, but we all basically the guy sits on the bike and lets the wheel take all the noise. Come on, clap your hands up in the air as everyone gets on. Multiple stunts, multiple freestyling. Coming strong, coming hard. The music kicking in. Wonderfully done. Well, absolutely. Come on, Chennai, give them a round of applause here. Right, they seem to be surprising us with every stunt. Not in the book and also in the book. Quick line. Once again, if you still are part of the contest, you can still tag us on hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. No hands! No hands! By Prabhakaran. No hands by Prabhakaran. Wow, you guys are getting better at your stunts. No hands one more time. Come on, everybody, clap your hands for the no hand stunt on the Pulsar. Okay, what's next? What's next? Right, before they have their own discussion, hashtag MRF Challenge, hashtag MRF Racing. Would also like to tell you, please like the Facebook page or any social media pages of Volkswagen Motorsports India. You still can pick up a drive around the track as the freewheeling stunt continues. Prabhakaran goes back again, freewheeling stunt continues again. Each of them do multiple stunts. They talk to each other. They always, from showstoppers to wave to side weave, it all comes down to this. Now on the KTMs, sorry guys, maybe the KTM fan out of me just came out, but Yamaha also takes a bow once in a way. But let's get it out. It's the Honda, the KTM, and a Pulsar on the stunts here. Showstopper coming back again one more time. Right, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, they're getting ready for the final finale, and I need your help. I need your help with only one thing. We're going to do a countdown from 10. I will wait for a thumbs up from Prabhakaran. When your thumbs up comes, we're going to quickly do the countdown here again. So everyone, we're going to do a countdown. Let's done. Come on, everybody, clap your hands. Let's do it. Let's do it. Everyone, let's do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. The music kicks in. Let's get it out. Come on, everybody, clap your hands for the final performance, for the final time. Pro guys from Chennai, come on. Give it up for them. Prabhakaran, Abhi, Ashwin, Vivek, DJ, congratulations. Come on, remove your helmets. Guys, remove your helmets. Guys, remove your helmets. Remove your helmets. Prabhakaran, raise your hands. Prabhakaran, raise your hands. Prabhakaran, raise your hand. Ashwin, raise your hand. DJ, Vivek, Abhi, where are you? Ashwin, raise your hands. Super. Gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, pro guys from Chennai, thank you for putting up a good show for us. You guys have really held the show together. Keep it up going. Right, folks? DJ Ashok, you're the man of the moment. Let's kick the music up. In the meantime, if you've still not tweeted, tagged, hashtag MRF Challenge. Again, it's hashtag MRF Challenge. It's hashtag MRF Challenge. That's what we got to look at. A hashtag MRF Racing. Additionally, would also like to tell you, get on the Facebook page now. Take a picture of yourself. Take a picture of the event. And tag us now. You will take a drive home for sure. Ashok, it's all up to you right now. Let the groove begin. Are having a good time on the track here, but look at the synergies. It's crazy. It's profuse to the end. Down, absolute crazy. Come on, Chennai. Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, clap your hands up in the air if you have to. Wow, it's been an exhausting day. I know it's been a complete exhausting day, but we're still getting it up. One more time. This is going to be a quick 180. Lovely. One more time, a quick 180. Here we go. Welcome down to the Volkswagen Motorsports. One more time, it's been an emotional day for all the guys in the crew of Volkswagen because they're going to bid goodbye to the AMIO Cup to make way for the Polo R Cup. And there you go. Wow, that was wonderfully done. First team in the country to actually send people out to the Sirocco Cup way back. Lovely. Nicely done. What an history that they're carrying. What an history they're carrying. And they continue to carry the motorsports with them. Rehman Banaji, I see a seat close to you vacant. Lovingly done. Now it's time for Rayon Kantaraj to come back into the stunts again. Okay, parking problem has a solution. Again, please do not imitate this stunt home. Get ready for a mind-blowing stunt. Here we go. Come on, Chennai. Clap your hands again. What a time again. These guys are carrying it up to the completely to the edge. Remember those names. Rahul Kantaraj, Falguna, Karna Khadur, Rehman Banaji. Four of them getting into the track. Beautifully done. Come on, everybody. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Ellarum in the kai tattaga because this has been a complete thorough professional display. One more time. Let's get it up as these cars hit into that. Beautifully done. As the cars run away into the distance, my favorite has always been the reverse 180 because it's beautiful. It really makes the car move from every corner, uncontrollable speed. Come on, Chennai. The reverse 180 on public request, and it comes out again. The control of a driver is tested if he's able to pull the reverse 180. And that's the control that you talk about. Come on, Chennai, let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, clap your hands, and get ready for a quick burnout here again. This is done. All right, everybody, let's do a countdown. Everyone, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. The burnouts go on. Come on, keep your hands clapping. Make that noise out here. 4 cars on the burnout all the way. Wow, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. It can only get better. It can only get better, isn't it? They are not stopping. Smoke kicking up in the air. I can't see the cars. They stand in front of you. Come on, everybody. Clap your hands now. Give them a big round of applause. Right? Running away into the distance this time around. Let's do that drill beeps. I know for some of them, we saw them pull off some absolutely unpredictable stunt where all 4 of them open the driver's door window. In fact, they open the door and they will do it anytime now. Watch them. They're going to open the windows here. Come on, guys, we're waiting. Yep, the door comes off and look how fit they are. They get on top of the car. Come on, Chennai, clap your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Rehman Banaji, wave. Rehman Banaji, wave. Rahul Kantaraj, Falguna, Karna Khadur, each of them making every wave down here. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Great job, guys. Absolutely back. Come on, Chennai, give them a round of applause. Come on, clap your hands as they come down in. Happy to introduce to you Rahul Kantaraj. Rahul Kantaraj, wave. Rahul, wave your hand. Falgun, wherever you have waited up. Karna Kadur on the second. Raymond Banaji, 8-time champion. Thank you so much for putting up this show. Shirish, you got the best seat in the house. There you go. Gentlemen, for the final time, for our stunt drivers, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap your hands. Come on, clap your hands again.
The final race of the weekend here at a very busy Madras Motor Race track is the final round of the MRF Challenge. The championship already decided in race 5 out of the 6 in favour of Michelangelo Amandula. So now the drivers go to battle really with everything to play for in a sense, nothing to play for in other senses. Championship positions for the top 3 pretty much resolved, but they still want a race win. So gloves off, they can go into battle without needing to think about points and keeping out of trouble. Let's have a walk up the grid because it's a grid based on the results of the previous race, but with the top 6 reversed. So Dylan Young is the man that starts on pole position. Dylan had a win in Dubai, he had a win in Bahrain, he really wants a win in India, and starting on pole position, Dylan, you're in the best place to do it.
Yeah, no, pretty happy to be on pole. It's a bit fortunate because the last race we had a bit of damage at turn 2 and I just tried to bring the car home. It was a bit of a mess, but yeah, really excited and hopefully I'll get a good start, mate.
You were saying after the first race this morning that you were wondering why your pace was better in the second half of the race than the first. So now you've got to find that pace and really push early and try and break away from the others, haven't you?
Yeah, mate, I have to do it. Otherwise, I'm not coming back. So I've really got to try and get this win, and I'll be doing everything I can.
Fingers crossed. Good luck. So Dylan Young is the man on pole position. Let's have a little walk a bit further back on the grid. If we go to 4th, we'll find the man that's already won the championship this year, Michelangelo Amandula. Let's get his thoughts, if we can, going into the final race without having to think about a championship anymore. Let's get underneath the umbrella, keeping the heat off. Michelangelo, first of all, well done on the championship. Now, you come into this last race, you don't have to think about points, you can just go for another win, yes?
Yes, of course, we got the old tires, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to have fun and enjoy every moment of this race because it's the last race here in Chennai, so I'm really going to miss it. So I'm really going to enjoy it, of course.
Excellent. Good luck, then, and congratulations on being MRF Challenge champion. So then, we have got the last 15-lap race in prospect. They get one warming up lap, of course, to get the warmth into the MRF tyres. I better run to the box, and as I do that, let's catch up on the highlights of race 5 of the weekend. Time to go racing for the last time in Chennai this weekend, and the huge crowd that is overlooking the start-finish straight stayed to the end of the day to watch the stars of tomorrow, because this very much a driver training category. It gives good racing, yes, but it's all about developing the drivers to see where they can go next in their careers, how they can improve, how they can develop. And one of the fascinations of coming to see this, and especially over a weekend even with 6 races, is how much better drivers get with more track time. And you take the likes of Michelangelo Amandula, the new champion, who's done this now 3 years in a row, Josh Mason 2 years in a row, Valdemar Eriksson 2 years in a row, Dylan Young many more than that, and you see how they progress year on year on year, and it is very encouraging indeed to then see how people rise up through the ranks into other categories. So Dylan Young ready to go, the Australian driver starting on pole position. He had a win in Dubai, a win in Bahrain. He wants another victory here as the VIPs on the grid. Have a look at these Dallara-built 2-litre Slickson Wing single-seaters with the Mountune engines. There's the champion, Michelangelo Amendola. Nothing to really worry about here. Rhys Oshima had his best result of the championship in the earlier race with a 4th place. Rhys Oshima, the American driver, who is yet another new to this circuit, but has adapted very well over the course of the weekend and refined his driving style a little bit after race 4, so he's all good to go. The mechanics, as they tried all weekend, you just caught a glimpse in the background of some of them, trying to get a Mexican wave started. Yesterday they were a bit more successful than today, oddly enough. 3-minute board is being displayed. Of course, at the end of that, the grid will be cleared, and then there'll be the final warming up lap ready before they come to the grid. So the field good to go. Fans are ready, we're ready, and as I was trying to make the point on the grid, in a sense they go into this with everything to go for and nothing to lose, because the championship top 3 positions are effectively decided. Josh Mason, coming up from the back of the grid, would need to win and get fastest lap, and Dylan Young not score in order to take 2nd place. I think that's going to be unlikely, so we're virtually done. Sophie there trying to get the Mexican wave going. That's a fair start, but limited response, but a wave instead. So you've got Amendola as the champion, you've got Dylan Young effectively confirmed as 2nd, and 3rd Josh Mason, and so those positions virtually given. You don't need to think about points, you can just go for the race positions now. So fingers crossed, they'll get their elbows out here, don't have to think about repairing the cars after the weekend, it's not their problem, we can get on and have a good race. We shall see, we shall see. Either way, it's going to be interesting to see how Josh Mason, up from the back of the grid, and Manaf Hijawi, a winner this weekend, up from the back of the grid as well, make progress through the field, if they can, how long it will take, and so on. Dylan Young, though, pole man, could he be a race winner? It's been really good to see Dylan as a race winner in this year's MRF Challenge. He's been a stalwart racer within, and now to have him winning races, it's very encouraging indeed. He doesn't have a huge budget. He did admit yesterday that it's pretty well known that he doesn't have huge amounts of resource to go racing. He finds just about enough every year to come and do the MRF Challenge. He's a good guy, and it's been great to see him starting to win races this year. So as the grid is about to be cleared, the Madras Motorsport Club officials with the JA Motorsport crew and the MRF Challenge coordinators getting everything ready. The car's operated by JA Motorsport with Anthony Hyatt, Boyo to his friends, the team principal of Double R Racing, but also Dallara's agent in the UK, overseeing things. He's a bit of a Mr. Fixer character, really, for the championship. And he finds some of the engineers, and he finds drivers, and boosts the entry, and fixes problems, and advises on the future and the shape of the championship. So he's been a very, very good pair of hands to have involved in this, and indeed it's one of his drivers for this year's British Formula 3 Championship, Louis Foster, that was parachuted in at the last minute, and indeed won the earlier race today. Louis had a great drive in race 5 of the weekend. The winner of that, therefore, he starts 6th on the grid, and it's another example of teams and those in the know in the sport working together, a bit like the late Barry Bland used to do for the Macau Grand Prix. He had a great contact book and was able to drop people into teams, find sponsors for teams, and Boyo has done a similar kind of thing, finding drivers for the championship for many, many years here, and bringing some of his old mates and adversaries who've run teams against him out to engineer the cars. One such, Chris Weller, for example, who for many, many years was the man behind the Prema Techni F3 team as the cars lead the grid now. So Dylan Young accelerates down towards turn 1, leads this formation lap through the grid, clear of cars. There's Josh Mason at the back of the pack. He would dearly love a podium out of this race. It's not out of the question, but he's going to have to get his elbows out and really force the issue. So as the cars leave the line, the mechanics at the top end of the pit lane, nothing to do for 15 laps, they hope, for this final race of the weekend, trying to get the crowd all revved up. But out at the back part of the circuit, that's the link past turn 3. Dylan Young starts on pole, Valdemar Eriksson 2nd, Rhys Oshima 3rd on the grid. Then it's the champion, Michelangelo Amendola, ahead of Yuval Sundaramurti. He had a win earlier today as well. Louis Foster 6th, ahead of Lagin Ali, Chetan Corrada, Manaf Hijawi, and then Josh Mason at the back. Manaf Hijawi, Louis Foster, Yuval Sundaramurti, Michelangelo Amendola, the drivers that have had the win. So we've had 5 races, 4 different winners. That's pretty good, I reckon. And it's good to illustrate how competitive the championship has been. Even though it's a bit down on numbers this year, still doing what it set out to do, give young drivers track time, therefore mileage, therefore experience. So everyone weaves around, gets the MRF tyres up to temperature. They have 6 sets to use for qualifying, 5 sets for qualifying in 6 races. So when to manage them, whether to go with a new or a used set, very much down to the driver's decision, plus the engineer. If they've got a lowly grid position, maybe sacrifice that race on used tyres in the first grid race, maybe go with new ones if you're at the front. So the drivers then up to turn 11. Turn right over the bridge, and then they come to the grid. Can Dylan Young translate this into a race win? Valdemar Eriksson, the young Danish driver, lining up with him at the front. So those are the two to keep an eye to. Dylan this weekend, 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and drama there for Manaf Hijawi coming over the brow. Now, is this going to delay the start? Can he get the car going? Let us see. Manaf Hijawi, it is going to delay the start because something's jammed by the look of it, and he's come to a very sudden stop, and Manaf Hijawi is out of the car. He's out of the race before it's even started. The car is left on the road, and that surely is going to delay the start. They're going to have to move that, and then we'll go again. Let's have another look. He comes over the brow, and yes, something breaks. The brakes just jam on, don't they? Something seizes at the back of the car, and that's got to be lifted. It's not going to be pushed off there. Manaf Hijawi, very, very distraught, and this is going to surely have to delay the start of the race, and therefore it will give another green flag lap. Yep, shut off engines, and everyone goes back to the grid. The race duration should be reduced accordingly, I would have thought, by a further lap, because they'll have to do another green flag lap. But it's going to take a few minutes to get this car out of harm's way. So very strange, Manaf Hijawi with the car having this breakage on the green flag lap. And Dylan Young's emotions start to go through the roof now, because he's just got himself all geared up, ready to go racing. Now the car sits on pole position, and he waits and he waits and he waits yet again. So the teams come onto the grid. Manaf Hijawi's parents will be just as frustrated. That's the Amendola family, who are still on cloud 9 after the successes of earlier on. The fans look on elsewhere around the circuit, but it's going to be a good few minutes, I would have thought, before we can get the race underway. Yuven Sundaramurti is having adjustments made at the front of the car. There's number 3, that's Dylan Young, the pole position driver. And now a snatch vehicle is required from somewhere. There's some liquid on the ground as well. It's being attended to. But the car seemed to be okay coming over the brow. There is some sweeping going on, isn't there? As though some liquid has come out of the back of it. So Manaf Hijawi's car going nowhere for the moment. So there are the officials, there are the mechanics, all going up to have a look. And we can see the liquid pouring out of the bottom of the car. That looks like oil, doesn't it? As though something has gone through the side of the engine. All the oil's come out and it's seized. So the engineers who understand all of this know perhaps how to get the car off the track swiftly. Yes, they do. Good lads. Roll the car down the hill. And look at that great big puddle of liquid that now needs addressing. The good news is it's pretty much off the racing line. The Mountune and Cosworth technicians are there as well. So now the car at least is off harm's way. Get it onto the grass. There it could probably stay, but it depends whether the officials are content with that. Now the cement dust, the sand goes down to try and soak up the liquid. And any bits of debris are going to need to be swept away as well. I don't think there's any liquid anywhere else, just that big patch there. So data quickly downloaded, which is of importance to Mountune, so they know what happened. And those on the grid wait for another green flag lap. The grid girls who thought their day was done have been quickly brought back to the grid. There they stand. So everybody waits for, yes, 14 laps. Their confirmation that because we'll have another green flag lap, one off the duration. So formation lap and 14 laps it will be. But all of that depends on when the circuit is clear. Manaf Ajawi walks back, explaining to the team what he felt, coming out of the corner, and suddenly a big bang from the back and going nowhere. What a contrast his day has had, because Manaf, Victor, yesterday had an accident in race 2. Don't know whether that necessarily had anything to do with what you've just seen, but he was a frustrated retirement early on in the second race. So the MRF flags fly, looking down the pit straight, and very shortly, hopefully, things will be back underway. There's confirmation of what the fans have been witnessing: saloon car racing, the Volkswagen stunt team, bike stunts, and of course the racing from the single-seaters, the 2 litres and the 1600s within the MRF Challenge. Josh Mason then at the back of the grid, on his own now, the man that he tangled with in the earlier race, no longer there, Manaf Ajawi. And there's the snatch vehicle, cement dust being swept into place as well. So the car does need a lift. Yes, it was out of the way, but that more than anything has enabled the track workers to get to the oil slick pretty soon. Josh Mason's down, I can see, sprinting up the grid to go and have a quick word with his lad. Josh being looked after this weekend by Harry Newey, the former champion, and now a very busy sports car racer. Manaf Ajawi trudging his way down the pit lane, just walked in front of our window here as he heads back to his team in the pit lane. Example there of just how busy the stands have been. Lots of fans. It's free admission. They're all welcomed in. Come and look at Indian National Racing. The circuit about an hour outside the city of Chennai, in the area of Irangota-Kotai, as their Manaf Ajawi's car is now being retrieved. That'll be brought down the pit lane, and after that, as soon as the track is safe, we can go racing. 14 laps it will be. Manaf Ajawi, very, very frustrated, walks down the pit road. Day done, championship done, and so he will not be able to improve on his 148 points and can't therefore protect his 4th place in the championship from Valdemar Eriksson, who might, given that he's on the front row, be able to overhaul him here. Manaf was pretty grumpy about the accident in race 5, even grumpier about this, not getting to the start in race 6. So the grid ready to go. As I say, it's 1 lap off the duration now because of the fuel requirement. So Josh Mason, with a gap around him on the grid, gets ready, and as soon as possible everybody will be good to go. Dylan Young chatting to his engineers. There's Manaf Ajawi's car on the back of the flatbed, so that's almost clear. Cement dust in place. We'll see where the countdown comes from, whether it's going to be from 5 minutes or 10. But the drivers all await on the grid. Dylan Young, who's been racing in this for many, many seasons, started winning in this year's championship with his first win in Dubai and then another in Bahrain. And he's very much the favourite to win this race, given where he is on the grid. Valdemar Eriksson lining up with him at the front. Valdemar, we saw in the championship last year as well. Then Rhys Ushijima lining up for 3rd. New to Slicks and Wing single-seaters in the MRF Challenge. And of course, all new circuits for the American. One of the great levelers of this place is that there's no sim for it, so you can only learn it and get good at driving here by doing the laps. And those that come back year after year after year and have circuit knowledge certainly helps them. That's where having a good engineer also helps. Michelangelo Amandolo in his third visit to MMRT. Valdemar Eriksson here for the second time. Dylan Young knows the place probably better than anybody. Louis Foster, who won earlier today, never been here before. So it's a real mix of experience. There is Hijawi's car being brought back. So you look at it and you think, what happened there? It looks undamaged, but that mechanical seizure pitching it into retirement. Engineers on the grid are there on the right as you look. Chris Weller is turning away from us. Very experienced engineer. His son Marcus used to race in single seaters as well a decade or so ago. And so the road just about done, I think. Recovery vehicles going back to position. There is Manaf Hijawi's car coming down the pit lane. I think down the pit straight has just gone the other snatch vehicle. Number 6 there, sheltering from the temperature. Chetan Corrada, the local driver, the man from Chennai, the DJ. And pretty experienced racer. Everybody now waits for confirmation of a restart time. Louis Foster, just the rear wheel of his car creeping into view. Third in the British Formula 4 Championship this past season. Racing in Formula 3 this year, so he's here to try and gain mileage and experience of Slicks and Wings single-seater racing. And Michelangelo Amandola's car. So those that are good for the restart are all there, are ready and waiting. If you look back to the rear of the grid, find the last car in place of Josh Mason. Lagim Ali was also delayed though, number 99, just a row ahead of him. He was also delayed in that incident in race 5, so it's a shame because he's had pretty decent pace this weekend, but just when he might have been able to gain a couple of places, he got tangled up in it, forced onto the grass and delayed, and even though he caught up under the safety car, was never really able to then make the ground up again. So I think as soon as that sweeping is done, should be in business. Valdemar Eriksson, the young Danish driver, ready to go. Got a podium yesterday in the reverse grid race. And there, behind him, Reese Ushijima, very quick Carter, the American driver. So 14 laps it will be. Confirmation that the race distance is reduced. Can't refuel the car, so you have to take a lap off the duration. Marshall's going back to post, which is a good sign. Sweeping is virtually done. And we will be ready to go shortly. And is Dylan Young therefore going to be able to score a race win? We shall find out very shortly. Frustration on his part is that he's had to sit and wait, but it can't be long shortly now before we are in business. The engineers finding themselves on the big screen. 5-minute board goes up. So 5 minutes to the formation lap, and then we can get the race underway. So there's the incident zone. You can see the witness marks, the tar tracks. The marshals now head back to position. They haven't had a lot to do in that part of the circuit all day. Very few spins or incidents, but then right at the end of the day, they have to do a big clear-up operation. And that now suggests that action is due. One more warming up lap. 14 laps just being confirmed. The board being shown to the drivers again, just to remind them. The engineers will have done so anyway. Man in the white shirt at the front of the grid, Prabha Shankar, who is the championship coordinator. He's in touch with race control, passing on instructions from above. And safety car will, if it hasn't already done so, leave the line, go to its position, and then the cars in due course will be released for this last warming up lap. So now I think the grid girls, yes, being withdrawn from the grid, row by row by row. And a 3-minute board is shown. What progress can Josh Mason make in this race? It'll be interesting to see actually from the back. If he can be really brave over the first few corners, he'll gain some places, I would have thought. Equally, a good start's vital. All weekend we've heard drivers saying how important it is to make a good start, how tough it is to overtake around here. Well, it can be done, but it's not so much that you can't overtake, it's just that the nature of these cars with a big rear diffuser make the aero so important. So if you sit in the dirty airflow, it does have that negative effect. The 1600s, rather less so. There's a 1-minute board, so we're into very quick minutes now, quite rightly. Everyone getting on with the job. You have to have the boards, they don't have to be to the actual second, so quick minutes, and then we'll be in business. They're just being rolled back slightly. Rhys Ushijima. Right, I'll have another go at this. Then we were nearly into the race. I think it would have ended up with a red flag anyway, because they'd have had to have blocked the track to move Hijawi's car. But anyway, the race is about to get underway. Dylan Young's engineer is still on the grid, and so that's not a problem for him, being with his engineers there so late. But anyway, they're all off the track now, so hopefully that doesn't need to be investigated at all under the regulations. Everybody else having left, so drivers shortly will be released onto this formation lap. So we have another go at a green flag lap. Here we go once more. Dylan Young accelerates away. Cars weave their way through turn 1. You know the format, generate warmth, get the pressures up, and we go racing. Two. And this always the pinch point, this start of the race, this first sequence of corners. So we'll be vying for the same bit of road. And they start to get into a rhythm, accelerate up through this S sequence on the run up towards turn 4, which again is quite a tight corner. Heavy braking required. Turn your way through the right and the left. And back onto the power. And the cars then sprint their way round long turn 5. Cars generate 230 brake horsepower, so they're very rapid indeed. And the commitment that MRF has always shown to the championship, both impressive and very welcome, as was being espoused by Arun Maman on the grid earlier on in the day. So Dylan Young looking for a third win in this year's championship. Could be done. Josh Mason looking for a podium. His weekend's been a bit yo-yo, really. Yesterday was pretty good. Today has been, as we said, really. So Josh started well, third, got better, second yesterday, then he had a fourth with a spin, fourth this morning, and then a retirement in the lunchtime race. So not really the way that the pattern was meant to be going, and I think possibly felt he had a win within him this weekend. The slippery surface flag there is what you see in the background of all the drivers that there's that cement dust down on the road. The sound is there, soaking up the liquid. And the grid is completed. Dylan Young sits and waits, and this time hopes he gets a race. It was all happening behind him last time. In fact, most of the drivers wouldn't really have known what was going on until they had it explained to them. But we can go racing now then, because everybody's in place, the road is clear, and there the champion, Michelangelo Amendola, from fourth on the grid. Could he go out with a race win here? Let's see, because 1, 2, 3 red lights are on. We wait for the 5 and then them to go out. Now, last race underway, bit of wheel spin from 1 or 2, good stop there being made by Yuven Sundaramurti, but a better stop by Dylan Young puts him in the lead as they make the run down to turn 1 for the first time. They sweep through. Louis Foster again trying his demon outside line that he did in race 5. Valdemar Eriksson is in second spot just behind Dylan Young then as they turn up towards turn 2. Josh Mason's gained a place already from the back. Ushijima has gone backwards, I'm afraid. He's dropped a couple of spots. Lagim Ali there coming under attack from Mason. Well, the leader, Dylan Young, is getting away, no question about it. Through they come for the first time. Eriksson has to go defensive. Amendola right up behind him as they go up to turn 4. Michelangelo Amendola on the outside line, turns into the left, now the right, but can't quite find a way by. Eriksson runs wider. Is that going to spoil the run into the next sequence? Let's see. While this battle's going on, Dylan Young is getting away, but Amendola here doesn't have to think about points. He's won the championship. He doesn't want to crash, no, but he would like to find a way through, like to win the race, and so he can throw caution to the wind here. Down he comes, heading towards turn 8. Is he going to be able to dive out at the last moment? Yes, he is. Thinks about it, finds the gap, breaks late. Not quite side by side, so Eriksson hangs onto the place, but Amendola now looks for another gap somewhere. He's got Foster crawling all over the back of him. On the inside line he goes. There's also, by the look of it, Sundaramurti there as well. Yes, he is. So Sundaramurti looks for a way by as they come now through turn 10 approach. You've got Rhys Ushijima there, just getting back ahead of Lagim Ali. But Sundaramurti in the battle as Dylan Young comes up to the end of lap 1 in the lead. Eriksson is second, in third place is Amendola, and the rest stream through. There, 5th is Louis Foster. Sundaramurti just up ahead of him, so 4th for the American driver. 5th is Foster over the line. Ushijima going through in 6th spot. Lagim Ali is 7th, Josh Mason up to 8th. So he gained a place at the start, but then he got stuck. And this is the problem, you see. You end up in a dirty air. You can't make the passes early, and then it becomes a problem. Going to try and apply the pressure as Yuven Sundaramurti there goes through. He's on the back of the new champion. So he's hustling on behind Amendola, who has dropped back a little bit from Valdemar Eriksson. The leader is Dylan Young, and at the end of lap 1, Dylan was 2 seconds to the good. Now, he's been complaining for a bit of the weekend that people get away from him early on. He has got away from people early on in this race, so he's disappeared up the road. That's exactly what he wanted to happen. Through goes Eriksson, through goes Amendola in that 3rd place. There's Josh Mason in the black and orange car chasing there. Lagim Ali, the Danish-Albanian driver. And they come down towards turn 8 once more. Valdemar Eriksson in 2nd spot, dropping away, whereas Louis Foster has done the absolute best in the middle sector. So, sorry, in the 1st sector, I should say. So Foster is on his toes, hustling on behind Yuven Sundaramurti. There is the American driver. Look for the Brit behind him. Into shot comes the yellow-helmeted Louis Foster. Do a really good job to win the earlier race, the lunchtime race. And that's put him 6th on the grid for this, meaning that he's got to do the hard yards here. There's the leader, Dylan Young, then. Is he still being able to extend that gap over the rest of them? Let's see as the cars now come down through the right-hander of turn 12, up towards the timing line. Young goes through. Gap back, Eriksson round 2nd. Amendola in 3rd place, 4th still Sundaramurti. Foster is 5th, 6th is Ushijima, 7th is Ali, 8th is Mason, 9th is Corrada. Fastest lap being done by Michelangelo Amendola then. We've got 2 of the 14 in the book as they run up towards turn 3 again here. Amendola turns left. Gets back onto the power and now makes the run up towards the S's that takes you to turn 4 onto the fast back part of the circuit. Speed building all the time here. So through turns, Michelangelo Amendola, that's Josh Mason, who looks like he's going to be 3rd in the championship at the end of this year, rather than getting himself ahead of Dylan Young. And also, has he had another moment? He seems to have dropped a long way away. Yes, he has had a moment. It's down at turn 1 or turn 2, I think, because he's not yet got to the end of the 1st sector, and everybody else has. So Josh Mason's had a moment somewhere out of view. big frustration, and also a big lock up there for Sundaramurti, giving Louis Foster a chance to challenge down at turn 8. Can he find a way through there? No, he can't. Can he unsettle him at turn 9? Nose to tail they run. Louis Foster was really good yesterday in the equivalent race of sitting in dirty air for quite a while and then making the move. Can he do it again here? Sundaramurti fends him off as they come down to turn 10. Ready to accelerate now up through turn 11. Over the brow they come. And then up towards the timing line. So Dylan Young it is then who leads the way. And his lap times, as you might expect, as the fuel load comes down and the temperatures in the tyre go up, lap times getting quicker. Amandula, however, is the fastest man in the race now, and he's 7/10 quicker on that last lap than Dylan Young. If Amandula can get past Ericsson, he can have a red-hot go and get up with the race leader. You know, he's got it in him. Comes now out of turn 3. So where does he force the issue against Ericsson? He really needs to force a mistake out of him to get the door open, because although he's got the pace, he doesn't want to sit in that dirty air. He's going to do him no good whatsoever. Through they turn. Number 8 it is then. Michelangelo Amandula, third, fastest lap of the race. You get 2 points for that. Doesn't really matter anymore because he's won the championship, but it'll increase the score yet further. Goes through that long, fast right-hander out of turn 7, through the kink, and then down the straight towards turn 8. Dylan Young is the race leader. He's being caught by Ericsson, you know, possibly because Ericsson's being caught by Amandula. That's spurring on the day, and he's bringing down the gap against the man ahead of him. So Dylan Young leads the way, yes, but he's not out of the proverbial woods, you know. He might have to really work pretty hard in this if they get up with him, make the car wide and hang on to that race lead. Lap 4 of 14 as they drop down now to turn 10. Michelangelo Amandula then over the brow. And now turns through the right-hander of 12 up towards the timing line. He will go. As he does so, ahead of him is Valdemar Ericsson. And now, interestingly, Sundaramurti has just done the fastest lap, 9/10 quicker than the last lap of the leader. Dylan Young's done his best lap, but the gaps are coming down. You've now got 2.9 seconds covering the top 3. That was Dylan Young's lead a few laps back. So, as I say, going to have to work hard here. They're catching him, they're reeling him in. They're concertinaing. So as the leaders come up through the S's, up towards turn 4, Dylan Young's advantage is being nibbled away. Yet another 2/10 lost there because Ericsson is quicker still in the first sector. What about Amandula? He's 3/10 quicker than the race leader. So yeah, they are concertinaing very definitely. There's the fight for second place. Amandula now can see the leader glances right just up the road ahead of him as they go through this switchback section. And he knows, therefore, that he really has got a chance. And he also knows that he's got to work even harder to get past Ericsson. Now, has Dylan Young got a problem, or is it just something in this car that, as he's been explaining earlier in the weekend, the pace doesn't seem to be there in the first half of the race, but even if he's caught, they've still got to get past him. Dylan knows how to defend. Very wide there goes Michelangelo Amandula. Down he comes through turn 10 approach. Accelerate up over the brow. Amandula third, being caught again by Sundaramurti. Foster's there in fifth, so are we going to get 5 for the race lead? The top 5 covered by 3.8 seconds last time. Has that condensed yet further? Let's see, Foster breaks the beam. Yeah, 3.2. So first to 5th is reduced. But battle pack is getting longer and longer. We're on lap 6 of 14. Young, Ericsson, Amandula. 1, 2, 3. Sundaramurti 4, Foster 5. That's the order. Through goes Louis Foster. Second generation racer. Dad Nick, British touring car regular for a number of seasons. BMW club racer and GT racer on occasion prior to that. Through comes the Hampshire-based Brit, 16 years of age, spent his first few days in this country with the proverbial Dally Belly, but having recovered from that, a race win earlier on in the day was a real boost to him. It was a great drive as well that he turned in, very, very impressive. Amandula there third, Sundaramurti taking with him then Louis Foster 4th and 5th, those two. Bouncing wide over the curb, Michelangelo Amandula. You can see the effort that's being put in. He's not settling for third place, is he? It might not be an easy ask, this, to get past Valdemar Ericsson, but he's throwing everything at it. Even Sundaramurti, the man with the fastest lap of the race, to his credit. Dylan Young's advantage over the back pair, you're looking at 1.2 seconds last time, so Dylan is still feeling the pressure. Through he comes, over the brow once more. So over the timing line, Dylan Young's gap goes up fractionally, does improve his lap time that time through. So as we get the half-distance lap underway, look further back, we see Rhys Ushijima and then Lagim Ali going through in 6th and 7th. Chetan Karada is 8th, and Josh Mason has not yet, I don't think, caught and passed him. So Josh, after his moment that was off camera, lost a lot of time, and it's a very disappointing end to the weekend. He's just gone by, in fact, Josh Mason. He's lapping quicker than the next couple ahead of him. He's in fact on a Dylan Young type pace at the moment, is Josh, so he's going quickly with a clear road ahead of him, but he's just lost so much time early on. Even Sundar Morty goes through ahead there of Louis Foster. And Ericsson is under attack again, look from Amandila. That gap has come right down between them in the first sector. Amandila was a 10th quicker. All of that helps Dylan Young. If they get themselves together and squabble, takes the pressure off him a little bit. Equally, Amandila is being caught by the Sundaramurti-Foster battle, so that's adding to his woes, adding to the pressure. He wants to concentrate on what's going on ahead of him. He does not want to think about what's going on behind. Over the brow now. This is turn 12. At the moment they will come up past the pits. Through they turn. And as they do so, Dylan Young's advantage, 1.6 seconds. It's another personal best lap for him, 1:31.7, so he still leads the way. They've still not really caught him. Although we're talking about the fact that leading gaps are coming down, they've sort of plateaued a little bit now. The leading quintet, you can see how close 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are, but actually Ericsson, because he's had to defend for a lap or two, has not been able to maintain this pace against the race leader. So as they come now up towards turn 4, Dylan Young still looking the stronger, although that said, Ericsson now is just able to push enough to go 2/10 quicker within sector 1 to try to bring down that gap yet again. Had a spin, Sundaramurti in the background has lost it. Yuvan Sundaramurti goes around, so Louis Foster suddenly gets 4th. There he is. And that was coming into turn 5. Yuvan Sundaramurti has rotated, he's back on track. Very cross with himself, winner earlier on in the day, but Yuvan Sundaramurti gets going. That's going to drop him to 5th at best. Don't think it's going to be any worse than that because they've got quite a big gap over Rhys Ushijima. So mistakes are possible, they do come. There's Amandila wide, but he's on the back of Ericsson as they drop down now towards turn 10. They turn almost as one. What's that? 2 lengths, if that, between the pair of them. In now to turn 11 they come. Dylan Young, the race leader, benefiting from this squabble going on behind him. Ticking off the laps as they come now down through that right-hander. Over the timing line, Dylan Young 1.9 seconds to the good now. And there, Ushijima under attack from Lagim Ali. This is for 5th place. Lagim to the outside line. Rhys defends, Lagim Ali can't go around the outside. Can he get the inside line at turn 2? No, he can't, so he tries to commit to the outside, and then Rhys Ushijima moves across. There's a chance here on the outside at turn 3, but no, Ushijima, despite the lock-up, goes back through on the inside. Good racing between the two of them. Hard racing, but clean racing. You can see that Lagim Ali is the quickest of these two. He's got the toe here. Is he going to be able to dive up the inside? Ushijima knows what's coming, defends, so now Lagim Ali tries the outside line at 4, the inside at 5, but he can't stay level. Has to slot back in behind him. Through they come now. The field accelerates through the right-hander at 6. Lagim Ali still pushing. Now, Louis Foster, absolute best first sector time on this lap. So the Brit, 4th, pushing hard. You're looking at the fight there down to 5th between Ushijima and Ali. But Louis Foster, there he is on the back of Amandila. That spoils Michelangelo's efforts to do anything at all about Valdemar Ericsson. Now, it also helps Dylan Young because he doesn't have to worry too much about anybody catching him for another lap. He's just gone over the timing line. Oh, sorry, he's about to go over the timing line. There he is. He's on lap 9 at the moment, so he'll start the 10th as he powers past the pits now. Dylan Young goes through. 2nd place behind him, Valdemar Ericsson. Then it's Michelangelo Amandila and Louis Foster in 4th place, diving to turn 1. You can see the gap that's opened up now between the leading quartet and Rhys Ushijima, who is up into 5th, and 6th, Lagim Ali. Even Sundaramurti's spin was rather more costly, and that's a change for penultimate place. Josh Mason goes ahead of Chetan Korada. So Josh has done it, he's done the catching, he's now got past. That puts him 8th. And where is he in relation to Yuvan Sundaramurti? Oh no, he's still quite a long way back, about 13 seconds or so. So I don't think he's going to gain any further ground unless people ahead have problems. What can Louis Foster do about a podium place here? Amandala has struggled to find a way past for 2nd. Valdemar Eriksson, don't necessarily think that he's going to be an easy nut to crack either. But Dylan Young leads the way. Down he comes into turn 8 now. This is lap 10 of the 14 in this final MRF Challenge race of the weekend. Turning their way into the right-hand approach down to turn 10. Throw it up with the king and then stand on the brakes. Louis Foster still pushing hard. Amandala, though, running out of options. And here, another example of how the reversed grids can help people. Valdemar Eriksson, put him up near the front of the grid, doesn't make mistakes, drives smoothly, keeps people behind, gets a good result. Whereas, put him at the back, he struggles to make a way through. Over the line they go, on to lap 11 now. Dylan Young, 1.9 seconds clear. Eriksson 2nd, Amandala 3rd. Now Foster, on the back of Amandala, is half a second behind him, or he was coming over the timing line. Is he going to be able to make a move potentially at the end of this S sequence, then that fast straight up towards turn 4? The move needs to start here. Get the power down, get the gap closed. No, too far back to benefit. Up to turn 4, through the left-hander they go now. So they sweep their way up to the whip spin of the moment from Louis Foster, the approach to turn 6, but just a little slide from him. Rhys Ushijima still keeping Lagim Ali at bay. These two have been together race long. We've seen them side by side, but right now Ushijima driving more confidently as the weekend goes on and he learns more about the circuit, being able to repel this challenge from Lagim Ali. They sweep now out of turn 8. Ali crawling all over the back of Ushijima. This lap 11 of the 14 then in this slightly shorter race, given the delayed start and the extra green flag lap that they had to have. Dylan Young will take 2nd in the championship, if things stay as they are. Josh Mason's going to be 3rd, provisionally, because the only other driver that was anywhere near him on points was Manaf Hijawi, didn't start the race, so Josh Mason for 3rd in the championship behind Dylan Young. Dylan the race leader. Out go the pit boards for Ushijima and Ali. We've got 3 laps to run as the leaders go by now. Past the pits goes the back marking group as you look here at the leaders going out of turn 3 up towards the S's. Dylan Young's advantage keeping him clear of the opposition by slightly reduced gap, 1.7 seconds last time. Well, you've got Louis Foster still running in 4th place and he's 2.8 seconds behind the race leader, but the way that the race has gone, yes, we've seen the gaps rather elasticated. Lots of people have had a push, caught, found themselves in the dirty air. Limited overtaking in that leading group, and you'd think, therefore, even though, again, look how close Eriksson is to Young, Dylan has done enough to hang on in there because defence is key around here. Eriksson, though, is really pushing hard here. Wasn't that much quicker in the first sector, but does look as though he's gained a bit more time in the second, and he's taking Amandala with him as they drop down towards turn 10 now. Over the brow into turn 12, Dylan Young will come. 2 more laps to run for the Australian. There's Lagim Ali still attacking Rhys Ushijima as they get to turn 11. This is for 5th place, don't forget, so this effectively is to be the best of the rest behind that leading battle pack. Up towards the timing line they will now come. Lagim Ali will perhaps think about a move at turn 1 if he's near enough. The gap between them as they go across the line is just under 0.4 of a second, but Lagim Ali not really close enough to dive out at the last moment. Through that first fast sweep, and then the tighter turn 2, a tight left at turn 3. And the race leader, Dylan Young, is being caught. 1.2 seconds, that margin, so it came down by about 7/10 last time around, so a really good push being mounted there, look, by Valdemar Eriksson, taking Michelangelo Amandula with him and also taking Louis Foster with him. Dylan Young will be well away. You only have to win by 10th, but a win is a win. Doesn't matter what the gap is, but equally he's certainly being caught by Eriksson as they drop now down into turn 8. A lap and a third to go really now. Eriksson turns through the right-hander, focusing if he can on catching the race leader, but also keeping Amandula at bay. Michelangelo did want the race win, but it's not to be. Pushed hard, still unable to crack Eriksson, who's done a really good job, hasn't he, of not making mistakes here, not going off the road. Up over the brow he goes, and as he does so, there is Amandula third, fourth, Louis Foster, and onto the last lap of the race now goes Dylan Young. Then there's the board, so Dylan Young powers past the pits. Makes the run down through turn 1. Dylan Young for a third victory of not just this year's championship, but his career in the MRF Challenge. All the wins have come this season, and something quite nice about the fact that he's been to all these venues before, and he's now going to have a win at each of the 3, Dubai, Bahrain, and here in Chennai at the Madras Motor Race Track. He's up at turn 4, makes his way now through the left and right sequence. Through he comes, and now powers up towards turn 6. There is Valdemar Eriksson, who's gone away suddenly from Amandula, who's really busy defending from Louis Foster. Now, could we have a change for the last podium place on this last lap? Let's see. Through they come, but right now it is Dylan Young from Valdemar Eriksson. That, I think, is assured, but are we going to have a change for third? Foster dives out, has a look, tries to unsettle Amandula, who locks up, scrabbles into turn 8. Foster trying to force the issue here, make Amandula make a mistake, then he can pounce, but Amandula recovers from that, down to turn 10 now. Louis Foster running out of corners, fourth he may have to settle for, closing up again under braking, flag at the ready. Dylan Young is about to come through and score a race win. Louis Foster still crawling all over the back of Michelangelo Amandula. Here is Dylan Young, then he's going to win the last race of the weekend. Win number 3 in the MRF Challenge. Dylan Young, the Australian, takes the flag to win. Valdemar Eriksson second, and just third, Michelangelo Amandula. Fourth, Louis Foster, as they come across the line. So Dylan Young is a very, very happy man indeed. 5th goes the way of Reese Ushijima. Lagim Ali takes 6th. 7th, after his spin, should be Yuvan Sundaramurti. And then for 8th place, it'll be Josh Mason from Chetan Korada. So those last 3, having had dramas, Chetan Korada struggling a bit for pace in that race, but Josh Mason with an early moment, costing him time. So Dylan Young, Valdemar Eriksson, Michelangelo Amandula are the top 3. We'll have a short break and then go and join them in Parc Fermé. And a delighted Dylan Young drives down the pit lane, dedicating that to his engineers who've worked so hard to get a win for him this weekend. Handshakes all round amongst the engineers, never mind the drivers, but in a moment Dylan is about to jump out of the car. A drinks bottle awaits, and a very happy man indeed. Scores a race win He's finally done it in Chennai after all of these years, all of these air miles. Today he has done it. Valdemar Eriksson joins us in Parc Fermé for second, and Dylan Young stands on the front of the car. Yes, he says, finally I've done it. Leaps down. And a great performance, controlling the race all the way from pole position. So in a moment, once the helmet's off and the winner's cap is there, we'll have a word with Dylan. This is the hard bit. Racing was easy, wasn't it? Getting your helmet off, that's the tough part. He's done it now. Earpieces out, hat on. Do you want a drink first? You can do your drink, we'll let you have that. Because that was a tough race in the heat for Dylan. He's done it, he's had a win. I was saying as you got out of the car, all these air miles to come to Chennai year after year, and it's finally come good for a win. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Pretty good way to end the weekend because it was like, I don't know, just a bit frustrating earlier on. Yeah, we were getting podiums. I really wanted to push Michelangelo this weekend, but he's done a ripper job. So just, yeah, to end it on this note, yeah, I'm really happy.
And there's something good, nice, almost fitting about the fact that for all your support of the championship, you've had a win this year at each of the venues that you've been to for so many years as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just that. It's like all the boys that help you. Les has been with me for a long time. Danny's been a superstar, so they would have killed me if I didn't win this one. So, yeah. Yeah, and I would have probably been pretty upset at myself. So I'm just over the moon and ready for a boogie tonight.
You're making the point earlier in the weekend that you don't have a massive budget for your racing. So what happens for the rest of the season now then?
I wish I could tell you. I've got to sort it out. There's a few things I'm working on. I'll go back home to Australia, and yeah, we'll see what we can do. Nothing I can announce right now, but you know, I'm not even thinking about that right now. I'm just happy.
Well done. It's been great to see you doing so well this weekend. Well done. Dylan Young then, the race winner. Let's go and find Valdemar Eriksson next, because he's the man that comes home in second place. There's the car, if you look to the right. Valdemar, well done. Congratulations. A good drive and a lot of pressure from behind.
Yeah, thanks. It was tough. But yeah, I held it.
Could you have done anything about Dylan? Could you have made a move against him, or were you so busy having to defend?
I think if I got a better start, like recently better start, I think I would have done it, but it was just too far. And yeah, I had trouble from behind.
And it's always tough around here to overtake anyway, but it was a good defensive drive.
Yeah, it's really narrow around here, so I use that to my advantage in the start. So yeah, really happy.
Well done. Congratulations. Second place to Valdemar Eriksson. And a further stroll out of Parc Fermé takes us yet again to Michelangelo Amandila. A champion, another podium. Okay, I know you wanted a race win, but another podium's not bad, is it?
No, it's all right. It's all right. I enjoyed it. So I needed 4 trophies, one for my mom, one for my sister, one for my brother-in-law, one for my dad, and then the Champions Trophy for me, of course.
So mission accomplished.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Now, you weren't taking that line down. You were pushing all the way. It might have been tough to get past Valdemar, but you never gave up.
No, I'm not the guy who gives up. So always pushing every day, all time, anyway. So always pushing.
And then at the end, Louis oh so nearly got you. There was an effort. You locked up.
Yeah, I had quite a moment, but I managed to block it. So it was really fun, of course. So yeah, I managed to do the P3. So that's the important thing.
Well done. Congratulations. So our champion takes third place in the last race of the weekend, Michelangelo Amandila. Second to Valdemar Eriksson, Dylan Young, the race winner. Let's just remind ourselves how we got to that result. A good start by Dylan Young away from that pole position, putting him in the lead of the race. The cars dive down towards turn 1. Able to move across and cover the line as the field work their way through the first of the right-handers, with Josh Mason diving up the inside to gain 1 place early doors. The field working its way up towards turn 3. Rhys Ushijima also involved in the battle as the car sprinted their way up through the mid-part of the opening lap of the race. On track, Michelangelo Amandila looking for a way by. And as he powered his way past the pits, he was under attack early in the race from Yuvan Sundaramurti. Dylan Young powering his way then with the lead gap, yo-yoing a little bit, ebbing and flowing. He was trying to maintain that, get away from the others. We had this battle between Rhys Ushijima and Lagim Ali, also further back. But Rhys Ushijima always able to make the car wide enough to keep everybody else at bay. Dylan Young controlling the pace up front. Lagim Ali not able to get past the American driver. Michelangelo Amandila hanging on to that third position. But Dylan Young on target for the race victory. There was just no stopping him, powering his way through to his third victory of the championship. As on the last lap, Louis Foster had a go at Michelangelo Amandula and was almost able to find a way past him. Couldn't quite make that move, but then we had the race winner, Dylan Young, who came through to take the checkered flag and a third win of the championship. So, Dylan Young has done it. He's taken the win that he really wanted around here. And right now, he's over there, over at the podium. We'll have a walk that way and go and join the winning drivers because the podium is being made ready. And fingers crossed that's going to be underway in a couple of minutes' time. So the drivers will be making their way there very shortly. The trophy girls are ready. And as soon as the dignitaries are there as well, we'll be in business.
So then, audience, who else want to come down in? You can use the home straight. You can stick around on the home straight. Look at the cars around.
So the drivers are ready, podium is ready, and there Dylan Young, Valdemar Eriksson, Michelangelo Amandula, ready for the final prize givings race and of course for the champion. So hopefully we can get things underway. The fans being, as you see, allowed onto the track to come and celebrate with the race winners. Arun Marman from MRF, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, is there. And so we have who we need. So the MRF caps are there. The drivers are ready. More and more of the fans pouring onto the circuit. And Dylan Young taking a third victory of the championship, so he'll be on the top step of the podium very, very shortly. So there, Arun Marman stands, hat on. Drivers to his left. And as I say, we will be good to go, hopefully in a moment. The drivers were there a few minutes ago, so I'm not quite sure what the delay is now, unless it's just to let more of the fans get across the circuit.
Check. Everyone, this is the moment
so there we have the
champions.
pit straight looking up from turn one.
Where we need to say, hey guys, it's time for us to hand over your trophy.
One or two deciding it's a good place to sit.
The tires we race are the tires you buy MRF. This is
So the
only FIA
winning drivers there. Dylan Young, look, in the blue and white overalls. And as soon as the MRF and the Madras Motorsports Club officials are happy, we'll be in business. Right, there is Arun Marman being called forward. Makes his way up onto the podium, ready for presentations to the winning 2-litre drivers. Of course, we've got the MRF 1600 prize giving still to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Belgium, let's give it up for this Belgian.
And up comes Michelangelo Amandula for third place, the champion. Up he comes. Michelangelo then, after a great weekend and stands, for the moment, on the third step of the podium. For second place, up comes the young Danish driver, Valdemar Eriksson. Or he should do.
Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Valdemar Eriksson. What a drive he is.
There he is.
What talent again. Brilliant stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, leading from start.
And then we await the race winner, Dylan Young, who will make his way up onto the top step of the podium. And he's been here for so many years. He's watched other people stand there. Now he can do the leap and make his way to the top step. That means an awful lot to Dylan. It really does. And it's great to see Dylan Young taking a race win here. So then the trophies will be brought forward. And Arun Maman, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of MRF, hands the third place trophy to the champ, to Michelangelo Amendola, who's been working so hard all weekend and has done a great job. Very happy Valdemar Eriksson taking second spot, and there for the winner, biggest trophy of the lot, Dylan Young. Yes, done it. That's for you guys, he said, but that means a huge amount to Dylan Young. All that effort, year after year after year, and finally he's done it. Does so little racing due to the budgetary dramas, but when he does go racing, he goes well, and he's proved that point here this weekend in Chennai. So the drivers celebrate. And congratulations to Dylan Young, to Valdemar Eriksson, to Michelangelo Amendola, and congratulations to our top three. The support race prize giving is still to come from the Madras Motor Race Track, but at the end of the MRF Challenge season, from David Addison, it's goodbye.
Number three, all the way down to race winner. As Sohail Shah receives this trophy, this is the moment that
Here at the Madras Motor Race Track, we have our support race presentations underway. We are in Formula 1600 mode for the MRF Challenge, and this is race one, where in the middle stands Raghu Rangasamy. In the blue overall, Sohail Shah there on the far right as you look at it, receiving his third place trophy. Vishnu Prasad taking second, and Raghu Rangasamy taking the winner's trophy, being presented, of course, by Arun Maman, the Vice Chairman and the Managing Director of MRF. So the drivers from race one make their way off the podium. And that in turn is then dressed ready for the second race. That was yesterday's race that we've just witnessed, the podium for. They're all being held together now. Didn't do that for the 2 litres because with 6 you'd be here all night, but they do this for the competitors in the 2 support categories. Race 2, which was this morning, now the drivers being called forward for that. And for third place in that race was Kartik Tarani. For second place, it is Raghu Rangasamy, who leaps onto the podium. And the race winner from earlier on today, Vishnu Prasad. There he is, makes his way up onto the podium. So a great effort by all those drivers. It was a good race this morning, and certainly Vishnu Prasad deserved that win. It was a good opportunistic move because it was a race where Bala Prasad was leading. He got tangled up with Raghu Rangasamy, and as they were going left, a gap emerged on the right, and through it went Vishnu Prasad. It was a really good move, and it was a very well-deserved race win. So those drivers make their way off the podium. Congratulations to them. Some, though, will be back in a moment because we're not done quite yet. The next group of drivers are those from the top 3 from race 3 in the MRF 1600 Challenge, and that means that up comes for 3rd place Vishnu Prasad, for 2nd place Raghu Ranagasamy, and we've not done with him either yet because he's got saloon silverware to gain, but Sohail Shah won the 3rd race and he won it in style. It was a really good drive by Sohail Shah, well deserved last race win, made the break early on and there was no stopping him. Trophies then being presented. Congratulations for his 3rd place, Vishnu Prasad. 2nd place, Raghu Ranagasamy. And then the race winner, there he is, Sohail Shah. Sohail, the runner-up in the championship last year. And although these were non-point scoring races, opening his season account, if you like, in good fashion. So, the MRF 1600 drivers make their way off the podium. And we turn our attention next to the saloons. So for the drivers from the saloon races, the podium is being made ready. Now this, of course, is where we have the
this is a familiar ground for him.
3 classes out of the 2 races. There you see the 3rd place driver in Superstock in race 1, Alisha Abdullah. 2nd Superstock driver in race 1, yesterday's race. That man again, Raghu Ranagasamy. And the class winner, somebody that's made a bit of a career out of winning in the Superstock category, Ritvik Thomas, makes his way up onto the podium. So well done to Ritvik Thomas. An excellent effort, an excellent drive it was, and it's the same order, in fact, in both races. So Ritvik Thomas doing a double, but we'll come to the 2nd race in a moment. Arun Maman has a look at the trophy, quite likes that. And the first MRF 2020 trophy to Alisha Abdullah. It's another example of how motorsport changes in different regions. I can't remember having talked about a female racer on a podium in a national category here. We had Jamie Chadwick winning in MRF, of course, winning the championship last year, but now in national racing, more female participation. Female engineers up and down the pit lane as well, so things are changing in every market. There, Ritvik Thomas celebrates his Superstock class win out of race 1. And there's also, I suspect, going to be the team's trophy, because we often have those in the saloon class as well. But nobody stepping forward to receive it as yet. Ah, there is the engineer.
Come on, everybody. It's the tuners who actually work very hard.
So, Ritvik Thomas's car, which is run by the Race Concepts team. Race Concepts takes the trophy.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So, ladies and gentlemen leave the podium. Now, they're going to be brought back again in due course, but for the moment, they can go and catch their breath. Then we move to the next part of the podium ceremony. 2 races, 3 classes. And here you go again. Same 3, 2nd race. Alisha Abdullah takes 3rd in the Superstock class. This was from today's race. 2nd to Raghu Ranagasamy. And the class winner will be Ritvik Thomas once more. And Ritvik Thomas will make his way to the top step of the podium in a moment.
Ritvik Thomas, congratulations. Requesting for the trophies to come on. Requesting for the trophies to come on, starting from number 3. Alisha Abdullah is going to receive it. Come on, everybody. She's done so much for motorsports here today.
So
Come on,
there
everybody.
is
Alisha Abdullah. Let's give her a big round of applause.
the trophy for Alisha Abdullah. 2 good drives this weekend as Arun Maman hands over the trophy then now for the 2nd place driver to Raghu Ranagasamy, and Ritvik Thomas there gets the winner's trophy. Good weekend for him. 2 wins in the 2 saloon races.
One representative from Race Concept to please come forward. Joel Joseph has gone into hiding. Well done indeed. Sir, tuners got a trophy, good throw.
And the Race Concepts team once more on the podium, taking the saloon team's trophy in this, the Superstock class.
All right. photographs. And now we move into the on saloon. Now this is the meet of the AMIO.
2 out of 2 then for Ritwik Thomas within the Superstock class in our saloon races, along with the Indian Touring Cars and the Volkswagen AMIO Super Race. So our next podium being prepared.
Number 21. Come on, everybody. Everyone, let's give Volkswagen a big round of applause as they come on stage. The winners. Dhruv Moite, where are you?
So the Volkswagen AMIO drivers are going to be next. Race 1 from yesterday. Dhruv Mohit is the first man up. There he is.
Let's call Anindit Reddy Konda coming in at number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, finishing at
Second place, Anindit Reddy, who has been a busy driver jumping from saloons to single-seaters. And then, as Anindit Reddy comes onto the podium, the class winner yesterday, Saurav Bandyopadhyay.
So now we start for Dhruv Moite. It's a special moment for the AMIOs, as the AMIOs are exiting and making way for the Polo R.
So Dhruv Moite gets the third place trophy in this farewell performance for the Volkswagen AMIOs. The cars being replaced by the new Polo for Volkswagen's championship for 2020. So that was a non-point scoring brace of races for fun that they've enjoyed this weekend. There is Anindit Reddy. And on the top step, Saurav Bandyopadhyay. He gets the winner's trophy. And well done to Saurav. That's a good drive. Not only did he take the class win yesterday, he was not a million miles behind Arjun Balu, who's much quicker at Honda City, that won the Indian Touring Car part of the race. They're all run by the one team, of course, out of Volkswagen Motorsport, so no team's trophy this time.
This is the AMIO race 2.
So race 1 podium completed. Race 2 was the lively race that we had earlier on today, and the drivers for that about to be called forward. So there is Dhruv Moite once more. Dhruv Moite up on the top, the third step, I should say, of the podium. There is Anindit Reddy, a second place, but it's a different class winner today because Anmol Singh Sahil is the driver that will go up to the top step in what he described, certainly for the second part of the race, as being a bit lonely. But a win is a win is a win. Now, that is not the man I interviewed at the end of the race. So, by representation, the trophy will go to Anmol Singh Sahil. That's Dhruv Moite, who takes the third place.
Anindit Reddy takes the trophy for finishing at number 2.
Anindit Reddy, the second.
Karthik Tarani receiving trophy on behalf of Anmol. It feels special,
And
though, right?
by proxy, the race winner, Anmol Singh Sahil.
Gentlemen, time for the photograph.
So the drivers with the trophies, wins to Anmol Singh Sahil and Saurav Bandyopadhyay in the Volkswagen AMIO Super Race here this weekend. Now, the Indian Touring Cars, the new regulations, the turbocharged cars, have also been racing and winning thanks to a very experienced Arjun Balu, and he will be called forward in a moment onto the podium, along with Vidya Prakash and Vishnu Prasad as the drivers from the top 3 in the Indian Touring Car part of the race. There is Vishnu Prasad. We've seen him on the 1600 MRF Challenge podium. Now he's here again as a saloon car driver.
And he's also got the style all the time with him. Look at the shades that go on.
There for second place, Vidya Prakash, the vastly experienced driver.
Hands down performance. Team race concept. Here's some noise.
And then it is a win for Arjun Balu, who steps forward to the podium. Arjun Balu, racer, rally driver, coming back to racing, doing a grand job of it too.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting now with the presentation from number 3 all the way down.
So there, Arjun Balu goes for the top step of the podium.
Receive his trophy for finishing at number 3. What a time this has been for Vishnu Prasad and now Vidya Prakash. Come on, everybody. Let's give some noise here.
The trophy is presented by Arun Maman from MRF to Vishnu Prasad, to Vidya Prakash, and then next to that man, Arjun Balu, race 1 winner yesterday.
From Team Race Concept, please come forward to receive a tuner trophy. One representative, please run up. Finally, Joel Joseph shows his face here. Ladies and gentlemen, Joel has almost stopped grabbing.
So they're the
too heavier than the steering wheel.
drivers
Joel, congratulations.
with the Race Concepts team represented as well. Teams award to what is becoming a very successful Indian touring car squad. Lots of cars run. RC Motorsport, Race Concepts. Well done to RC Motorsports.
Congratulations.
So the drivers, for a moment, will make their way off the podium, and then we'll have some of them back again.
Coming in at number 3, ladies and
So in the second race,
this is
the
for the ITC back again. Coming in at number 3,
third
this
placed
is
driver.
race 10. Finishing its car number 27. Sunil
Ranjit steps forward onto the podium. Sunil Ranjit with his Honda. Second place in the second race going to the Goa driver, Keith D'Souza.
Sunil Ranjit finishing at number 3. Well done indeed. All the way down from Goa, let's call one of the D'Souza's.
So
Keith
there
D'Souza,
is
congratulations.
Sunil Ranjit taking third place. Second place,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Keith
this is the
D'Souza.
power of professional performance.
There he is. Keith's another of the drivers that's been going from saloon to single-seaters and back over the course of the weekend. And Arjun Balu, yet again, for the top step of the podium.
Now we start the presentation from 3
So the
to 1.
final podium for the saloon car drivers. There'll be the Race Concepts representative there as well. Third place trophy goes to Sunil Ranjit. For second place, Keith D'Souza. 4 races he's done over the course of the weekend. Sorry, 7 races he's done over the course of the weekend.
As loud as we can do, Arjun Balu.
And there, Arjun Balu takes his race winners trophy. 2 out of 2 for Arjun Balu and for the Race Concept team.
Congratulations, Joel Joseph, for the Tuner Trophy. Congratulations. Come on, everybody. Team Race Concepts has done well to take it up.
Race Concepts, Joel Joseph takes the trophy. Didn't see much of Joel on track today, but the team Race Concepts is victorious. So well done, Joel Joseph, then, and well done, Arjun Balu. Our final podium, done and dusted here at the Madras Motor Race Track.
Thank you very, very much. That's it. The Vice Chairman and the Managing Director at MRF, and thank you, MRF Australia. A big word of appreciation to the marshals, the recovery team. You guys have done a fabulous
So
job.
everybody making their way off the podium.
You guys have done well to
And at the end of what has been a fabulous weekend of racing, as ever, thanks to competitors, to teams, to marshals, to volunteer officials alike, and for your company here on the live stream. It's been a great weekend of racing, and we look forward to doing it all over again this time next year. From David Addison and the rest of the team trackside at the Madras Motor Race Track, it's goodbye from Chennai.